Chapter 2630. That's right. What Junior Sister Mu said is exactly what I want. LV Ruochang said with a smile. Just now, I took a look at the sword slip again. Although the sword essence of this sword is not in the same direction as the sword formation, it is on the same level as the sword formation. If we fly here, it's not too far away. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, we can just fly horizontally towards the east, which is about 300 miles away, and we can reach, just as LV Ruochang said this, within a range of dozens of miles, countless roars and thunderclaps could be heard incessantly. Tens of thousands of rays of light also rushed into the sky. In front of LV Ruochang's eyes, the scene of dusk with cold raindrops falling down suddenly brightened. As the light swayed, countless strange scenes flashed past. Golden light, silver light, and red light intertwined, as if all the light in the world had fallen here. Oh no! LV Ruochang turned pale with fright. She saw the sword light flowing around her body, and the phoenix sword essence immediately flew out, as if to block the brilliance. However, wherever the sword light went, the brilliance that caused a drastic change scattered, as if it had nothing to do with the sword light. When the phoenix sword essence rushed into the sky with a sword cry, the entire sword catacomb suddenly fell into a dead silence. LV Ruochang was dumbfounded. The bleak dimness had disappeared. In the distant horizon, a thin layer of light screen emerged from the horizon. It was not pure silver white, nor was it pure azure. Instead, it was divided into 10 colors. After this colorful light screen appeared, it shot straight up into the sky and gathered above the heads of the swordsmen in the blink of an eye. Far away, high above the seemingly unreachable ninth heaven, the 10 rays of light condensed into a light spot the size of a bowl. Boom! A muffled thunder came from the light spot, but there was no sign of heavenly thunder. With the rare thunder in the sword catacomb, the 10 rays of brilliance flowed down the light curtain, layer by layer, and firmly covered the entire sky. Looking at the rugged soil and red vegetation beneath his feet, they were long gone. Huge rocks were piled up on the ground, and between the rocks were white skeletons. The countless black eye sockets of the skeletons were staring straight at the sky. The green color of the mountain rocks contrasted with the snow-white skeletons. It was truly a strange sight. Moreover, this strange sight was boundless, as if it was an existence that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The 200,000 swordsmen who were flying in different directions but had the same goal could not see each other clearly. The sword catacomb's special property had restricted the swordsman's divine sense, and dusk and Chiyu had blocked each other's vision. At this moment, these hundreds of thousands of swordsmen suddenly appeared above this strange mountain rock. In midair, they could be seen with a single glance. It was as though they were no longer hidden. These swordsmen were as dumbfounded as LV Ruochang. They hovered in the air helplessly. Their widened eyes were very similar to the skeletons between the rocks. It was just that the skeletons' eye sockets were pitch black, while the cultivator's eyes were filled with panic. All the swordsmen released their flying swords, and the brilliant sword light protected their bodies. Although the sword light was shining, it was extremely unstable. Clearly, it was extremely compatible with the swordsman's panic. Is this the sword catacomb's incomplete array? Mu Ting could not compare to LV Ruochang's calmness. The red sword light emitted an intense heat wave, almost overturning the few swordsmen beside her. Her eyes were wide open, and she moaned with a kind of doubt that even she did not dare to confirm. LV Ruochang's heart was in turmoil. In order to set up the 4 directions sword array, she had comprehended most of the sword arrays in the sword domain. Even if it was the Dao Sex array, she did not skimp on it. Seeing such a huge commotion around her, how could she not know that she had fallen into the Dao Sex array? While LV Ruochang's mouth was bitter, a series of questions arose in her mind. The Dao Sex cultivators. How could they think of setting up an array in the sword catacomb? Those Jindan stage cultivators who work behind closed doors in the meeting hall. How could they have such wisdom? Could it be that Tu Hong is not dead and is faking his death in Sky Patrol City? Otherwise, how could they know that the warriors of the sword domain would definitely retreat, and that they would definitely retreat to the sword catacomb? Moreover, the sword catacomb is so big, this array is just a drop in the ocean. How could they know that the warriors of the sword domain would definitely retreat to here? Could it be that there are Dao Sex spies in the sword domain? This spy is also an illusory sword cultivator? Or the sword essence just now was done by a Tao sect cultivator? This is impossible. The warriors of the sword domain had already set up a sword array in the sword catacomb, and this place is not too far away from my sword array. Could it be that the warriors of the sword domain did not notice it? She thought about how she had painstakingly set up the sword array, but at the last moment, when she was trying to lure the enemy, it turned out to be real and fell into the cultivator's array. LV Ruochang felt a sweet taste in her throat, and she almost vomited blood. It was even more difficult for the hundreds of thousands of swordsmen to adapt to such a situation. Previously, they were like birds that were startled by the twang of a bow and wanted to escape from the sword tomb. However, when they received the sword order, they knew that they were just bait to lure the cultivators into a place of eternal damnation. The joy and excitement had just risen, but it was only for a moment before they were immediately trapped in such a huge magic array. It was only now that they realized that they were the ones who had entered a place of eternal damnation. The brief happiness just now was just an extremely brief dream. Senior Sister LV, what's going on? Mu Ting groaned and hurriedly asked, is this a remnant array, or could it be the sword array of the sword domain? LV Ruochang gritted her teeth, and the shock and fear in her eyes disappeared. She said coldly, Junior Sister, release your divine sense and have a look. Oh no, my divine sense can't leave my body. Mu Ting was shocked, and then she very naturally mobilized the sword essence. Only when the sword essence in her body flowed naturally did she relax, but she forgot that just now, she had already released her sword essence outside her body. How can an incomplete formation cover such a large area? Can an incomplete sword array have such great power? LV Ruochang said faintly, this is the array set up by the Tao sect cultivators in the sword catacomb. We have now fallen into the ambush of the Tao sect cultivators. This is impossible. Mu Ting said in a flustered and exasperated manner, how could those golden core cultivators, who are like Jurassic beasts, know the route we took to retreat? How could they set up an array in the sword catacomb without anyone knowing? Mu Ting still wanted to say it. She seemed to really not want to believe that she had fallen into the trap of the cultivators, but LV Ruochang coldly interrupted her. Junior Sister Mu, now that things have come to this, we need to calm down. You have to know that you are a third-grade illusory swordsman, and can easily kill ordinary golden core cultivators. How can you be so flustered? Besides, the battlefield changes rapidly, and it is always difficult to distinguish between the enemy and us. If we fall into the trap of the cultivators, we can just kill our way out. What is there to be afraid of? Hearing this, Mu Ting was slightly quiet, but she smiled bitterly and said, I am not flustered, but I feel that it is extremely inconceivable. This is simply too inconceivable. Yes, I also feel that it is not possible. But it has indeed happened. LV Ruochang snorted coldly and said, however, the cultivators want to set up an array in the sword catacomb to strangle us, which is too whimsical. Although there are only a few 100,000 of us left, the sword catacomb is filled with gold chi, sword intent, and sword chi. These are all things that the cultivators cannot control. Look at the array, it is dozens of miles long, and there must be a sword array hidden inside. We only need to find the flaws and break it one by one. After LV Ruochang finished speaking, he did not wait for Mu Ting to answer. He looked around and ordered, you all immediately go to each sword sect to contact the scouting disciples and find out the general situation of the array. Remember, once you have found out, no matter the cost. Yes, disciples understand. More than a dozen fourth-grade swordsmen received the order and flew in all directions. LV Ruochang flew up again, and a sword intent soared into the sky. The huge phoenix sword light hovered above his head. In addition to the flying swords of the surrounding swordsmen, more than a dozen sword intents with the same sword momentum soared into the sky and flew in this direction. In just the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the swordsmen of the illusory sword realm flew to LV Ruochang's side. These swordsmen, without exception, had a thick, puzzled expression on their faces. They were originally hunters, but suddenly became prey. Even if they were extremely powerful swordsmen, they could not help but reveal their expressions. LV Jianyu, what is going on? Chu Jianchong of the Shenzhen sect took the lead and asked. LV Ruochang's gaze swept across the crowd, knowing that they were unwilling to give up. He said lightly, do you still need me to say this? Could it be that all of you can't see it? I'm afraid that all of you can't believe it. Chu Jianchong looked at the people around him. The one closest to him was Xue Chong of the Bright Sun Sword Sect, a second-grade illusory sword realm swordsman. Xue Chong coldly looked at Chu Jianchong and said, "Sword friend Chu, don't ask sword friend LV Jianyu first. I, Xue Chong, have something to ask. That sword intent that transformed into a sword, was it the sword intent of the Xianjian sect?" Chu Jianchong was furious when he heard this and shouted, "Before we entered the sword tomb, Chu had already reported this to LV Jianyu. That sword intent did indeed have the aura of the Xianjian sect's sword art. Chu also relied on that sword intent to determine that the Xianjian sect's sword transformation senior was here. But this does not mean that it was the Xianjian sect's sword transformation senior who led us into the cultivator's array. Then what does it mean? What about your Xianjian sect's sword transformation senior?" Xue Chong retorted. "Shut up." Before LV Ruochang could speak, a huge and muscular swordsman, who was like a small mountain, roared, "Now that we are united against the outside world, why are you causing trouble?" This person was the beast cultivator of the Quilted Mountain sect, Tsang Yuan. Chapter 2631. Humph! Xue Chong snorted. Frightened by Tsang Yuan's angry eyes, he didn't speak again. Chu Jianchong opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. "My fellow cultivators, if you want to die here, I won't stop you. You can debate again and even fight. Let's see who is right." LV Ruochang said coldly, "However, if you want to break this magic array, pass through the sword tomb safely, and lead the cultivators into our sword array again, then you have to listen to my orders." For a moment, more than a dozen people were silent. "I feel very guilty. I didn't expect that everything I had arranged before would change because of some accidents and because of my cautiousness." LV Ruochang said again, "However, you have to know that we have not reached the end, and we are far from being forced to the edge. Moreover, I have to tell all of you that even if all of us perish here, we'll absolutely not lose this battle, and we'll definitely make great contributions to the sword domain. All the brave warriors in sword domain will definitely respect us for our meritorious deeds. Of course, we are in a dangerous situation right now, but we still have to fight our way out of this formation because the ones who will have the last laugh are us swordsmen, not those stupid cultivators who are as stupid as Jurassic beasts." LV Ruochang encouraged them again. "The sword array that we have arranged for many years is not far away. Don't you want to see them fall into the sword array?" "LV Jianyu, you don't have to say these words." Jianli of the Lujian sect, who was also a swordsman at the second level of the illusory sword realm, said with a wry smile, "How can we not understand these principles? Just tell us how to break the magic array. We will definitely follow your lead." "Good." LV Ruochang clapped his hands and said, "I have arranged for my disciples to explore this magic array. When we have the information, we can make a decision." "Okay." More than a dozen illusory swordsmen nodded. Although there were still doubts in their eyes, they still quieted down. That was exactly what Jianli said, who among the illusory swordsmen did not understand. But the problem was that this matter was too strange, and no one could accept it in a short time. Therefore, even the second and third grade illusory swordsmen, who were already immortals in the eyes of ordinary people, were still as wishy-washy as a resentful wife. Time passed bit by bit. The disciples who were patrolling the area did not return. Not even a sword slip was sent back. If not for the fact that their divine sense could not leave their bodies, these sword cultivators would have already released their divine sense. Unlike the other illusory sword cultivators, Lu Ruochang raised his head and stared at the sky that was overflowing with several kinds of brilliance, above the ball of light that had gathered together. That spot of light was like a 10-colored eye. It was also staring at the hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators in the field. The flowing brilliance was like a mocking gaze. Lu Ruochang raised his eyebrows. Just as he was about to speak, a shrill sword cry rang out. A flying sword message was sent over from afar. Flying sword message? Everyone was dumbfounded. After all, although they couldn't see the end of this formation, when the formation had just closed, the swordsmen were only a few dozen miles away. According to their estimation, this formation was only a few dozen miles in size, not more than 100 miles in size. Within this distance, ordinary sword techniques for transmitting messages would be effective. There was no need to use a flying sword to transmit messages. As if thinking of something, Lu Ruochang's face turned cold. He waved his hand, and the flying sword turned into a stream of light and fell into his hand. Senior Sister Lu, what do you think? Seeing Lu Ruochang look at the sword slip in the flying sword thoughtfully, Mu Ting could not help but ask in a low voice. Junior Sister Mu, see for yourself. Lu Ruochang turned over her hand and handed the sword slip to Mu Ting. She frowned and looked up at the sky. What? Thousands of swords soared into the sky, and the golden light was piercing. The whole world was condensed by sword light. Mu Ting's divine sense swept over the sword slip and could not help but exclaim in a low voice. Isn't this the myriad sword array of our sword cultivators? Junior Sister Mu, look carefully. Lu Ruochang said indifferently. This is definitely not my sword domain's myriad sword array. It's even more impossible for it to be the supreme sword array. Sword Lord of the world. This is merely a Dao Sex array that gathered the sword intent and sword chi of the sword tomb together, using an array to evolve it. It's completely different from my sword domain's myriad sword array. However, Mu Ting did not seem to have heard her words. She hurriedly looked through the sword slip and threw it to Chu Jiancheng. Time is of the essence. Fellow Taoists, please wait a moment. You can take a look at it one by one. Lu Ruochang shifted her gaze away from the light spot, and a trace of splendor appeared in her eyes as she scanned the swordsman and said, Inside the sword slip is a message from my Black Phoenix sword sex Tai Min. According to the comprehensive view of the disciples he sent, this array has a circumference of over 80 miles. The edge of the array is covered in thick fog, and within the thick fog, there are several huge banners. On top of the banners, there are blood-red lanterns, and under the lanterns, there are huge flag gates. There are as many as 10 of these flag gates, and they are scattered all around the array. What array is this? Flying Spirit Sword Manners Ruo Ling saw that the sword slip was still far away from her, and asked gently. I don't know. Lu Ruochang shook her head slightly and said, however, according to Tai Min's investigation, this array should be similar to the Heaven and Earth Flag Gate array that I know of. Is LV Jianyu very familiar with this array? Ruo Ling seemed to be relieved as she asked in a low voice. Sigh. Lu Ruochang sighed slightly. The Heaven and Earth Flag Gate array has 4 flag gates, which is the meaning of heaven and earth. I have studied the way to break it, and this array actually has as many as 10 flag gates. I'm afraid it's not the same as the Heaven and Earth Flag Gate array. LV Jianyu, don't be discouraged and don't regret it. Ruo Ling smiled and said, We have all seen your contributions. Now that we have fallen into a cultivator's array, it is purely by chance. Although this array is different from the Heaven and Earth Flag Gate array, it is still derived from it. Sword Friend is wise and has studied arrays for many years, so you are very proficient in breaking arrays. Breaking this array will still depend on Sword Friend's strength. Thank you for your encouragement, Senior Sister Ruo Ling. Lu Ruochang's lips curled into a smile. It was an extremely rare sweet smile, but there was also bitterness in this smile. I also want to lead all of you to break this array successfully. I am not afraid even if my body is smashed to pieces, but what? Ruo Ling's face was filled with realization. The worst-case scenario is that we die here. What else can we do? Senior Sister Ruo Ling has an excellent state of mind. If any of us step into the sword transformation realm, you will be the first. Lu Ruochang praised. Hee, even if I want to transform into a sword, I have to get through this difficulty. Ruo Ling laughed. When I transform into a sword in the future, I will definitely remember Junior Sister Lu. I will definitely do my best. Lu Ruochang took a deep breath and said, But I am not even half confident. Is this array that powerful? A trace of confusion flashed across Ruo Ling's eyes. After all, she had been involved in the Dao Cultivator War since the beginning. She had seen Lu Ruochang's every scheme and plan. There had never been a time when Lu Ruochang had backed down like this. Fellow Taoist Lu, you think too highly of the Dao sect. Jianli also did not see the sword slip. At this moment, he calmed down and seemed to have thought of something. He said, as the saying goes, surround 10 times the enemy. Right now, we only have a few 100,000 swordsmen, and the Dao sect cultivators only have a few 100,000 people. If they are confident in surrounding us, they can naturally attack from the front and back. They can just fight to the death. Why do they have to be so sneaky? Why do they have to set up this stupid array? From what I see, this array must have been hastily set up by them as a diversion. We only need to point our swords, and we will definitely be able to break it. When Jianli said this, many swordsmen's eyes lit up. They felt that his words made sense. However, Mu Ting and Chu Jiancheng, who had seen the sword slip, did not think so. At least, Chu Jianchong looked coldly at Jian Li and did not say a word. Ruo Ling was also bewildered. She took the sword slip from Chu Jianchong and used her divine sense to scan it. When Tai Min sent out the flying sword slip, he chose a flag gate to enter. According to what he said before he died, the flag gate was filled with sword light. The golden light was so dazzling that it could penetrate the bone marrow. The sword essence in his body was attracted by the golden light and rushed out uncontrollably. His flying sword had long been penetrated by the flying sword. He could not send out a normal sword slip, and could only use the flying sword slip to send out what he knew. Hiss! Jian Li could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This Tai Min should be a drawing sword grade swordsman. That's right, he is a drawing sword grade swordsman. Lu Ruochang nodded. He had almost no power to fight back in this flag gate. This shows the power of this array. At this moment, Ruo Ling had finished reading the sword slip and passed it to Tsang Yuan. She sighed and said, "That's right, fellow Taoist Lu is right. Fellow Taoist Lu's words are reasonable, but you've forgotten a few points. Firstly, the leader of the sword cultivators is a third-grade illusory sword cultivator, which is comparable to a Taoist cultivator in the late Golden Core stage. The Golden Core cultivators in the meeting hall are at most in the middle Golden Core stage. If they want to kill us, they have to rely on this array. Therefore, this array must be powerful. Secondly, 10 times the number is not bad, but they don't know that we only have less than 30% of the swordsmen here. If they knew that we only had 30% of the swordsmen, they would have surrounded us long ago. Why would they need this array? Fellow Taoist Lu's sword array needs hundreds of thousands of swordsmen to set it up? Chu Jianchong was stunned. There's no need for so many. Lu Ruochang shook his head. It's just less than 100,000 swordsmen. What about the other swordsmen? Chu Jianchong asked naturally. Haha, Lu Ruochang laughed but did not answer. Fellow Taoist Lu, what should we do now? Chu Jianchong asked awkwardly. From what fellow Taoist Lu said, you seem to have some ideas. Chapter 2632. That's right. LV Ruochang nodded. I've gained something just now. I want to take advantage of the fact that this formation has just been set up and join forces to find its flaw. Perhaps we can break it in one blow. Ruo Ling frowned slightly and said unhappily, since LV Genyu has a plan, feel free to tell us. We're in a dangerous situation now. The more time we can take action, the more chance we have to survive. I wanted to tell you earlier, but firstly, I wasn't confident. Secondly, the flaw of this sword formation must be where the defense is the most rigorous. There must be a price to pay if we want to attack it. I can't let you all understand. LV Ruochang said awkwardly. Obviously, the ambush of this sword tomb's formation was a big blow to LV Ruochang. She no longer had the composure of commanding the world and began to hesitate many times. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing. It meant growth, but it wasn't necessarily a good thing either. Tell us about it, Ruo Ling said and looked up thoughtfully. Is it the light spot in the center of the formation? That's right. LV Ruochang's brows relaxed, and she nodded. There are 10 colors and 10 flag gates. The center of this sky curtain is the center of the formation. We only need to destroy the center, and the 10 flag gates will collapse at the same time. The formation will naturally break on its own. It's that simple. Mu Ting didn't believe it. It's that simple. But the defensive or offensive means of this light spot must be extremely powerful. LV Ruochang explained. However, this is exactly what's beneficial to us. Ruo Ling said with a smile. More than 10 of us illusory swordsmen are comparable to swords. We can definitely destroy this center with a joint attack. What LV Genyu said is the most beneficial plan for us. But this attack will definitely cause casualties or even death. I can't not. LV Ruochang said hesitantly. LV Ruochang. Ruo Ling sneered. Sword Realm's Transformation Sword Senior appointed you as the battle plan before the battle. Since the battle began, our Sword Realm's warriors have won one victory after another, while the Dao Sect's cultivators have been defeated. Your performance is obvious to all. If we win this battle, your contribution will be the greatest. If we lose, your contribution will also be the greatest. What are you afraid of when you have such meritorious service? If you are so hesitant, what qualifications do you have to command this battle? How can you be worthy of Senior Huajin's trust? Are you still that Lu Ruochang? Ruo Ling's words were like knives, and each sentence was like a sword, directly piercing into Lu Ruochang's heart. Lu Ruochang's face flushed red. Haha, exactly. Song Yuan, who was looking at the sword scroll, opened his mouth wide. His hand, which was as large as a palm leaf fan, clenched slightly, and the sword scroll turned into powder in his hand. He laughed loudly and said, "If sword friend Lu has seen this sword scroll, then it means that we have seen it. What else is there for us to see? Wherever LV Jianyo's sword points, that's where our flying swords will point. Why should we hesitate?" That's right. Mu Ting and the rest also came to a realization at this moment. They nodded and cried out. Good. Lu Ruochang's eyes narrowed. In an instant, her heart was filled with lofty aspirations. Her face returned to its previous coldness. Following her praise, sword light flashed around her body. Sword chi overflowed, and the fierce phoenix sword essence soared into the sky. It circled above her head for a moment, and then rushed into her forehead. Kong! A loud sword cry was emitted from Lu Ruochang's body. Following the sword cry, a huge sword slowly appeared amidst the flashing sword light. Lu Ruochang's rock-solid voice came from the huge sword, sword friends of grade 3 illusory sword. We will all use our secret techniques to transform into swords. At the same time, we will attack the place where the 10 colors converge in the sky. Okay. Moon Sword Sex Mu Ting, Failing Sword Manners Ruo Ling, Bright Sword Sex Zhu Qingye, and Flame Bamboo Sword Sex Tian Simu responded in unison. Sword light flowed around their bodies. Some released their sword essences, while others directly transformed into swords. 4 huge swords of different colors flashed in midair. Wong! Sword cries rose one after another from the 5 huge swords. Rays of brilliant sword light were born from the 5 huge swords. They hovered around each other and accompanied each other's cries. Whoosh, 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 within a few hundred feet, all the swordsmen's flying swords flew out and trembled in midair. It seemed like they were paying respect, and also seemed like they were sending them off. Let's go! LV Ruochang's sword chime sounded like a golden drum. The 5 flying swords were activated almost at the same time. 5 huge waterfalls extended rapidly, like a big hand reaching into the sky, vowing to pluck the brightest morning star in the sky. Wung wung, the 5 flying swords flew, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth within a few thousand feet was swept up. The hundreds of thousands of swordsmen who were on guard all raised their heads and looked at the flying swords that carried their hopes. In just the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the 5 flying swords approached the top of the great array. Under the sword energy of the 5 huge swords, the flowing colors in the sky seemed to have stagnated. The light spot in the middle seemed to have lost its brilliance, and gradually turned white and transparent. It gave off a feeling of being crystal clear. Boom! Just when a glimmer of hope appeared in the hearts of all the swordsmen, in an area of approximately 300 meters around the light spot, the sound of thunder resounded. Countless muffled sounds of thunder could be heard. However, there was no lightning within the sound of thunder. It seemed like the heavenly lightning of the array was also intimidated by the huge swords, and lost its effect. Wung wung! After the sound of thunder, there was a loud buzzing sound in the place where the previous sound of thunder had been. Huge folds began to appear in the sky, as if a calm lake had been stirred up by the 5 flying swords. But the strange thing was that these ripples came from the outside to the inside, and circle by circle, they converged at the light spot. And as the ripples converged, the originally crystal clear light spot began to shrink. Ka's soft sound was heard. It seemed to be very soft, but it was extremely loud, because the hundreds of thousands of swordsmen within a few dozen miles all heard it. Did it succeed? Almost everyone had the same question. However, the moment this soft sound was heard, the spot of light disappeared. The bright and clean sky above was like a newborn baby's, but without a single flaw. Instead, a strong wave of energy was emitted from the spot of light, and it directly covered the sky. This wave was not heavenly lightning, but it was even stronger than heavenly lightning, and it hit the 5 illusory swordsmen who had transformed into swords. It was faster than boiling water melting snow. The sword chi on the 5 huge swords dissipated, and the sword light disappeared. The figures of LV Ruochang and the others flashed a few times, and suddenly appeared in midair. Then, the 5 illusory swords flashed with sword light, and their figures swayed from side to side, as if they had been hit by a huge hammer. Wah! The 5 swordsmen opened their mouths almost at the same time, and 5 mouthfuls of blood spurted out. The 5 swordsmen's figures also fell. Oh no! The hearts of the hundreds of thousands of swordsmen suddenly sank. Chu Jianchong and the other second-grade illusory swordsmen shouted, and immediately rushed into the air on their swords, trying to catch the 5 swordsmen. Fortunately, after the 5 swordsmen fell for hundreds of feet, their figures slowed down, and sword light appeared under their feet. Then, they grasped their balance and slowly landed. At this time, in the sky above, the brilliance of 10 colors was flowing freely, and the previous light spot did not appear again. Obviously, the light spot should be a trap set by the Taoist cultivators to lure the illusory swordsman into the trap. This sword was wrong. At this time, although LV Ruochang admitted his mistake, he did not have the absolute remorse from before. What is true is false, and what is false is true. The power of the Taoist sex array is far more powerful than the sword array of our sword region. The flaw of the array can also become a land of extinction at any time. However, how can the attack of the warriors of our sword region be compared to that of the Taoist sex cultivators? Since the cultivators have set up this sword array, we swordsmen will divide our swords into 10. Each of us will find a nearby flag gate and attack this array at the same time. I want to see how the cultivators can withstand the anger of hundreds of thousands of swordsmen. After LV Ruochang finished speaking, he whispered a few words to the other 4 illusory swordsmen. The normal way to break this array is to attack the 10 flag gates separately. If we break them separately, this battle will be defeated. However, if we break them one by one, this array will be able to repair itself. Therefore, we will attack at the same time and destroy these 10 flag gates, not giving the Taoist sect a chance to repair the array. After saying that, LV Ruochang did not land in midair. Instead, he flew in the direction of the flying sword message and ordered, "Disciples of the Black Phoenix Sword Sect, follow me to kill the cultivators." Yes, all the disciples of the Black Phoenix Sword Sect roared. Sword light flashed under their feet, and they chased after LV Ruochang. The other disciples of the sword sect followed their respective illusory swordsmen and flew in different directions, approaching different flag gates. As LV Ruochang flew, she secretly took out an elixir and swallowed it. The power of this 10-direction annihilation array was indeed powerful. After the 5 illusory swordsmen transformed into swords, their cultivation level was close to that of a transformation swordsman. However, the 5 of them were easily defeated by the fluctuations of the array. Although this was a maze set up by the Taoist sect cultivators, it was also a maze set up by a large amount of magic power and cultivators to deal with the illusory swordsmen. However, from another point of view, this array was really beyond LV Ruochang's expectations. It was much more advanced than the Taoist sect array she had comprehended before. This was especially the case when all the disciples within the 10-kilometer-wide formation were sword cultivator disciples. There was not a single Dao sect cultivator to be seen. The layers of light screens of the formation had concealed all the cultivators. LV Ruochang had never heard of such a formation before. An extremely strange feeling rose within LV Ruochang's heart. It was a premonition that something was not right, and that something was not right. Sure enough, before LV Ruochang and the disciples flew to the flag gate where Tai Min had fallen, they saw a cloud of faint golden fog shrouding an area of several hundred feet in front of them. However, in the golden fog there was a little red light. It was like the red eyes of a monster staring at the prey that had fallen into the fog. Sword light flashed around LV Ruochang's body. Her sword chi was crisscrossing, forcing the golden mist to retreat. However, when she flew closer, she saw that there were already several swordsmen who had drawn their swords and were waiting in the mist. Chapter 2633. Greetings, Martial Uncle LV. The swordsmen's faces were already filled with anticipation. When they saw LV Ruochang coming over, they immediately flew over and bowed. Senior brother Tai Min just flew into the flag gate. Well, I already know. Before they could finish, LV Ruochang waved her hand and said, "You've been waiting here for a long time. Is there any movement at the flag gate?" Martial Uncle, a tall and thin disciple with a level 2 bright sword, said hesitantly, "When we came here with senior brother Tai Min, there was no golden fog here. The flag gate in the distance was still clear. After senior brother went in, the fog was emitted from the left side of the flag gate. Although the fog is getting bigger, it's only within a few hundred feet. It won't go further." LV Ruochang frowned and looked left and right at the fog. The sword light was like silk, and the sword chi was like needles. Although the fog was forced back, the fog was rolling endlessly, and there was a faint chee-chee sound, like the sound of flying swords rubbing against each other. He then asked, "Is there any other movement?" "This." The disciple was even more hesitant and dared not answer. Another level 1 disciple with a level 2 bright sword said with a smile, "Before senior brother Tai Min left, he told us to only guard the flag gate and not enter it. We've been waiting here for a long time, so we really don't know much." "Okay." LV Ruochang knew she couldn't get anything out of them. She nodded and said, "Go back to your teams." "Yes." Several people answered in unison. The tall and thin disciple with a level 2 bright sword gritted his teeth and asked tentatively, "I wonder if senior brother Tai Min. He's already died in the formation." LV Ruochang said lightly, "We'll go in and avenge him." "Yes." The tall and thin disciple nodded fiercely and flew to the tens of thousands of disciples behind LV Ruochang. LV Ruochang stared at the red dot in the fog in the distance. Although there was no expression on her face, she did not dare to be careless. The sword aura around her surged, and with a wave of her hand, a sword light flew out. Jie! The sound of a phoenix rang out again, and the sword light gradually took shape. A sword intent in the shape of a phoenix flew out from the sword light, and with a slight flap of its wings, the sword light flashed and shook the golden fog away. The phoenix figure formed completely by the sword light rushed out and flew forward. The further in they went, the thicker the fog became. However, the red light was the brilliance of the other side and seemed to be eternal. When LV Ruochang brought more than 10,000 disciples under the red light, it was a different situation. In front of the flag gate, there was a tall flagpole that was more than 200 feet long. On the flagpole, there was a huge blood-red lantern. The lantern's brilliance was very dim, but it was very penetrating. Although the fog near the lantern was very thick, the brilliance still penetrated through. It was similar to the brightness that LV Ruochang saw from afar. As for in front of the flag gate, there was not the slightest bit of fog around the flagpole. This area without fog was about 10 feet long. Rays of golden light shot out from the flag gate, forcing the fog to tumble. "So it's LV Ruochang of the Black Phoenix Sword Sect." A cold voice sounded from above the flag gate. "You only have 10,000 disciples under your command, and you dare to break into my golden destruction array. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. In this old man's opinion, you should obediently come down and surrender. We Dao sect cultivators do not kill those who surrender. When this battle is over, your Huan country's sword transformation senior will arrive. You can all return to your Huan country, and your Black Phoenix Sword Sect disciples can also be kept. Otherwise, the golden light array will flash with golden light and kill countless swordsmen. You swordsmen, not to mention illusory swords, bright swords, and nurturing swords, you will all become ghosts in my array. Golden destruction array?" Lu Ruochang frowned slightly. He thought for a while but did not have any clue. He looked at the source of the voice on the flag gate and sneered. Dao sect cultivators have always been people who hide their heads and protect their tails. They don't even dare to show their faces. Since you know that this sword is Lu Ruochang, which Dao sect cultivator are you? Haha. This old man is a nobody in Dao sect. Even if I tell you my name, you won't know. Why should this old man ask for a snub? The voice laughed. This old man's golden destruction array is much more famous than this old man. Why don't you take a look at it? Do you think this sword is a golden core cultivator in your Sky Patrol City's conference hall? The Dao sect cultivators have been fighting for so long, and you still don't know how many illusory swordsmen from my sword domain came to participate in the battle, and who they are. This sword has already found out who all the cultivators in your conference hall are. Lu Ruochang sneered. You only need to tell me your name, and this sword will know your origin. All right. The voice laughed. This old man is GMO. GMO. Lu Ruochang was slightly stunned. He seemed to think for a moment, but he could not figure out the main point. It was as if he had never heard of it before. What? Lu Ruochang, this old man has already told you my name. Do you know which sect I am from? The voice sneered, as if he wanted to frustrate Lu Ruochang's fighting spirit. Lu Ruochang rolled his eyes and sneered. You're just a cultivator from Sky Patrol City. What's so difficult about it? It's a pity that you're indeed a nobody. You can't compare to that Tu Hong, so this sword doesn't know you. Otherwise, you would have been a ghost under my sword long ago. What's the use of just a sharp tongue? Can you break my golden destruction array? GMO was not angry. He snorted at the same time. You swordsmen should enter the array. Let's see what happens inside the array." Before his voice died away, a golden brilliance surged above the flag gate. As the brilliance rotated, a golden gate that was several feet in size appeared from the flag gate. The golden brilliance inside the golden gate was extremely dazzling, but no clues could be seen. Hiss! LV Ruochang sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the first time she had seen such a strange way of entering the array. The golden light circled around the edges of the golden door, and it was no different from the sharp sword chi. Her first suspicion was that this golden door was a weapon used to kill people. "What? Lu Ruochang, you don't dare to enter?" Jimo's voice came from inside the golden gate. "Don't you sword cultivators claim that you walk with your sword and move forward bravely?" "Ha, not bad, not bad. Sure enough, the person who knows me best can only be my opponent, and not my friend." Lu Ruochang waved her hand, raised her head and roared. The phoenix sword essence flapped its sword wings and rushed into the golden gate. Then Lu Ruochang's body flashed with sword radiance as she flew in. There was indeed no danger inside the golden gate. However, just as Lu Ruochang passed through the golden gate, the dazzling golden brilliance immediately dimmed, and a huge world appeared before her eyes. She saw a huge sword mountain in the distance. Countless flying swords were piled up, and it was hundreds of feet tall. The sword mountain was dozens of miles away, and countless broken flying swords were stabbed into the ground. At the same time, there were countless flying swords flying freely in the air like birds. A sorrowful, proud, lonely, and cold sword essence filled the entire world. Sword. Sword world? In a flash, Lu Ruochang was slightly absent-minded. The space inside the array was really similar to the supreme realm of sword cultivators. This realm of using swords to create all things in the world was also the goal that Lu Ruochang had been pursuing all her life. It's a pity. You only know the shape of flying swords, but not the spirit of flying swords. You can't understand the will of flying swords, and you don't even know the heart of flying swords. How can you use flying swords to create the world? Lu Ruochang then sighed. The mountains and cliffs in this array can only be piled up by flying swords, and cannot be created using sword essence. It's really a huge mistake. Ha, golden brilliance shining out of the sword tomb, illuminating the body, and calamity descends. Even if you have the flying technique of sword cultivators, it's hard to escape from this array and lose your life. Lu Ruochang, this is the sword tomb, my golden destruction array, and the burial place of your black phoenix sword sect's 10,000 swordsmen. Where is your so-called sword that condenses the world? With a loud laugh, the figures of 4 cultivators appeared on the sword mountain, in the air, and near the flying swords. The early gold core stage Ji laughed coldly. Lu Ruochang, we meet again. In the air, Ji Hong's face was the ugliest. This is your burial place. Today, we must avenge Imperial Thunder Sect's Qian Mo. Oh, is that so? Lu Ruochang did not seem surprised, and instead asked, I wonder which one of you is prepared to self-destruct today? Why would we want to self-destruct? Thousand Leaf Ridges, Zhou Qingping laughed. We heard that Qin Jian's self-destruction did not even injure my Dao Sect's Foundation establishment disciples. It's very strange how a sword cultivator self-destructs, and how he can injure himself but not others. If you have the heart, why don't you satisfy our curiosity? Zhou Qingping's words were really obscure. Hearing it, Lu Ruochang was slightly taken aback, but soon after, he sneered and looked left and right. At this time, the 10,000 Black Phoenix Sword Sect disciples had all entered, and they really did not encounter any obstruction at the golden door. After Lu Ruochang was relieved, he looked at the 4 cultivators who appeared in different places with interest. This sword has 2 questions that I have always wanted to ask. I wonder which one of you can answer them? Say it. Since you don't have much time left, we will be happy to answer your last question in this Dawn Rain continent. Zhou Qingping answered without hesitation. Lu Ruochang snorted and said with extreme contempt, if the sect master of Thousand Leaf Ridge came, this sword would still be a little afraid. You are just an early golden core cultivator. This sword does not put you in my eyes at all. What ability do you have to make this sword fall here? When you fall, you will naturally know that this old man has the ability. Zhou Qingping's mouth was not at a disadvantage. GMO, this sword asks you, when did your Sky Patrol City and Conference Hall set up this sword formation in the sword tomb? How did you hide it from the warriors of my sword region? Which cultivator set up this great formation? Lu Ruochang turned to ask GMO, this old one will tell you now. Clear Leaf Sect's Ji Hong said loudly. When my Dao sect attacked the spirit stone mine that your sword cultivator occupied, we had already set up this sword formation. And the setting up of this sword formation was the plan of Qian Mo from the Imperial Thunder Sect. Chapter 2634. Qian Mo, how could he? LV Ruochang was stunned. How could he have such a plan? Could it be that it wasn't Tu Hong's doing? Senior brother Tu was assassinated by Qin Jian. How could he come back to life? If senior brother Tu was here, would he need to force all of you into the sword tomb? He would have killed all of you during the battle at the Spirit Stone Mine. GMO sneered. Luckily, this wasn't Tu Hong's plan to fake his death. LV Ruochang was still fearful of Tu Hong. Hearing that Tu Hong had indeed passed away, she heaved a sigh of relief. Of course, she would never say that Qin Jian had already told her that Tu Hong wasn't assassinated by him. Why? Now you know the cycle of karma, revenge breeds revenge. Ji Hong sneered. Taoist friend Qian Mo died because of you. Today, you will fall into his trap and die because of him. Kiki, I don't know how many cultivators have died in my hands. LV Ruochang wasn't angry. Instead, she replied, if revenge breeds revenge, I would have died 1,000 times over. Then I shall let you know the power of this array. Ji Hong waved her hand and a faint golden banner appeared in her hand. She shouted, disciples, listen to my command. Wait. LV Ruochang waved her hand and said, I have a question. Speak. Ji Hong shouted, if this array is called the Golden Destruction Array, what is the name of the entire array? You are really thirsty for knowledge. Ji Hong mocked, not to mention that I won't tell you. Even if I tell you, can you break this array? My men, listen to my command. Ji Hong hated LV Ruochang to the core. She had no intention of answering her question. She waved the small banner in her hand and countless faint golden light pierced the sky. Kill. Following Ji Hong's command, a strange fluctuation appeared near Ji Hong. Countless sword light and sword chi were produced. Within the sword chi, there was a sparkling golden light. It was as though there was a sword wave in the sea of swords under the sun. It surged towards the tens of thousands of sword cultivators. GMO frowned slightly when he saw Ji Hong take action. Although the four of them were jointly in charge of the Golden Destruction Formation, Hung Feng had placed him in front of the four of them. Even Xiong Huasong's arrangements were left to him. He should be the one to launch the first attack against the sword cultivator. However, following the activation of the Clear Leaf Sect, the Cool Breeze Valley and the Thousand Leaf Ridge followed suit. The three figures gradually disappeared in the golden light. GMO had no choice but to wave his array flag and instruct the Sky Patrol City disciples to activate the Dharma array. He then disappeared with a displeased look on his face. Disciples, get into formation. Seeing that Ji Hong had activated the Golden Destruction Array without a word, LV Ruochang naturally waved her hand. The 10,000 disciples behind her had already gathered as if they were in the clear cave. Thousands of sword lights flashed, and the sword chi crisscrossed. They were about to face the attack of the array. However, what happened next far exceeded LV Ruochang's expectations. It was something that the disciples of the Black Phoenix Sword Sect had never seen even in their dreams. The four golden core cultivators waved their array flags, and four golden lights condensed at the array flags. As the golden lights flickered, the four figures disappeared one after another. The four golden lights were like four golden swords hanging in midair, motionless. Seeing that all the swordsmen had released their flying swords, the four golden swords suddenly exploded, turning into thousands of light spots that rushed into the sky. Rumble! A sound that was completely different from the sound of the swords rang out. The scene in the entire space began to distort, as if the entire world had suddenly turned upside down. Countless broken swords suddenly appeared in midair. These broken swords also emitted a strong sword chi, like a heavenly river that broke through the dikes of the 9 heavens, pouring down in torrents towards the 10,000 swordsmen. And within these flying swords that were like flowing water, there was also a faint golden light flowing through them. Thousands of swords soaring into the sky, piercing golden light. LV Ruochang immediately understood what Tai Min had experienced before. Her expression could not help but change. Almost without any hesitation, the sword essence around her swarmed out, and the phoenix sword intent expanded once again. The phoenix flapped its sword wings and rushed towards the torrential rain of flying swords. At the same time, the 10,000 swordsmen released their sword intent. The sword chi and sword lights condensed together, transforming into dozens of huge swords. They also followed behind the phoenix sword intent and rushed towards the torrential rain of swords. Rumble, deafening sounds rang out one after another, as if a waterfall had fallen into a deep pool. The soaring sword chi was wrapped up by the torrential rain of swords and was firmly suppressed. When all kinds of brilliance overflowed, the sword chi scattered in all directions, tearing the already distorted scene even more. Jie, the unyielding phoenix sword intent, let out a sorrowful cry and tried its best to rush up to the ninth heaven. Under the torrential rain of swords, a huge gap was opened by it. Swish, 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 like the sound of a drizzle brushing against a mountain rock, or like the sound of sand being thrown into a lake. A small but tenacious sound was heard again amidst the deafening sound. It was the sound of the golden light in the rain of swords falling on the phoenix sword intent and the completely different sword intent. When all the sword lights that formed the sword intent encountered this golden light, all of them dimmed and their sword brilliance disappeared. The dozens of huge swords gradually melted in this golden light and finally disappeared. Even LV Ruochang's phoenix sword intent was shattered by this golden light, and it became like a bald chicken. Oh no! LV Ruochang was shocked. The golden destruction formation. So the power is actually this inexplicable golden light. LV Ruochang had already understood that the thousands of broken swords were just a cover. This golden light was the trump card condensed by the magical power of the disciples of the four sects behind the formation. Not only that, the golden light passed through the sword intent and fell on LV Ruochang's body. Streaks of pain, as if her flesh was being torn apart, appeared on the surface of her body. The flashing sword light around her could not block the corrosion of this golden light. LV Ruochang was shocked. She knew in her heart that when a sword cultivator faced a cultivator, it depended on the strength of the physical body. Only a strong physical body could merge with the flying sword and even turn it into a sword. This golden light could penetrate the protective sword light of a third-grade illusory swordsman and cause her pain. How could the drawing sword and the sword-nurturing swordsman resist it? Just as this thought appeared in LV Ruochang's mind, hundreds of screams were heard. At the place where the golden light fell, hundreds of sword-nurturing swords disciples were drenched in blood and fell from the sky together. In the blood, the eerie white bones could be seen. It was the same as the white bones on the ground outside the flag gate. What kind of formation is this? How can it be so powerful? LV Ruochang was a little flustered. The sword vitality in her body circulated rapidly, and the broken phoenix sword intent flew to her forehead. As the sword light flourished, she had already activated the secret technique. Within her body, sword light overflowed, and a huge flying sword transformed from her body. LV Ruochang was forced to use her sword transformation secret technique as soon as she entered the golden destruction formation. Wu, the powerful sword chi on the huge sword imprisoned the torrential sword flow. As the sword light flashed, the entire sword flow seemed to have a tendency to reverse. A third-grade illusory swordsman can resist 4 early-stage golden core cultivators. An angry voice sounded again. It was Ji Hong of the Clear Leaf sect. But, can you resist the magical power of 100,000 Foundation Establishment disciples? As she spoke, several rays of golden light bloomed in midair, and countless broken swords were born from the sword flow. The huge sword chi rushed out and broke through the imprisonment of LV Ruochang's huge sword. It poured down again, and within the sword flow, even more golden light was born. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. There was still the sound of drizzling rain. The sword light of the huge sword was washed by the golden light and slowly corroded. Screams were heard as the golden light brushed down. One by one, the sword-nurturing swordsmen were killed by the golden light without any chance to fight back. The sword-nurturing swordsmen were slightly better off, but in the golden light, their sword light was also corroded and washed away. It was like a faded old cloth that was about to become transparent. In the golden light, the pale faces of all the sword-nurturing swordsmen were brushed with golden powder. They were like ferocious puppets, their lives hanging by a thread. Beside LV Ruochang, there were more than 10 sword-nurturing swordsmen of the 1st and 2nd grade. That day in the clear cave, because they wanted to feign defeat, they did not reveal their cultivation. Now, they did not dare to hide it anymore. 2 or 3 2nd-grade sword-nurturing swordsmen tried their best to activate their secret technique, and tried to use the power of their swords to resist the golden light. Unfortunately, they were not as good as LV Ruochang. As soon as they transformed into flying swords, they were immediately returned to their original forms by the sword light. They could only rely on constantly activating their sword origin to repair their sword intent and block the golden light. As for the first-grade sword-nurturing swordsmen, they were even more cautious and released their sword intent to resist. Although there were a dozen or so illusory swordsmen standing above the 10,000 drawing swords and nurturing swords, blocking part of the golden light and sword streams, how could these dozen or so illusory swordsmen take care of the 10,000 swordsmen? Miserable screams rose and fell one after another. Every scream was the end of a living life. As a third-grade sword-nurturing swordsman, LV Ruochang led more than 10,000 sword-nurturing swordsmen of the first and second-grade sword-nurturing swordsmen of the Black Phoenix sword sect. Even so, they were helpless in the face of the Golden Annihilation Formation, not to mention the other cultivators. In front of the Heavenly Annihilation Formation, Zhu Qingye of the Bright Sword sect narrowed his eyes and looked at the Azure Flag Gate cautiously. Different from the Golden Annihilation Formation, the Flag Gate of the Heavenly Annihilation Formation was azure. There were even a few patches of pure white on the inside, like the white clouds floating in the sky. The blue brilliance pushed away the thick fog, like a pure blue gem standing in front of the Bright Sword sect cultivators. Senior Brother Zhu. Not far behind Zhu Qingye, another second-grade sword-nurturing swordsman said in a low voice, "This formation has a strange feeling. This blue brilliance seems to be emitted by the water-type Dharma treasures of the Dao sect cultivators. According to what I know, powerful water-type Dharma treasures might be innate true water or innate heavy water. Back in the Seven Extremes Mountains, a disciple of the Huanhua sect used a Dharma body of innate true water to kill junior sister Yun Bai. Yes, how could I not know?" Zhu Qingye bit his lips. "It's just that the Dao sect cultivators set up such a large formation to challenge us sword cultivators. They want to borrow the power of the formation to kill us sword cultivators and reduce their casualties. Now that we've entered the trap, what other choice do we have? Ji Ming, now that you've entered the formation, you illusory sword-nurturing swordsmen don't have to hide your cultivation anymore. Just use whatever strength you can." Chapter 2635. Yes, I understand. The disciple named Jiming nodded and said, "When we attack, we will also take care of the disciples. We will protect as many as we can." Zhu Qingye nodded, and the sword light around him began to flash. It was the bright red color. Clang! As Zhu Qingye waved his hand, a bright red small sword flew out. The sword light was dazzling, and the sword chi was threatening. The fog nearby was forced out by several feet. Even small hurricanes rolled up and poured into the small sword. The sword light of the small sword gradually enlarged, and a red sun was gradually born from the small sword. Go! Zhu Qingye activated the red sun sword essence, and the red sun entered the blue flag gate, just like the rising sun in the sky. However, the light of the rising sun was too dazzling and could kill people. The red sun sword will approach the flag gate, and the azure above the flag gate gradually rippled. When the red sun entered it, it was like a stone striking the sky out of the water. The entire azure was lifted up, revealing a passage inside. And this passage still remained there after the red sun passed. Zhu Qingye's body moved. Although he didn't turn into a rainbow, he rushed into the passage like a stream of light following the red sun. Inside the gate was an azure blue sky. It was impossible to tell up from down, left from right, as it surrounded the entire space. Crack! A white cloud flashed out of the blue sky. The Taiching sect's Sun was wearing a Taoist robe. He held a horsetail whisk in one hand and a flag in the other as he appeared. The heavenly Tao is vast and mysterious, and the killing array is mysterious and endless. Heaven and earth are inverted, and the mysteries are full of right and wrong. Sword cultivators step on the path of no return, and mortals turn into ashes when they enter the array. I wonder which swordsman dares to break my annihilation array. Sun recited and waved his horsetail whisk like an immortal. I'm Zhu Qingye of the Bright Sword sect. Zhu Qingye let out a cold snort from his nose, very disdainful of Yu Dushuan's behavior, and replied. His red sun sword intent hung in the air, flashing brilliantly, condensing into wisps of flame, illuminating the surrounding area. Are you Sun of the Taiching sect? Zhu Qingye asked again. That's right, it's I. Sun nodded slightly and continued. Zhu Qingye, since you are acquainted with I, it can be considered fate. Now that your sword cultivator faction has fallen into my Dao Sect's annihilation formation, your life and death is in your hands. If you know what's good for you, you should seal your true energy now, and the 10,000 over clear sword sect disciples behind you will have a way to survive. Otherwise, it will be too late for you to regret once I wave this flag and the great battle begins. Ha ha ha, Zhu Qingye laughed and pointed his finger. I've only heard of swordsmen who die standing, but I've never heard of swordsmen who die lying down. It seems like I'm the one who wants to say these words to the cultivators of your Dao sect. Then, Zhu Qingye pointed his finger and said, Look at the dozen illusory sword disciples behind me. You, a middle gold core stage cultivator, can't even compare to my junior brother. How dare you say that you want my head? Even if this Zhu has sealed my sword origin, how can you get within 5 feet of this Zhu? As he spoke, the 10,000 over clear sword sect disciples had already flown into the flag gate and landed behind Zhu Qingye. Under the command of the dozen illusory sword disciples, they formed a formation. Desun was not affected by Zhu Qingye's heroic spirit at all. He simply ignored the morale of the clear sword sect disciples and sneered. My Taiching sect treats people with mercy because we don't want to kill more of your sword cultivators. That's why I said this. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. I just want to live up to my conscience. Fellow Taoist Desun, your good intentions have been taken for granted. Another faint white cloud flashed not far away from Desun. Huang Feng from the exotic beast sect, who rarely showed himself in the battle between Dao cultivators, did not want to fall behind. He revealed himself and smiled at the group of ant-like swordsmen. These savage sword cultivators simply don't understand the power of my Dao sect's sword formation. They only want to use a dozen illusory swords to deal with my gold core stage cultivators. They don't know that we cultivators don't even need to fight them openly. We only need to wave our flags slightly, and the lives of 10,000 sword cultivators will be reduced to nothing. The Taiching sect's Desun will be famous among us sword cultivators. Zhu Qingye's eyes flashed with a trace of sternness. He said coldly, Who are you, a faceless cultivator? You. Huang Feng was furious. No matter what, he was still a gold core stage cultivator in the conference hall. Although he could not participate in the rotation, he still had a prominent status. He did not believe that Zhu Qingye did not know his identity. However, Zhu Qingye's sarcastic retort exposed the little bit of inferiority in his heart. Fellow Taoist Desun, these sword cultivators are stubborn. Why should we waste our breath? Just kill them all. Huang Feng did not dare to be the first to activate the formation like Ji Hong. Instead, he respectfully said to Desun. Desun's face was also suffused with killing intent. The Taiching sect had also lost many disciples in this battle. It was more than most of the battles that Desun had checked in the ancient records before he left the Taiching sect. Moreover, the Dao sect cultivators had always been suppressed by the swordsmen. Today, they finally turned the tables and took advantage of the formation. Regardless of whether it was the Taiching sect's disciples or Desun and Huang Feng, they did not have to face the illusory swords directly. How could he not want to kill these swordsmen who made him gnash his teeth in hatred? Hearing Huang Feng's words, Desun nodded slightly. Since they are stubborn people, we can only stop killing with killing. Fellow Taoist Huang, let's activate the formation together and take revenge for fellow Taoist Li Chengxiu of the Immortal Music sect. Good, fellow Taoist Desun's words are exactly what I want. Huang Feng cracked a smile, and the flag in his hand swayed along with Desun. A faint breeze blew past, and the 2 white clouds were actually blown away. It was as if there was not a trace of smoke or fire. It was completely the same as the flowing clouds in the sky. Not good. This formation. Zhu Qingye's sword intent was a red sun. In his early years, when he was nurturing his sword intent, he had a lot of experience of the changes in heaven and earth. When he saw that the changes in this formation were extremely similar to the changes in the sky, he immediately felt that something was wrong. He knew that the power of this formation must be extremely powerful. Disciples, Zhu Qingye ordered without hesitation. Form the formation and attack. Yes. More than 10,000 disciples responded. One by one, they released their flying swords. The sword chi was swift and fierce, surging within the formation. However, this formation was formed. How should they attack? The entire heaven and earth was like the image of the sky. There was not the slightest trace of a cultivator. They couldn't attack from all directions. It was also at this moment that another breeze blew past. It was as if it was a light strand, blowing past the hair of a swordsman. When it blew past the second swordsman, that breeze had already split into two strands. However, in the blink of an eye, a hurricane was born among the swordsmen. The hurricane blew the sword armor of the 10,000 swordsmen. That flickering flame-like sword light also swayed in this hurricane. In the end, this hurricane rushed to the back of the swordsman, which was also where the flag gate was located. Following the sound, the scene at the flag gate began to distort. It was as if the sky was being rolled up by the hurricane. Immediately after, the surrounding sky was also sucked in. That azure sky was extremely distorted and looked very strange. Zhu Qingye was somewhat at a loss. Although he was a third-grade illusory sword swordsman and could kill late-stage gold core realm cultivators with a flying sword, he really didn't understand formations. Facing the fluctuations in the sky and the countless hurricanes, he really didn't know how to deal with it. "Come out," Zhu Qingye clenched his teeth, and the red sun sunk into his forehead. The crimson sword light mixed with flames was emitted from his body, and a crimson greatsword slowly emerged from his body. Zhu Qingye had transformed into a sword. He was prepared to deal with the changes by remaining still and not changing. The huge crimson sword flickered in mid-air, illuminating the distorted sky for nearly 1,000 feet. Sure enough, the place where the sword chi was pointed at showed signs of stagnation. Seeing this, the other 10 or so swordsmen at the first and second grade of the illusory swordsmen immediately activated their secret techniques. Those who could transform into swords didn't care about the price and released their huge swords. Several huge flying swords stood under the changing sky, looking like a cornerstone. Moreover, where the sword chi was pointed at, it seemed as if it was going to tear the distorted sky apart. All the moving sceneries were either stagnating or circling in several places. However, just when the flying swords of the clear sword sect disciples were humming along with the huge swords and thought that the situation was settled, the sky in the midst of the hurricane was suddenly torn apart like a curtain, revealing the true face behind the azure sky. This was already the third time Zhu Qingye was shocked. Because after the azure sky disappeared, the entire sky, the entire space, including the feet of the sword cultivators, turned completely dark. And in the depths of this darkness, there were countless abnormally small light spots. These light spots were faintly discernible and flickering, just like fireflies. Although Zhu Qingye was an illusory swordsman and was half a step into the realm of sword transformation, he didn't have the comprehension of heaven and earth like the Tao sect. He also didn't have the great opportunity to see this kind of starry sky formation like Xiaohua. Naturally, he only felt a sense of desolation and vastness from this darkness. But his heart was also greatly shocked. This starry sky was so desolate that even the breeze in the sky was stingy. A feeling of extreme stillness suddenly rose from the hearts of the 10,000 swordsmen flashing with sword light. It was as if there were only ant-like lives in this boundless space. There, just when everyone was silent, a curious and even excited voice sounded. It was a swordsman who shouted as he pointed at the dazzling fireworks-like star under his feet. "Oh, yes. It's like a shooting star in the night sky." The eyes of a female swordsman at the side were like crescent moons. She almost closed her eyes and made a wish. Chapter 2636. Stardo. Not good. When Zhu Qingye saw this, he immediately realized something. He seemed to have heard of this object somewhere before. "Quick, disciples, get into formation and defend against this object's attack." Zhu Qingye's voice was like a golden chime coming from the huge sword. He himself turned the sword and slowly flew towards the incoming meteor. Quick. All of the clear sword sect disciples came to their senses. Shocked, they hurriedly changed their formation. However, just as they stabilized themselves, another disciple shouted, "Not good, there's more above us." Sure enough, when everyone raised their heads in surprise, another dot of light slowly flew over. This time, the dot of light was even bigger and brighter. Over there. The group of swordsmen had yet to shift their gazes away from the light spots when another group of swordsmen began to shout out. In the starry sky around the group of swordsmen, dozens of light spots began to move. It was truly too much for the swordsmen to handle. "Disciples, don't panic. Get into formation and defend the surroundings." Ji Ming's cold voice rang out, and all the disciples hurriedly moved. The clear sword sect disciples were also very impressive. In just a short moment, they had formed a defensive formation. It was like a huge ball, rushing in all directions. At this moment, the earliest light spot had already closed in. A tremendous pressure came from the distant light spot, stirring up the dead silence of the starry sky. It also suppressed the heart of the swordsman facing the light spot. At this time, the light dot could be seen clearly. It was a round ball that was several tens of zhang in size. That round ball let out a woo-woo sound, and there seemed to be a long tail behind it. The entire round ball slowly rotated, and long rays of light splashed around it. The round ball looked like a huge rock, but its surface did not have the edges of an ordinary rock. There were some huge talismans circulating around it, and they emitted obscure fluctuations. Jie! The sound of a sword rang out, like the cry of a celestial bird. Zhu Qingye's transformed flying sword flew towards the huge rock without hesitation. The wind howled, and a feeling of destruction came from the round ball. The sword light flickered, and the sword chi on the huge sword wavered under this huge pressure. Boom! Just as the tens of thousands of bright sword sect disciples were on tenterhooks, the ball finally hit the giant sword that Zhu Qingye had transformed into. A huge shockwave was generated from the collision between the ball and the giant sword. A deafening sound was heard at the same time, and an unstoppable force of impact spread through the sword formation. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Like a gust of wind blowing through rice paddies, the flying swords of several hundred sword cultivators were sent flying by this wave of air. Even more swordsmen to the left were thrown to the side. After a while, the sound and airwaves gradually subsided. Everyone hurriedly looked at Zhu Qingye, only to see that the brilliance of the grade 3 illusory swordsman, whom they regarded as a god, had dimmed. There were several gaps in the brilliance of the huge sword, and even the entire huge sword was trembling slightly. No one knew whether it was because of the impact of the round ball, or because of other reasons. This round ball is the condensation of the Dao Sect's cultivator's transcendence energy. Zhu Qingye's voice was neither too fast nor too slow, but all the cultivators could hear a trace of exhaustion in his voice. Just now, the Taiching sect and the Exotic Beast sect appeared in the formation. If it's the disciples of these two sects, there should be close to 100,000 of them. Although these disciples have different levels of transcendence energy, through the formation, their transcendence energy can be condensed and stimulated. Although I've transformed into a sword, facing 100,000 Dao sect disciples is still beyond my power. Disciples, their 100,000 Dao sect cultivators don't dare to face my 10,000 sword cultivators, so they can only rely on this strange formation. As long as we break the transcendence energy condensed by this formation will naturally be broken. Disciples of the Bright Sword sect, follow me to kill the cultivators. Seeing the second round ball falling like a meteor, the whistling of the wind had already rushed into their ears. Zhu Qingye roared, and his huge sword flew up first. Kill! Ji Ming and the others naturally didn't dare to be negligent. They urged their flying swords and followed Zhu Qingye to meet the attack. Rumble, another sound that wasn't inferior to the first round ball, came from midair, and it resounded through the entire starry sky. Although the flying swords of many disciples who had drawn their swords and nurtured their swords instantly dimmed, the second round ball was still blocked. Even Zhu Qingye's huge sword didn't have any special changes. These sword cultivators are really impressive. Behind the starry sky, Desun and Huang Feng stood in midair with flags in their hands. Desun looked at the commotion in the starry sky and sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, the Taiching sect's disciples, Exotic Beast sect's disciples, and Immortal Music sect's disciples were divided into 3 groups. Each group was divided into different groups, and the disciples of each group were sitting cross-legged in different positions. Everyone's hands were forming different hand seals. Perhaps the hand seals of the disciples in each position were similar, but the hand seals of the disciples in each group were not the same. Yes, I wanted to deliberately anger Zhu Qingye just now, but he didn't have the slightest bit of disorder. Even when the Sky Destroyer formation showed its ferocity, there was only a trace of astonishment on his face. Oh, fellow Huang, can actually see Zhu Qingye's expression when he transformed into a sword? Desun didn't know if it was intentional or not, but his face showed surprise. Of course I can't see it. Huang Feng's expression changed slightly, and he said lightly, but the sword hairs on the huge sword are stable and not scattered at all. It must be the reason why Zhu Qingye's state of mind is so calm. Good. Desun clapped his hands and said, Fellow Huang is right. When I got this sword diagram, I was already very surprised. I didn't expect that this sword cultivator, who had never seen the Great Star Formation before, would be as steady as a rock. I really admire him. Unfortunately, the Sky Destroyer Formation, the disciples of the three factions are not very familiar with it. They can only use their magic power to move the ball like a star. Huang Feng sighed again and said, if these disciples are given 10 more days, these balls will be able to move freely. Even if they face hundreds of illusory swords, it will be a piece of cake. Hee, there are hundreds of thousands of disciples of the three factions. Desun smiled and said, what's the big deal about killing hundreds of illusory swords? Even if they transform into swords, they can still be killed. Oh, really? Fellow Xiong, is that so? Huang Feng's face showed surprise. Desun coughed twice and said in a low voice, this is just my guess. How can Xiong Huasong boast like this? However, according to what he said, this 10-direction destroyer formation is derived from the ancient ominous formation, and it is already incomplete. In the complete Sky Destroyer formation, the balls condensed by the magic power of these hundreds of thousands of disciples should follow the path of the real Heavenly Way Star formation. Zhu Qingya will not be able to withstand it at all. If there is really an ancient ominous formation here, not to mention illusory swords, even if they transform into swords, they will still be killed. That's impossible, right? Huang Feng asked in disbelief. The path of the Heavenly Way only exists in legends. Even if there is a formation simulation, it can't be real, right? Besides, how can these hundreds of thousands of disciples comprehend the path of the Heavenly Way? Even you and I have never seen the real path of the Heavenly Way, right? You don't understand this. Desun's gaze swept across the densely packed and orderly disciples of the three factions, and then looked up at the starry sky. There were dozens of balls being activated from all directions. He felt at ease and said, what is the Heavenly Way? The real Heavenly Way is indiscernible, and the path of the stars under the Heavenly Way is unfathomable. However, among the masses, there is a kind of embodiment of the Heavenly Way. For example, if a disciple of the strange beast sect activates this ball, it will follow a straight path. But what if a disciple of the immortal music sect is added? The path may change. What if a disciple of the Tai Ching sect is added? The path will be even more unpredictable. This Huang understands. Huang Feng immediately understood. The Heavenly Way is indiscernible, and the 100,000 disciples activating their magic power to control the ball doesn't have any path to speak of. Isn't this the true essence of the Heavenly Way being indiscernible? Therefore, that ball is like a real star, incomparably powerful? Desun's heart trembled. He had a new view of this strange beast sex cultivator who was flattering him. To tell the truth, when Xiong Huasong had mentioned this, he had thought about it for a long time. He had even combined it with some of the general principles of the Tai Ching sex cultivation techniques. He hadn't expected that this strange beast sex early gold core cultivator would be able to see through the mystery in an instant. Huang Feng looked at the starry sky and muttered, actually, according to this Huang's thoughts, the real heavenly exterminating formation is probably only a single ball. Just a single ball would be enough to completely annihilate these hundreds of thousands of swordsmen, right? There's simply no need for so many balls. That's right, fellow Taoist Xiong. That's exactly what you said. That's a complete, ancient, ominous formation. Desun was even more astonished. He asked curiously, could it be that fellow Taoist Huang has seen such a strange formation before? Huang Feng was shocked. He hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, this Huang is merely a gold core disciple of the strange beast sect. How could I have seen such a formation before? Even my strange beast sect leader has probably never heard of such a strange formation, right? This Huang is merely speaking according to fellow Taoist Desun's words. I'm just casually speaking. As he spoke, Huang Feng pointed his hand and said, fellow Taoist, quickly look. These sword cultivators really can't hold on any longer. Although Desun was somewhat puzzled, he was still concerned about the formation. When he heard Huang Feng's words, he could only look at the formation. Indeed, at this moment, the dozens of balls within the formation had already been activated by the hundreds of thousands of disciples of the three sections. They whistled as they charged towards the hundreds of thousands of sword cultivator disciples. These dozens of balls enveloped these disciples from all directions. That oppressive feeling of having nowhere to run firmly controlled the sword cultivator disciples. Rumble. Amidst the loud rumbling sounds, The sword cultivator disciples who had survived the previous rounds began to scream miserably. Wherever the balls smashed, there would always be dozens of sword-nurturing swordsmen who were torn apart by the powerful explosions and heavy blows. Some of them were even smashed into meat paste and fell from the sky. Their broken corpses drifted into the seemingly boundless starry sky. Chapter 2637. Buzz! 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 In the distant horizon, at the end of the starry sky, dozens of balls buzzed again. Pushed by 100,000 cultivators, they rained down on the disciples of the bright sword sect like meteors. Not only were Ji Ming and the other Grade 1 and Grade 2 illusory swordsmen shocked, even Zhu Qingye, who had transformed into a sword, groaned inwardly. He knew very well that he could only withstand one more attack. After that, he wouldn't be able to maintain his human form. My life is over. Zhu Qingye couldn't help but feel disheartened. He felt that he really couldn't face the dozens of balls that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. Not far from the sky exterminating formation was the wind exterminating formation. At this moment, the flag gate of the wind exterminating formation was emitting a gloomy brilliance. After Bright Yang Sword Sect's Xuechong led over 10,000 disciples into the formation, the flag gate should have been closed tightly. The brilliance was even dimmed, and the flag gate was covered by the dense fog in the surroundings. Only when all the swordsmen were killed would the flag gate be revealed again. Of course, if Xuechong destroyed the Wind Destroyer formation, the blood-red lantern on the pole in front of the gate would have been extinguished. Not only would the gate be opened again, but the fog would have also disappeared. However, the 10-direction destroyer formation had just been restored, and its foundation was still damaged. Xiong Huasong couldn't fix these flaws yet. Fortunately, there weren't too many flaws in the 10 gates of the 10-direction destroyer formation. Just look at the Wind Destroyer formation. Reddish-yellow hurricanes wreaked havoc in the formation. The hurricanes were like sharp blades. Not only did they cut through the swordsman's sword lights, but they also completely dispersed the sword chi of the flying swords. Even the cold wind that passed through the swordsman's sword lights and blew into their bodies, causing them to stiffen. Even when they activated their sword origin, the situation didn't improve at all. Like Zhu Qingye and LV Ruochong, Xuechong had already transformed into a sword. Beside him, several Grade 1 and Grade 2 illusory swordsmen had also transformed into swords. On top of the giant sword that Xuechong transformed into, the sword radiance that was like a cold moon exuded a gloomy coldness. The swords that were formed by the swordsmen clustered around him also had sword radiances that were as hot as the sun. They also temporarily formed a simple sword formation within the formation. The sword radiances of different attributes interweaved with each other, trying their best to resist the bone-chilling yellow wind. There was no scenery around Xuechong and the other cultivators. There was only chaos stirred up by countless wind tunnels. The chaos was like sticky mud, sealing off the entire formation. It was as if there was no more spiritual energy of heaven and earth other than the countless hurricanes. It was extremely soft. A sound came from a certain wind tunnel in the primal chaos, and a faint yellow light appeared at the bottom of the wind tunnel. Then, the yellow light spun violently, and a gentle wind appeared at the bottom of the wind tunnel. This breeze spun along the edges of the wind tunnel, becoming faster and stronger. By the time it blew out of the wind tunnel, it had already formed a huge reddish-yellow wind blade. It was like a huge wind vortex, blowing towards the tens of thousands of Bright Yang Sword Sect disciples. At the same time, the wind tunnel was torn apart by the hurricane. Presumably, the next hurricane would definitely be stronger than this one. Not to mention the following hurricane. This roaring hurricane fell precisely where Xuechong and the others could not care less. The reddish-yellow wind blade destroyed the flying swords of more than 10 sword-nurturing swords and drawing swords. When the brilliance of the flying swords was destroyed, the flying swords' bodies rapidly rusted. Not long after, they were broken into several pieces and thrown into the air. What made the swordsmen tremble with fear the most was that the flying swords who had lost their flying swords did not even have time to spit out their life origin swords before the yellow wind blew straight through their bodies. After all the flying swords were scraped into pieces by the hurricane, pieces of flesh were also torn off their bodies at an extremely fast speed. In fact, before the 2 sword-nurturing swords could even scream, all their flesh was scraped off, leaving behind only white bones. Buzz! It was as if the entire world was shaking. In midair, the numerous wind tunnels flashed with a faint yellow brilliance at almost the same time. Hundreds, thousands of wind strands were gradually produced in the wind tunnels. At this moment, there was a temporary silence in the entire battle. But then, all the wind tunnels began to shake, and the chaos began to churn again. Thousands of hurricanes tore through the wind tunnels and flew out again. The entire wind-extinguishing formation was no longer able to see any brilliance. Even the brilliance of the giant swords was covered in the hurricane. My life is over. Xuechong saw that the hurricane had not yet arrived, but the connection between the giant swords that he had transformed into and the surrounding swords had been cut off by the power of the hurricane. He could not help but sigh like Zhu Qingye. The yellow wind in the wind-extinguishing formation was so magical that it caused Xuechong's heart to turn to ashes. He felt that what he was facing was the most powerful magic formation in the 10 Forces Annihilation formation. However, he did not know that on the opposite side of the wind-extinguishing array, behind the blood-colored flag gate, in the middle of a sea of blood, the flame bamboo sword sex Tian Simu's face was even more ashen. She looked in disbelief at the blood-red color that was surging towards her from all sides. That's right. Tian Simu led several disciples of the illusory sword sect, or more than 10,000 disciples of the bright sword sect and the nurturing sword sect, into the strange blood-red fog. She wanted to find out what kind of magic formation this was, and perhaps find a way to break it from its name. Unfortunately, these swordsmen had just charged into the array. Before they could even see the cultivator's face, they only felt a burst of bright red light flashing from the horizon. Then, their ears were filled with the sound of waves. Soon after, the red water that seemed like the legendary Netherblood Sea surrounded the 10,000 swordsmen with an earth-shattering force. Set up the magic formation. Set up the magic formation. A first-grade illusory sword sect disciple beside Tian Simu shouted almost without thinking, gathering the 10,000 swordsmen together in panic. They hurriedly urged the flying swords under their feet to set up dozens of simple sword formations. Under the urging of the sword origin, sword chi rushed out of the flying swords. The sword light was like thousands of colorful ribbons that pierced into the blood sea. Hiss, 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 countless ear-piercing sounds of melting were heard, as if thousands of flames were extinguished by ice water. The sword chi rushed into the blood sea, only to create a small whirlpool. The sword light was completely corroded by the blood sea. Splash, with the sound of water, a huge blood wave that was several feet tall surged. Like a giant hand, it slammed into the sword formation formed by the 10 sword nurturing swordsmen. The 10 swordsmen's faces changed greatly. They desperately urged the true essence in their bodies, and the sword light was faintly shining. However, this brilliance only lasted for a moment. It was like the splendor of a candle in the chilly wind. With a sizzling sound, the blood wave slammed down. The thin sword light was quickly corroded by the blood wave, and the flying swords were stained with the blood wave. Circles and spots of corrosion appeared on the flying swords. Ah, as if they were burned by a raging fire, the 10 swordsmen's divine senses were severely damaged. They couldn't help but cry out. However, this was just the beginning. After the blood wave splashed onto the flying swords, it seemed to have a mind of its own and splashed onto the swordsmen's bodies. The sword light around the swordsmen flickered slightly and was corroded by the blood wave. It was much easier than destroying the flying swords. When the swordsman's sword light faded away, the swordsmen were about to activate their sword origin again. With an extremely soft swoosh, the blood immediately turned into balls of blood and rushed into the swordsmen's bodies again. Help! Many of the swordsmen were in unbearable pain and couldn't help but scream. Before their screams faded, small pieces of flesh fell off their bodies. Following the disappearance of these pieces of flesh, the threads of blood were like a spider weaving a spider's web on the swordsmen's bodies, rapidly spreading once again. The result was, the swordsmen fell from the sky with wounds all over their bodies. What greeted them was the same endless blood wave. Shameless cultivators. After Tian Simu recovered from her shock, she was furious. She knew that the cultivators guarding the array wouldn't meet with her. Hence, she roared and the sword wave around her body flew wildly. A silver-white sword essence that was as bright as the moon shot out from her body. Although it had been stained red by the blood wave, the sword essence was still crystal clear. Clang, a blood-red sword cry resounded. The silver-colored sword essence gradually enlarged and wrapped around Tian Simu. A huge flying sword was born in the blood wave. Tian Simu had no choice but to transform into a sword. Disciple is here to assist martial uncle. Several second-grade illusory swordsmen shouted. They also strengthened their swords and stood to the left and right of Tian Simu's huge sword. Clang, a series of sword cries rose and fell. The flying swords that were resisting the blood wave let out sword cries. Following the cries, all the flying swords shone brightly. Furthermore, all the flying swords trembled along with Tian Simu's huge sword. The dozens of sword-nurturing swordsmen, who were about to die after the sword-nurturing swordsmen, were temporarily protected by the powerful sword essence, blocking the blood wave outside of the sword chi. Watch this sword's methods. The sound of Tian Simu's golden chime could be heard from the huge sword. It seemed to be moving slowly, but in reality it was extremely fast. The huge sword, together with the flying swords of several second-grade illusory sword disciples, as well as the flying swords of thousands of other disciples, slashed towards the blood sea. Rumble, the huge sword slashed into the blood wave like water being cut off. The blood wave splashed up hundreds of feet high. Furthermore, the sword force of the huge sword did not stop and slashed deep into the bottom of the blood wave. Under the sword essence of the huge sword, a crack that was dozens of feet deep and dozens of feet wide was opened up in the surging blood wave. At the bottom of the crack, an even more blood-red brilliance could be seen. Under the brilliance, Xuanyan School's Gao Wei, Mo Sangshan, and Qing Jiong each held a banner in their hands. Their faces carried a trace of astonishment as they looked at the huge sword that had slashed into the brilliance. Hee, I didn't expect the nameless flame bamboo sword sect to have such a powerful sword technique. Xuanyan School's Gao Wei, who had lost many golden core disciples to the swordsman, smirked coldly after recovering from his astonishment. He turned to look at Qing Jiong and said, I will activate it now. Chapter 2638. Yes. Qing Jiong nodded slightly and replied. The banner in his hand emitted a faint blood-red light. Together with the blood-red light from the banner in Gao Wei's hand, they shot towards the defensive brilliance. The brilliance swayed slightly and blocked the giant sword that Tian Simu had transformed into. Some of the blood-red light even penetrated the brilliance and rushed into the blood sea. Oh no! Tian Simu immediately felt that something was wrong. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, he saw the blood sea that he and the thousands of flying swords had split apart earlier, once again rushing down like a mountain. Tian Simu hurriedly urged the sword light, wanting to block the blood sea. Unfortunately, the attack power of the giant sword that was comparable to that of the early Yuanying stage was really weak in terms of defense. The huge blood sea, along with the resentment that had just been stirred up, fiercely smashed into the sword light of the defense swordsman. Ah! A series of screams sounded. The sword light that protected the defense swordsman was extremely easily shattered by the blood sea. Hundreds of defense swordsmen screamed and were swept away by the blood sea. What should we do? Tian Simu had only just seen Gao Wei and the others, but he was already thinking anxiously. Indeed, the blood-extinguishing formation in the 10 Forces Annihilation battle was not an ordinary attack technique. The flying swords that the sword cultivators could rely on were simply unable to break through the blood sea. Tian Simu was even more anxious than Lu Ruochang and the others. However, he was far from being the most anxious. Looking at the blood-extinguishing formation, there were balls of Samadhi True Fire all around. Although the Samadhi True Fire was not extremely pure and was mixed with many orange-red, orange-yellow, and other colors, this Samadhi True Fire was not something that the flying swords of the sword cultivators could destroy. Between the heavens and the earth, there was the trial of the flames. Although the various colored sword lights in the flames attacked, once the sword lights came into contact with the flames, they were immediately ignited. The Samadhi True Fire swallowed along the sword lights and rushed towards the flying swords. A thin sword that looked like a beauty emitted a dark green sword light and forced the Samadhi True Fire 1,000 feet away. This thin sword was the giant sword that Ruo Ling of Failing Sword Manor transformed into. The giant sword that Ruo Ling had transformed into was able to cover the true Samadhi fire, but it was unable to completely suppress it. The surging flames were almost tangible, wreaking havoc around the brilliance of the giant sword like waves of the sea. Beside the huge dark green sword, There were also several flying swords transformed by swordsmen at the second grade of the illusory sword realm. It was obvious that although their sword light could repel the Samadhi true fire, there were also traces of the Samadhi true fire spreading on the sword light. Needless to say, the true Samadhi fire was not something they could easily withstand, especially the sea of fire. Hundreds of disciples had their defenses broken through by the true Samadhi fire, burning their bodies. Furthermore, the Samadhi true fire was extremely aggressive. Any swordsman who was burned by the Samadhi true fire would be turned into ashes, leaving no trace behind. The light that flashed intensely on the jade sword was Ruoling's thoughts. When she was comforting LV Ruochang earlier, she did not think much of LV Ruochang's fear. However, now that she had encountered the true formation of the Tao sect, she could not help but feel a little terrified. She had been surrounded by the sea of fire the moment she entered the sword formation. She did not even know who her opponent was from the Tao sect. At this moment, she also had the thought of retreating. Her sword intent swept past the sea of fire and swept towards the flag gate. The formation of earthly annihilation was something that Hung Hung had explained to Su Jie of the Rock Border sect that day. The formation of earthly annihilation is ever-changing and full of doubts. It is hidden within the mysteries of the formation, with thunder above and fire below and emotionless. Even with the 5 elements flying sword technique, it is difficult to escape the gloomy clouds of bones. This formation is based on the number of the Tao sect, so it is called earthly annihilation. This praise for the formation of earthly annihilation was a little exaggerated. Not to mention that it was impossible for the formation of earthly annihilation to have too many changes and form the Tao sect. It was also impossible for it to form the Tao sect. If one were to say that it was full of doubts, it could still be arranged a little more. However, since this formation of earthly annihilation was personally presided over by the Black Sky sect's Xiong Huasong, it naturally had a different atmosphere. The one who charged into the formation of earthly annihilation was Mu Ting of the Lunar Sword sect. She was a 3rd-grade illusory swordsman, and her cultivation could be counted on one hand among the many sword sections. However, even with this level of cultivation, even if Mu Ting had transformed into a sword, and even if several 2nd-grade illusory swordsmen had transformed into swords at the same time, and nearly 10,000 disciples had formed a sword formation to resist, the situation was still precarious. The entire formation of earthly annihilation was filled with biting cold wind. The wisps of fog could not be blown away by the cold wind, and it blocked the gazes of all the sword cultivators. In the cold wind, the sword light around the sword cultivators flickered, and they were like candles in the wind. The situation was somewhat similar to the wind annihilation formation. However, this was not the most important killing move of the formation of earthly annihilation. The most powerful part of the formation of earthly annihilation was the ground beneath the sword cultivators. The dark, thick, solid earth that was as hard as gold and stone. Clearly, the ground was not the ordinary ground of the sword tomb. At this time, the ground had long been split into countless pieces, and the huge cracks were like bloody mouths that had opened up on the ground. The countless cracks were rapidly opening up and closing up, and the countless pieces of land were constantly shaking up and down, rubbing against each other left and right, and creating loud rumbling sounds. Waves of cold wind blew out from the rumbling sounds, and from the countless cracks, it was like the ghostly wind in the underworld. The ghostly wind was so biting cold the earth shook, and the cracks were so ruthless. Although the huge sword transformed by Mu Ting and the others split the ground into pieces, the fragments opened their bloody mouths and kept swallowing the sword cultivators. The sword chi of the sword nurturing sword and the sword drawing sword could not destroy these fragments, but their sword light was squeezed and smashed by the tremors of the earth. Hundreds and thousands of swordsmen fell in this doomsday-like formation of earthly annihilation. Their corpses fell into the cracks of the earth, and with just a simple friction, they were immediately turned into meat paste. Blood was smeared in the cracks, and one could see the bloodiness and power of the formation of earthly annihilation. The Earth Extermination Formation sounded similar to the Earth Extermination Formation, but within the Earth Extermination Formation, there was a vast expanse of gray sand. The sand floated in the space of the Earth Extermination Formation, blocking the swordsman's vision. Even if the swordsman could release his divine sense, he would still be injured by the sand. The grains of sand were like the swordsman's sword light, densely packed and extremely sharp as they collided with the swordsman's defense. Except for the swordsman from the flowing sword sect, the huge sword transformed by the illusory sword grade 2 swordsman was barely holding on in the sand. Even the other illusory sword grade 1 swordsmen were in imminent danger in the sand. The various sword lights did not differentiate between attributes and sword intent in the sand, and they were all suppressed by the sand. They were constantly eroded by the sand, and the sword origin in their bodies poured out, trying to maintain this only barrier. As for those disciples with shallow cultivation, once their sword light was defeated by the sand, their flesh would immediately fester, and an indescribable itch would drill into their hearts. They could not help but claw at the sand, and the flesh on their hands would also fester. Pus and white bones gradually appeared, and the heart-wrenching screams seemed extremely small and helpless in this raging sand. Different from the formation of earthly annihilation, the formation of earthly annihilation was a piece of azure blue. It was unknown where the light came from, but when the light passed through the formation, countless small, scale-like crystals were reflected in the formation. The countless crystals flashed with azure blue brilliance, and the entire formation was like a world carved out of ice. However, this world of ice was extremely cold. Compared to the extreme north, it was even more austere. Chu Jianchong of the Xian sword sect had already transformed into a sword, and the scarlet flame on the sword light turned into a flame, as if it was going to burn the sky. However, the flame was only hot at the beginning, and it burned away the ice near it. In the blink of an eye, the azure blue light near the giant sword trembled rapidly, as if it was supported by an endless amount of mana. The cold actually froze the flame, and after the sword light appeared in the flame, it froze there, as if it could not move. Zung, as the giant sword trembled, a sword hum sounded. The sword light flashed, and when the sword chi scattered, it only shook the ice near it. However, it was immediately hit by the cold wave, and it froze again. Chu Jianchong, who had transformed into a giant sword, felt an unparalleled surge of mana in the cold wave, and naturally knew that this was the condensation of the mana of tens of thousands of Dao sect cultivators. Coupled with the power of the formation, he, a grade 2 illusory swordsman, could not block it. Perhaps, I have to make a choice. Chu Jianchong's divine sense scanned the entire formation that seemed to be sealed in ice. Almost 1,000 disciples had died in this formation. Not only were their bodies frozen into popsicles, even their souls were about to be frozen to death. He couldn't help but think to himself. Inside the most mysterious soul obliteration array, it was somewhat similar to the earth obliteration array and the wind obliteration array. The entire world was gloomy and chilly winds blew. There was no sign of life. Even the illusionary mountain rocks were dark green and grayish-black, just like the legendary hell. The one who charged into the soul-extinguishing formation was the quilted mountain sect Tsang Yuan, a grade 3 illusory sword beast cultivator. At this moment, Tsang Yuan was standing in the air like a stone chiseled from earth, and he didn't move at all. To his left, in the sky, a black mass of bird cultivators flew slowly. As their wings flapped, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth dissipated. Behind him, there were thousands of beast cultivators who stood quietly. Although there was no surge of mana, their intimidating aura filled the entire formation. Everyone's gaze was focused in front of them. There was a white banner in the hands of a cultivator. This cultivator was none other than Kunlun Sect's Yuan Zhongyu, who had been ordered to preside over the soul-extinguishing formation. On the other side of the banner was Nanming Sect's Liang Mingfu. At this moment, both of them had solemn expressions, and their nervousness was no less than Tsang Yuan's. Chapter 2639. He moved. Tsang Yuan, who had been motionless all this time, suddenly moved. It was as if the entire formation had come to life, and the energy was flowing out from where Tsang Yuan stood. Haha, I thought it was some kind of formation. So it's something similar to the millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountains. Tsang Yuan moved a little, dispelling all the terror that had condensed within 1,000 feet. He laughed loudly and said, "Your Dao sect is really funny. Instead of using a good array formation, you set up some bullshit soul cultivation array formation. Do you know what a soul cultivator is? Do you know how to use a soul tool? Do you know what a real soul formation looks like?" When Yuan Zhongyu heard this, he raised his eyebrows and his eyes involuntarily turned to Liang Mingfu. The two of them had only been in charge of the formation for a short period of time, so they were not familiar with it. It was not as convenient as the other gold core cultivators in the meeting hall. Even the tens of thousands of disciples hidden in the formation were scratching their heads at the incantations used to activate the formation. Although they were in position and the soul obliteration formation was set up, Yuan Zhongyu's flagpole was abnormally difficult to wave, and he would occasionally feel the backlash of his magic power. Clearly, there was a problem with the tens of thousands of disciples transmitting their magic power, and there was also a problem with Yuan Zhongyu's incantation. Liang Mingfu saw the look in Yuan Zhongyu's eyes and shook his head helplessly. He was only a cultivator of the Nanming sect, and the sect's name had the word Ming in it. However, he had nothing to do with soul cultivators, so he didn't know anything about spells related to the soul. Song Yuan's words hit the nail on the head, and hit the nail on the head. Perhaps we can only buy some time. When Yuan Zhongyu saw Liang Mingfu shaking his head, he groaned inwardly. He knew that the 10 Forces Annihilation Formation was an ancient formation that was linked to each other. As long as one of the 10 formations was destroyed, even if the other 9 formations were not destroyed, the swordsman would still be able to escape from the formation. However, if all 10 formations were not destroyed, then they were a whole. The difficulty of destroying one of the formations was far greater than destroying one of the individual formations. What's wrong? Are you scared? Yuan Zhongyu sneered, waved the banner slightly and said, "The magic of Dao sect originated from the ancient times. How could it be compared to those uncivilized barbarians in Meng Mountains? If you don't want to become a vengeful spirit under this old man's banner, why don't you descend from the cloud and let this old man tie you up? This old man can guarantee with my life that I will not let you fall here, and even what? Can you still make me a disciple of your Kunlun sect?" Song Yuan curled his lips and asked coldly. "Oh, if you want to, it's not impossible. Now that I have the Kunlun sect's sect master's token, I can accept you into my Kunlun sect as my senior martial brother." Yuan Zhongyu's eyes flashed with a hint of joy as he hurriedly explained. "Pooey." Song Yuan spat out his phlegm the moment he opened his mouth. When he saw the phlegm fly out in an arc, Song Yuan laughed out loud. "A small Dao sect that hides evil actually wants to accept me as a disciple? This is the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life." "You don't know," Yuan Zhongyu hurriedly said. "My Kunlun sect is the most ancient cultivation sect on the Xiaoyu continent. Our specific orthodoxy can only be traced back to the primordial era." Primordial era? The primordial era is bullshit. Song Yuan opened his mouth wide and shouted. "The so-called primordial era is nothing but a legend that Dao sect cultivators like you forcefully made up in order to hide your origins. With this primordial era, you can say that we sword cultivators are barbarians and belong to an unorthodox sect. Who doesn't know of such methods?" A bitter smile appeared on Yuan Zhongyu's face. He shook his head slightly and said, "Song Yuan, haven't you thought about it? Where did the cultivation method that we cultivate come from? Where did the magic tools and treasures that we use come from? If there were no ancestors from the primordial era, how would we know that there is a path of cultivation in this world?" Hee. Then let this old man ask you, what was the primordial era like? Was it the current state of the Xiaoyu continent? Where did the cultivators of the primordial era go? The immortal world? Why didn't they come back to take a look? Song Yuan's eyes flashed with a trace of understanding as he asked loudly. "In the ancient records of my Kunlun sect, during the primordial era, the world was vast, the mountains were infinitely high, and the abyss was infinitely deep. Even the cultivators." At this point, Yuan Zhongyu himself was stunned. That's right, the ancient records recorded a scene of the primordial era. The cultivators were like giants, the mountains reached the sky, and the oceans penetrated the earth. It was completely different from the Xiaoyu continent. "What do you mean?" Song Yuan sneered. "You can't make it up anymore, right? Do you think that your Kunlun sect seniors are just making things up? If the primordial era's almighty cultivators had exceedingly high cultivation and longevity, why can't they be seen now?" Yuan Zhongyu argued. "The various almighty naturally entered the immortal world. The immortal world is connected to our Xiaoyu continent through a passage. However, this passage can only lead from the Xiaoyu continent to the immortal world. It can't lead to the Xiaoyu continent from the immortal world, so they can't come back. That's even more nonsense. The roads in this world are free to come and go. If you can come, you can leave. This daddy has never heard of a road that can only come and not go." Song Yuan waved his hand indifferently. "You've set up a formation here today. Why are you talking about the primordial era with this daddy for no reason? Is it because you can't control this formation related to soul cultivation? Yuan Zhongyu's heart skipped a beat when Song Yuan saw through his thoughts. He thought to himself, this big and burly beast cultivator is actually so sharp. He's indeed different from the legends. However, he still joked, there are 3,000 great Daos, and each Dao leads to God. Let this old man ask you, you're cultivating. What is it for? For what? Song Yuan frowned as if he had an extremely difficult question to answer. However, Yuan Zhongyu was delighted and asked again, is it not for longevity? This. The confusion in Song Yuan's eyes grew stronger. Heh. Yuan Zhongyu was slightly pleased with himself. He said, actually, when this old man was young, I had a dream. However, before he could finish speaking, he heard Song Yuan raise his hand into the air and laugh loudly. Ha. The purpose of this daddy's cultivation is to kill all the cultivators of the Dao sect. As he spoke, the brown light around Song Yuan's body grew stronger. Song Yuan's originally big body was now beating his chest with his hands. The light around his body grew bigger and bigger, and the solidified spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the surroundings suddenly began to move. Roar! When the beast cultivators near Song Yuan saw this, they all raised their heads and roared. Following the flashes of various colors, the beast cultivators' bodies gradually disappeared. Their ferocious beast heads and terrifying beast bodies began to reveal themselves. Even Song Yuan revealed the shell of a giant ape. The giant ape was about 100 feet tall, and its pitch-black body hair was like steel needles piercing into the giant ape's mountain-like body. Even under the black hair, there were wisps of black light and wisps of black qi lingering around it. It looked extremely strange. At this moment, the giant ape's head was over 10 feet in size. Its lantern-like eyes flickered with a crimson brilliance. Apart from bloodthirstiness, there was also a ferocious savagery. All the emotions in Song Yuan's eyes had disappeared. Roar! The giant ape roared again. In its bloody mouth, 2 sharp fangs shone like flying swords. Following the giant ape's roar, a gush of spiritual energy of heaven and earth poured into the giant ape's mouth. Following that, the giant ape pounded its chest with its huge fists, producing the sound of a golden drum beating. When did beast cultivators learn to lie? Yuan Zhongyu stared at Song Yuan's beast form with his mouth agape. He could not help but cry out, isn't such a huge Dharma body born from the primordial age? How dare you say that you don't believe in the primordial age? However, before Yuan Zhongyu could finish his groan, the huge ape stuck its head out and blew a gust of wind from its mouth. That gust of wind was mixed with a foul stench as it rushed towards Yuan Zhongyu and Liang Mingfu. Disgusting. Yuan Zhongyu's mouth was filled with acid. He waved his hand, and an earthy yellow shield fell about 10 feet in front of him, as if to block the gust of wind. Swoosh, swoosh. A burst of raindrops fell on the shield. Following that, the shield made a piercing sound, and tiny cracks appeared on the shield. This is bad. Is this guy so powerful? This was completely out of Yuan Zhongyu's expectations. He did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly shook his hand again, and a dozen rays of light flashed out. One shield after another appeared in front of him. However, Yuan Zhongyu was still a little too late. The first shield shattered into pieces with a crash, and a disgusting stench rushed toward Yuan Zhongyu and Liang Mingfu. Even the raindrops formed by the saliva dripped onto Yuan Zhongyu's head. Although the saliva was not threatening, being bullied by someone else's saliva on the head of a mid-stage golden core cultivator was the same as being slapped in the face by a secular person. Yuan Zhongyu was finally angry. He could no longer suppress the murderous intent that he had been concealing. His eyes narrowed, and the brilliance around his body flashed. He was about to make a move, however, before the Dharma power around his body surged. The giant ape in the distance had already made its move. The giant ape was in midair, waving its arms and rushing toward Yuan Zhongyu and Liang Mingfu. Its big feet stepped in midair, as if it was stepping on the ground. Dong dong sounds shook the whole array. The violent tremors came from the giant ape's mountain-like body, and the spiritual energy in the air was stirred up. It was as if the whole array was trembling with the giant ape. An indescribable suffocating feeling slowly rose around Yuan Zhongyu and Liang Mingfu as the huge ape approached, filling up the space within 100 feet around them. Fellow Taoist Yuan. Liang Mingfu's chest uncontrollably heaved up and down, as if he could not breathe. He hurriedly shouted, "There's no time to lose. Let's take out the gate of life and death." Chapter 2640. Seeing the power of the giant ape, Yuan Zhongyu was also shocked. What kind of magical power was this? It actually caused the entire array to shake. Looking at the head of the giant ape, 2,000 to 3,000 beast cultivators also showed ferocious expressions. They flapped their wings and flew towards them. Behind the giant ape, thousands of beast cultivators chased after them, waving flags and shouting. They seemed to want to trample Yuan Zhongyu and Liang Mingfu into meat paste with just their bare hands. That's the only way. Yuan Zhongyu was a little helpless. He made a mysterious gesture and pinched the bottom of the flag. At the same time, the spiritual power in his body gushed out. When a dark green light covered the flag, the veins on Yuan Zhongyu's face bulged. He shouted, "Fellow Taoist Liang, help me." Liang Mingfu knew that Yuan Zhongyu was being forced to do something beyond his ability. He really didn't know what to do, so he hurriedly stepped forward and made a strange gesture. As the gesture was produced, a purple-black ball of light appeared in his hand. Go! As Liang Mingfu made the gesture, the ball of light fell on the flag. Swish! With a clear sound, the whole flag flashed with black and white brilliance. A faintly discernible door appeared on the flag. It was like a rainbow bridge spanning across the array. Disciples, listen to my order. After Yuan Zhongyu and Liang Mingfu made the gesture, their faces turned slightly pale. They both shouted, "Activate the gate of life and death." Buzz! A violent vibration came from the black and white door, and the whole door gradually expanded. The black and white brilliance on the door circulated at an extremely fast speed, and in an instant, it showed a strange gray color. Within the gray, countless tiny bubbles were bubbling like boiling water. Within those tiny bubbles, the shapes of ghost faces seemed to be faintly protruding. Furthermore, each time these ghost faces protruded, their appearance was different. It was as if countless ghost faces were trying their best to rush out of those bubbles. However, this buzzing sound was extremely weak among the vibrations of the giant ape, the cries of the beast cultivators, and the roars of the beast cultivators. No one could hear it clearly. If it wasn't for the fact that the gray door had grown bigger and covered the entire array, blocking all the beast and bird cultivators, they wouldn't have noticed it at all. However, as the giant ape ran, it stirred up the spirit chi of heaven and earth. A casual grab from its palms, which were dozens of feet long, created a hurricane. How could Song Yuan care about this door that looked like it would shatter with a single slap? Among the beast cultivators, there were a few beasts that looked like eagles and vultures flying in front of them. They were now close to the gray door, and the slight ripples from the door made them tremble in fear. They couldn't help but cry out as if they were asking the giant ape for permission. At this moment, the giant ape's eyes were crimson red, and the muscles on his arms that were like hills were faintly trembling. He had already clenched his huge fists and was about to rush to the door and smash it into pieces. How could he have the heart to answer the bird cultivator's question? Roar! The giant ape raised its head and spat out a huge stream of air, causing the beast cultivators flying at the back to tumble a few times and almost fall from the sky. How could the beast cultivators at the front dare to ask any more questions? Each of them took out different demonic artifacts, and some even charged toward the gray door with bare arms. Close the life door, open the death door. When the white banner is unfurled, it's eerie and gloomy. I've never believed in the sword cultivator's body. Once you enter the array, your life will return to the Een. Behind the door, Yuan Zhongyu's pale face was slightly flushed. His body was trembling slightly as he proudly chanted. Boom! There was a loud sound, as if a huge rock had been thrown into a pool of water. Several beast cultivators at the first grade of the illusory sword realm brandished all kinds of pitch-black demonic artifacts and charged into the gray door. At the same time, the gray brilliance on the door flashed violently. In an instant, the gray color was absorbed into the brilliance on all four sides of the door. The entire door became transparent again, as if there was nothing there at all. However, it was this strange transparency that caused the beast cultivators to fall from the sky without any warning after they charged through. They didn't even have time to scream. After these beast cultivators, there were still more than 1,000 flying beasts. The dozens at the front couldn't stop at all. Although they flapped their wings rapidly in an attempt to stop, there were still some who mustered all their strength to fly up and avoid the door. However, their fates were not unexpected. The dozens of beast cultivators charged into the gray brilliance and fell from the sky. Roar! Just as the other beast cultivators were trying their best to stabilize their bodies, the giant ape had already charged under the gray door. The giant ape was more than 100 feet tall, and the door was also more than 100 feet tall. After the image of the door flashed in the giant ape's red eyes, the giant ape didn't stop at all. It waved its fists and smashed towards the middle of the door. Rumble. That sound was actually similar to the sound of magical treasures colliding. It was precisely at the moment when the giant ape's fist rushed through the transparent door. Above the gray door, there was even a strong flash of light. This flash was initially gray, but towards the end, it actually showed two colors, black and white. Not good. Yuan Zhongyu was shocked. Without waiting for Liang Mingfu to remind him, he urged the magical power around his body. While the brilliance on his body flashed, he also tried his best to wave the banner. Liang Mingfu was also shocked. While transmitting his voice in a certain direction, he also hurriedly performed a spell. A powerful magical power fluctuation was generated from the space behind the two of them. It was similar to the fluctuation of the door of life and death. When the fluctuation fell on the door of life and death, the black and white brilliance flickered again, and the gray light trembled again. Roar. At this time, when the giant ape's body rushed into a small part of the door of life and death, an irresistible fear arose in Song Yuan's heart. On the part of his body that rushed into the door of life and death, the needle-like mane softened and danced in the wind. The black light and black fog in the black hair also disappeared at this time, leaving only the gray brilliance flashing in the black hair. Song Yuan knew very well that this gray door should be the core of the formation. He only needed to break this door, and the formation would be broken. But obviously, if he went through this door, even he, who was a third-grade illusory sword, couldn't predict the consequences. Roar. At this time, how could Song Yuan have the luxury of retreating? He raised his head and roared angrily, then rushed toward the edge of the door. Following Song Yuan into the door of life and death, there were naturally a few first-grade illusory sword beast cultivators behind him. Behind these beast cultivators were thousands of drawing swords and pregnant swords cultivators. Swish, a first-grade illusory sword beast cultivator rushed into the door. Similar to the bird cultivator who died before, he didn't have any resistance at all and fell from the sky like a hard stone. Then more than 10 beast cultivators rushed into the door and died. There was no other outcome. Wu. At this time, Song Yuan had already rushed to the edge of the door of life and death. His hands were extremely barbaric as he tore at the door. The gray brilliance of the door of life and death seemed to be solid in Song Yuan's hands. With a casual pull, it was pulled up several feet high. However, at this time, under the strong fluctuation of the door, the gray brilliance was bright and dim, as if it would break at any time. Yet, when Song Yuan pulled it a few times, the gray brilliance tenaciously overflowed. Roar. The great ape roared loudly. It gave up on destroying the door and rushed toward Yuan Zhongyu and Liang Mingfu, who were behind the door. Yuan Zhongyu and Liang Mingfu saw the great ape rushing into the door of life and death. Although there was a gray brilliance flashing around its body, Song Yuan continued to rush forward as if nothing had happened. They couldn't help but feel bitter. They knew that the door of life and death was not a threat to the great ape, who was a third-grade illusory sword cultivator. However, what could they do? While urging their magic power, the two of them looked at each other and were about to summon their magic treasures. Although the two of them were already cultivators at the middle stage of Gold Core and had already entered the meeting hall of Sky Patrol City, if they were to control their magic treasures and the banner of the Soul Destroyer formation at the same time, they might not be able to do it smoothly. However, just as the two of them were in a dilemma, they saw the great ape's body suddenly slow down. Its footsteps seemed to have fallen into a quagmire, and it was rather sloppy. Even Song Yuan's eyes were filled with confusion and disbelief. After running for a few more steps, the great ape finally did not dare to move forward. It raised its eyes and looked at the gray door that had expanded greatly. It then looked at Yuan Zhongyu, who was in the distance, and there was a trace of unwillingness in its eyes. Immediately, this unwillingness turned into the intention to retreat. Song Yuan finally could not withstand the power of the door of life and death and hurriedly rushed out of the door. Of course, at this moment, more than 10 beast cultivators rushed into the door of life and death. Their bodies were surrounded by the gray brilliance, and they fell in mid-air. Seeing Song Yuan rushing out of the door, all the bird and beast cultivators understood that they no longer dared to challenge the door of life and death that even a third-grade illusory sword cultivator could not withstand. They turned around and fled into the distance. "Where are you going?" Yuan Zhongyu and Liang Mingfu heaved a long sigh of relief. They shouted loudly and waved the banner in their hands with all their might. This time, it was different from before. The gray door, which was already 1,000 feet high, chased after more than 10,000 beast cultivators and bird cultivators like a stream of light. All the beast cultivators and bird cultivators who were passed through by the door of life and death did not resist at all. They fell from mid-air, and there was no sign of life. This was really too strange. Even though the soul cultivators and bird cultivators had extremely condensed souls, and even though many of the swordsmen had fought with soul cultivators before, it was indeed the first time they had encountered such a formation that looked similar to soul cultivators on the surface, but was actually very different. How could they resist it? Seeing the bird cultivators and beast cultivators falling like dumplings into a pot, all the swordsmen were terrified. One by one, they scattered like birds frightened by the twang of a bow, fleeing in midair without any order. They only wanted to avoid the gray brilliance. Chapter 2641. However, something unexpected happened. A thin and small bird cultivator was flashed by the gray light. His face turned ashen, and he immediately fell from the sky. But it didn't take long for the bird cultivator to open his eyes again. Blinking several times, the bird cultivator steadied himself in the air. Looking left and right, the bird cultivator couldn't believe he was still alive. "Brothers," the bird cultivator cried out, "this array is similar to a soul cultivator's soul array. As long as our soul armaments work, this light won't work on us." The bird cultivator's voice was loud enough for the beast cultivators around him to hear. Many of them were happy to see that they had soul armaments as well. "Roar, hurry!" Song Yuan called out from behind the bird cultivator. "Hurry?" The bird cultivator was stunned again. He didn't understand what Song Yuan meant. At this moment, the gray brilliance had already passed by the bird cultivator and flew forward. The gray brilliance surrounding the bird cultivator became even brighter. There seemed to be a soft, almost inaudible sound. The fluctuation in the bird cultivator's head immediately disappeared, and the bird cultivator fell from the sky without saying another word. This time, although all the bird cultivator's eyes were fixed on him, he did not manage to stabilize himself in midair, nor did he open his eyes again. Everyone understood now that the door of life and death was much more powerful the closer one was to the inside. Even if one could pass through the door of life and death, they wouldn't be able to fly inside. This was the experience the bird cultivator had gained by risking his life. "Let's run." The beast cultivators felt a little more confident in their hearts, but they still couldn't relax. They were chased by the gate of life and death for another few hundred feet, and another few hundred beast cultivators were silently killed. Not a single beast cultivator was able to escape like the bird cultivator from before. It looks like different soul armaments have different uses. The beast cultivator was once again gaining experience. Woo! A sorrowful sound suddenly came from the gate of life and death. The gray light suddenly stopped and didn't move forward an inch. Only the gray light continued to flicker and emit strange fluctuations in an orderly manner. "Roar!" Song Yuan, who had been trapped by the door of life and death, let out a loud roar. He passed through the door of life and death and came out from the transparent space. A sense of relief washed over Song Yuan's heart. "This array. It's far too powerful." Song Yuan stood in midair, maintaining a certain distance from the door of life and death. The redness in his eyes lessened slightly as his heart was in turmoil. This gray light is not easily destroyed, and this door is several hundred feet wide. It seems that the Dao sect intends to push this door forward and force us, the warriors of the Huan Kingdom, into the door so that they can take our lives. But the array has only been pushed by 10%, and thousands of Sword Realm disciples have already died. If things go according to their plan, then wouldn't Sword Realm be meat on the chopping block? Will be slaughtered by the Dao school? Song Yuan looked at the array and thought to himself anxiously, but how do we break this door? That's right. Why isn't the door moving? Song Yuan suddenly realized something. He didn't believe that Yuan Zhongyu from the Kunlun school was trying to persuade him to join the Kunlun school again. Song Yuan looked at Yuan Zhongyu, who was flustered behind the door of life and death, and saw the ripples of mana coming from behind the door of life and death. These Dao school cultivators aren't familiar with this array. Yuan Zhongyu was stalling for time because he wanted to familiarize himself with it. Roar! Song Yuan roared when he thought of that and tried to grab the gray light again. However, just as he reached out his hand, the gray light flashed violently again, and the door moved again. Run! Song Yuan was naturally more experienced than Yuan Zhongyu. Without hesitation, he turned around and fled toward the other side of the array. That was close. In the distance, Yuan Zhongyu and Liang Mingfu broke out in cold sweat on the other side of the door of life and death. The situation just now was truly dangerous. Yuan Zhongyu and Liang Mingfu weren't too familiar with this strange array, and the tens of thousands of disciples from the two sects who were hiding didn't understand the true meaning of this array either. They just blindly activated their mana and thought that it was the same array they usually saw. The faster the door of life and death was pushed, the faster the beast and bird cultivators would die. But they didn't know that this kind of array that was related to the soul was very particular about balance and subtlety. It wasn't something that a brute could operate. Therefore, when the door of life and death was pushed, it produced a trace of obscurity. And in the eyes of Yuan Zhongyu and the others, this obscurity meant that they had to channel in more mana. But when they increased the amount of mana, the door of life and death actually produced a trace of abnormal ripples, and there were even signs of a backlash. Yuan Zhongyu turned pale with fright. Although he didn't understand the method of setting up the door of life and death, those illusory sword realm beast and bird cultivators died the moment they entered the door of life and death. This was beyond his understanding. This door of life and death was definitely a great killing machine. The consequences of the backlash from the door of life and death was definitely not something he could control. It was even possible that tens of thousands of Kunlun sect disciples would die in the array. Fortunately, when Yuan Zhongyu's soul flew out of his body, the mana he channeled into the flag was interrupted. It was also at this moment that the backlash stopped. The door of life and death naturally stopped there. This kind of unexpected situation was already explained by Xian Tian Sec's Xiong Huasong in the Jade Slip. Yuan Zhongyu was also familiar with it. But when it came to this, he couldn't help but be flustered. He was really afraid that Song Yuan would turn around. If the door of life and death was destroyed, not only would many Kunlun sect disciples die, but the entire array would also be in danger. Fortunately, as Yuan Zhongyu cast a spell, the door of life and death once again overflowed with a gray brilliance. The door of life and death began to move again. Of course, Song Yuan's decision was also beyond Yuan Zhongyu's expectation. He originally thought that Song Yuan would take advantage of the moment when the door of life and death had just moved, and the mana he channeled into the door of life and death was not stable yet. In this way, Yuan Zhongyu might suffer from the backlash of his mana again. Who knew that when Song Yuan saw the door of life and death moving, he immediately turned around. It seemed that he was not sloppy at all. His huge body was even more agile than a fist-sized mouse. Yuan Zhongyu glanced at Liang Mingfu. Both of their eyes flashed with a trace of luck. At the same time, their hearts were calm. They knew that the door of life and death in the array could only move slowly and not hurriedly. Hence, the two of them activated the flag and directed the mana of tens of thousands of hidden disciples to slowly push the door of life and death towards the fleeing beast cultivators and bird cultivators. Although the movement of the door of life and death was slow, the door was getting bigger and bigger. After pushing for thousands of feet, the door had basically covered the entire array from top to bottom. There was no room for the enemy to move. Yuan Zhongyu and Liang Mingfu's hearts were once again calm. They knew that as long as they pushed the door of life and death in front of the beast cultivators and bird cultivators, they would be forced to have no place to escape. They could only pass through the door of life and death and die. At this moment, Yuan Zhongyu could not help but feel a trace of disdain towards Song Yuan. If Song Yuan had turned around just now, it might have been an opportunity. However, that opportunity was fleeting. Beast cultivators like Song Yuan might not have the guts to do so. However, just as Yuan Zhongyu was secretly sneering, another accident occurred in the array. The giant ape that Song Yuan had transformed into did not return to his original form. Instead, he turned around and dashed towards the other side of the array. He wanted to avoid the unpredictable door of life and death. At this moment, the interior of the array was gray, and it was impossible to tell which direction was which. The group of beast cultivators and bird cultivators were simply fleeing in the opposite direction of the door of life and death. However, after running for thousands of feet or even thousands of feet, The gray array suddenly flashed with a black and white brilliance. That brilliance was the brilliance that Song Yuan and the other beast cultivators had seen when they entered the soul-extinguishing array's flag gate. Although the brilliance looked extremely dim, it was extremely clear against the gray background. The giant ape was running with all his might, causing the entire array to tremble. How could Song Yuan not know that the flag gate was located when he suddenly saw such a brilliance in this directionless place? In an instant, the giant ape suddenly changed directions and dashed to the side. At the same time, he even glanced at the door of life and death, which was not too far away from him. That's right. If the door of life and death was pushed to this place and covered the flag gate, how could Song Yuan discover its location? Although the thousands of beast cultivators and bird cultivators who survived saw the giant ape dashing towards the flag gate, Yuan Zhongyu and Liang Mingfu did not care at all. They were golden core cultivators of the Dao sect. How could they not know that the flag gate was an entrance to the array? Once the array was activated, the first step was to cover the entrance. Most of the time, the flag gate was the most heavily guarded place. What was the point of Song Yuan dashing towards the flag gate now? However, when the giant ape reached the flag gate, he extended his huge fist. The fist, which was as big as a hill, hit the black and white brilliance. A loud rumbling sound came from the flag gate. The brilliance on the flag gate suddenly brightened, and the black and white brilliance condensed into a pillar of light. An extremely bad feeling arose in Yuan Zhongyu and Liang Mingfu's hearts. Not good. The barbarians of the Huan country seemed to have found a flaw in the soul-extinguishing array. Liang Mingfu exclaimed in a low voice. Yuan Zhongyu gritted his teeth and said coldly, "It's not that Song Yuan found it. It's that the soul-extinguishing array was originally incomplete. The flag gate's entrance is an obvious flaw. It's not hard to find. It's just that few cultivators who know about arrays would definitely not look for a way out from the flag gate." Sigh. Liang Mingfu shook his head helplessly. This is also because swordsmen are not meant to die. Perhaps. Yuan Zhongyu was a little worried. If my soul-extinguishing array has such a flaw, I'm afraid that the other 9 arrays will also have the same flaw. Then what about the entire array? Although Daoist Xiong's 10-direction annihilation array was passed down from ancient times, I'm afraid that the sword cultivator will escape this time. Sigh, that's right. 9.5 of 10 miles of travel have been wasted. Liang Mingfu sighed. He already understood that there was no way to stop the sword cultivator from escaping. Chapter 2642. Sure enough, when the two of them discovered the flaw in the Great Formation, they sighed in their hearts. They wanted to, but they lacked the strength to, and could only slowly push the gate of life and death. The giant ape's huge fist had already smashed the flag gate, creating a square black and white outline. The brilliant black and white brilliance was like a bright sword that pierced into the gray formation. When the giant ape stretched out its hands, its tree-like fingers grabbed the spot where the black and white brilliance was. Open, the giant ape let out a deafening roar, but the entire formation shook again. With a rumbling sound, like a huge rock rolling down a slope, the flag gate was actually lifted out from the formation by the giant ape. The black and white brilliance trembled at first, then suddenly rushed into the formation, blasting a huge passage out of the gray formation. Whoosh, a clear sound was heard, and a hurricane rushed into the passage. The black and white brilliance in the giant ape's hands disappeared, and the entrance of the flag gate that the sword cultivators had entered from before was revealed in front of the passage. Go! The giant ape raised its arms and pounded its chest a few times. With a roar, all the bird and beast cultivators rushed into the passage like flowing water, quickly disappearing. The giant ape turned around coldly, and its red eyes flashed with mockery. Its gaze was aimed at Yuan Zhongyu. Yuan Zhongyu stared at the giant ape's eyes without flinching, but he said to Liang Mingfu, "Let's rest for a while." "Yes, we'll listen to fellow Yuan's instructions." Liang Mingfu replied and stopped circulating his magic power. Yuan Zhongyu watched as the giant ape turned around and left. He narrowed his eyes and muttered, "What we're thinking." Fellow Daoist Xiong might also be thinking the same thing. How could he not know the flaw in the formation's entrance? This formation is surrounded on all sides. Even we don't know where the entrance is, and sword cultivators may not be able to find it easily. I hope so. Liang Mingfu nodded slightly. Just as he said a few words, the entire soul-extinguishing formation shook violently. This vibration originated from the flag gate that the giant ape had destroyed, and it spread in all directions. Oh no! Yuan Zhongyu suddenly came to a realization and shouted, "Quick! The flaw of this flag gate has already affected the entire array. I'll wait." After that, Yuan Zhongyu didn't know what to say. After all, he only knew how to activate the gate of life and death. He didn't even know how to set up the soul-extinguishing array. How would he know how to withstand the vibrations of this array? Just as Yuan Zhongyu had expected, the earthly annihilation formation was the first to be affected. This was something that Xiong Huasong had personally presided over. At this moment, within the array, the earth was shaking. The cracks were like the mouths of blood beasts, wantonly devouring the swordsman. Even the giant sword that Mu Ting had transformed into was barely holding on. It would not be long before the Earth's annihilation array swallowed up all the swordsmen. But at this moment, a bright light suddenly flashed from the top of the dark green earth, and a door appeared in the light. Wasn't it the entrance that Mu Ting and the others had flown in? Oh no! Xiong Huasong was the first cultivator to realize that something was wrong. He glanced around and immediately knew what the problem was. Previously, he had set up a trap in midair outside the 10 magic arrays, tricking the swordsmen into attacking. He wanted them to know that the entrance of the magic arrays was the most solid place. He wanted them to enter the 10 major annihilation formations and fear the entrance of the flag gate, so that they wouldn't think of attacking from there. However, no matter how he thought about it, there were still too many flaws in this array. Even though he had taken every conceivable possibility into account, Song Yuan still discovered this flaw that couldn't be concealed. This flaw was fatal. Although Xiong Huasong had discovered it, he was actually in the same situation as Yuan Zhongyu. He couldn't fix it at all. He could only watch as Mu Ting and the other swordsmen discovered that the entrance had appeared. They were wild with joy as they commanded all the surviving swordsmen to rush out of the flag gate. Humph! Xiong Huasong withdrew his transcendence energy and looked coldly at the Earth's annihilation formation, which had returned to normal. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he sneered. "So what if you discovered the flaw in the flag gate? Since you've entered my Black Sky Sect's great array, you're dead. I'd like to see how you 100,000 swordsmen will escape from this 10 major annihilation formation." As he spoke, Xiong Huasong waved the flag in his hand. His figure disappeared, and the entire magic array returned to its original state before the swordsmen entered. Even the Earth's annihilation formation, which Xiong Huasong presided over, couldn't stop Mu Ting from escaping. The other magic arrays were also helpless against the swordsman's escape. One by one, the illusory swordsmen led hundreds of thousands of swordsmen to escape from the magic arrays. Of course, there were still exceptions. Inside the Earth's annihilation formation, the endless yellow sand not only suppressed the swordsmen, but also obliterated all the swordsmen's sword light. Just as the snow-white brilliance pierced into the yellow sand like a sharp sword, revealing a path of survival, thousands of swordsmen were killed by the yellow sand. Not only were their corpses gone, even their flying swords were turned into ordinary iron. Only the illusory swordsmen and the high-level bright swordsmen, led by Jian Li of the Lu Sword sect, were still struggling. Flag Gate. Jian Li found a path of survival and was filled with regret. If he had known that the Flag Gate was a path of survival, even if he risked his life to escape, he wouldn't have ended up like this, which led to nearly half of the Lu Sword sect's disciples being killed. Go! Jian Li didn't hesitate to urge the giant sword. The sword light flashed in the yellow sand. Although it wasn't as smooth and agile as outside the magic array, the yellow sand still couldn't stop the giant sword from flying. The other illusory swords also flew toward the Flag Gate. Jian Li wanted to escape, but how could Cheng Ming of the Immortal Ascension sect and Peng Dai of the Su Yen sect allow him to do so? Under the urging of his magic power, the yellow sand became more vigorous and the wind became stronger. All the bright swordsmen found it difficult to move in the yellow sand. At this time, Jian Li had already flown to the Flag Gate. He only needed to urge his sword origin a little, and he would be able to escape. However, in the face of this path of survival, he hesitated. If he escaped, what would happen to the thousands of disciples? Just as he hesitated, several first-grade illusory swordsmen rushed out. Obviously, the path of survival was behind the Flag Gate, and it wasn't a trap set by the Taoist sect's cultivators. Woo! The wind howled like a tornado. The omnipresent yellow sand increased its strength and hit hundreds of second-grade bright swordsmen. Those disciples didn't even have the chance to scream. Their sword light was annihilated, and their corpses melted. Forget it. Jian Li's heart sank. Even if I escape, how can I face Lu Ruochang and the others? Immediately after, the sword energy flew back and stopped in midair. The sword light sank into the yellow sand again. Seeing Jian Li's return, Cheng Ming and Peng Dai were slightly stunned. However, at the same time, they saw the huge sword formed by Jian Li's sword emit a brilliance that was several feet long. The overflowing sword energy also rushed in all directions. Not good. This guy is going to self-destruct. Peng Dai suddenly realized and was about to warn Jian Li. She saw the array tremble, and a powerful suction force was born from the huge sword. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a few hundred feet of the huge sword swarmed toward it. The hurricane immediately tangled with the Yin wind within the array. The yellow sand that filled the sky lost its momentum and slowly fell to the ground. Woo! The huge sword emitted a strong sword hum. That hum was filled with sorrow. Woo! The flying swords of the remaining thousands of bright sword swordsmen that were suppressed under the yellow sand were also attracted by the huge sword. They all emitted a sonorous sword hum. At the same time, following this loud sword hum, these flying swords were slowly sucked out of the yellow sand. We can't let these swordsmen escape. Cheng Ming was also anxious. Although they had killed many swordsmen just now, those swordsmen were only at the nurturing sword and bright sword stage. There weren't many who were at the bright sword stage who had fallen. This was the key to killing the swordsmen who had real combat power. However, before Cheng Ming and Peng Dai could activate the flag again, boom! With a loud bang, the giant sword emitted an extremely dazzling brilliance. Then, this brilliance cracked inch by inch, turning into thousands of crystal fragments. These crystal fragments charged into the yellow sand and emitted thousands of sword chi. Moreover, these crystal fragments did not scatter in all directions as the sword force's origin spirit disappeared. Instead, they enveloped the space within a radius of several hundred feet. It seemed to be a secret technique, but it also seemed to be a sword formation. The sword chi on each crystal fragment circled around each other, controlling the yellow sand that was wreaking havoc in this space. For a moment, it felt as if the wind had calmed down. Rise, rise, rise. Cheng Ming and Peng Dai tried their best to activate the flag, but all the yellow sand and hurricanes couldn't be controlled as they wished. Run. How could the thousands of Lu Jian sect swordsmen not know the reason behind this? This Jian Li had used his own life to give them a chance to live. They all had tears in their eyes as they urged their flying swords to fly out of the still yellow sand and towards the path of life. If Jian Li of the Lu Jian sect, who was at the second grade of the illusory sword stage, sacrificed himself in exchange for the survival of thousands of his disciples in the Earth Destruction Formation, then the situation in the Wind Destruction Formation was even more tragic. Moreover, this Wind Destruction Formation was jointly managed by Changbai sect's Li Jijia, Qinfan Valley's Su Zhiqi, and Tongyi sect's Ko Xiangling, the three Golden Core cultivators. There were more disciples of the three sects hidden than the two sects in the Earth Destruction Formation. The hurricanes were each stronger than the last. The sharp wind blades were like sharp swords that cut the throat. They were even more deadly than the piercing yellow sand. Not to mention the time it took to drink a cup of tea. There were already dozens of hurricanes blowing out from the whirlpool, killing thousands of Lu Jian sect swordsmen. Even the huge sword formed by Xuechong's illusory sword swordsman was blown away by the wind like thin paper. It was tightly attached to the huge sword, as if it would be blown apart with the slightest movement. As for the area protected by the dozens of illusory swords, it was getting smaller and smaller. It couldn't protect the other swordsmen at all. In fact, the light was gradually fading and was about to disappear. Chapter 2643. Xuechong didn't expect the Taoist sect cultivators to have such a powerful formation. He had never seen such a formation in the 10 years he had been participating in the Great War of Dao cultivators. This formation had long since destroyed his impression of the weak Dao sect cultivators in his heart. Just as he was pondering whether or not he should use other secret techniques other than the sword transformation technique, he heard a real rumbling sound in the air. The same snow-white brilliance shone in and pierced deeply into the hurricane. Flag Gate. Xuechong was overjoyed when he saw the brilliance. He wanted to use his secret technique, but he didn't have a place to escape. Wasn't the sudden appearance of the flag gate giving him a chance of survival? Wasn't this a gift from the heavens? Almost without hesitation, the sword light around Xue Chong flashed violently. The thin sword light suddenly became thicker like a sticky milk. This sticky milk started to sway slightly, and an indescribable sword chi rushed out from the huge sword. It forced away the chilling wind that was like a saw blade, forming a space of 1 foot wide. Buzz, another strong sword sound came from the giant sword. The brilliance of the giant sword became brighter and brighter with the sword sound. It was almost blinding. Boom. The brilliance of the giant sword scattered in all directions. Oh no, why did this guy suddenly want to self-destruct? Sujichi of the Chunfan Valley raised his eyebrows and was puzzled. After all, the hurricane of the wind-extinguishing formation was stronger than the previous one. It wasn't strong enough to threaten a second-grade illusory sword. No, Li Jijia of the Changbai sect had seen the flag gate open. He sneered. This guy is trying to escape. Humph. Do you think you can survive after falling into my hands? Li Jijia then snorted coldly. He formed a strange seal in his hand and pointed at a spot on the flag. An earthy yellow light appeared on the flag and disappeared in an instant. Li Jijia's face suddenly turned pale, as if he had consumed a lot of spiritual power just now. Whoosh, with a very soft sound, a flying sword the size of a person rushed out of the huge sword that had exploded. Just as Li Jijia said, the flying sword's brilliance was extremely restrained, and the sword energy was extremely sharp. Following the momentum generated by the explosion of the huge sword, it rushed like a meteor towards the reopened flag gate. Senior brother Xue. Several illusory swordsmen around Xue Chong shouted. Their protective sword radiance had already been destroyed by Xue Chong's secret technique. Even if there were a few swordsmen who used secret techniques to transform into swords, they couldn't withstand the huge force of the explosion. In the flashes of the sword radiance, they could no longer maintain their swords' forms and return to their physical bodies. Woo, a gust of wind that sounded like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves blew in mercilessly. It passed through their sword light and rushed into their bodies. Their flesh was torn open, and their lives were blown away by the wind. If the illusory swordsmen were like this, then the bright swordsmen were even worse. They struggled bitterly in the wind, but unexpectedly, their sword radiance was scattered by Xue Chong's explosion. In an instant, hundreds of swordsmen died. The swordsmen of the Bright Yang Sword sect had ended up like this, but the culprit had passed through the irresistible wind in an instant and rushed to the front of the flag gate. However, Xue Chong was only a second-grade illusory swordsman after all. Although he used the secret technique to increase his flying speed, he couldn't maintain his sword's form. When he was about to reach the flag gate overflowing with snow-white brilliance, his physical body gradually appeared. Woo, just when Xue Chong was a little anxious and wanted to take advantage of the fact that the secret technique was still effective and his physical body had not been completely revealed to enter the flag gate, a reddish-yellow chilly wind blew out from a whirlwind the size of a human head above the flag gate. That chilly wind was like a sword. It rotated slightly in midair and swooped down toward Xue Chong. The spiral-shaped wind blade seemed to be able to cut the air. Seeing this, Xue Chong's expression didn't change much. He already knew that the person in charge of the wind-extinguishing array must have some secret technique that he didn't know, which could prevent him from escaping. Therefore, from the tip of his sword that had yet to reveal his head, a reddish-red sword radiance rushed out. Then a powerful sword aura was born from the sword radiance, and a reddish-red sword essence, like the rising sun, rapidly rotated to meet the wind blade that was coming at him. Unexpectedly, when the sword essence that Xue Chong had been brewing came into contact with the wind blade, it immediately froze, as though it was frozen. In the blink of an eye, there was a crisp kacha sound. This sound was nothing in the whistling chilly wind, but when it stopped in Xue Chong's ears, it was as though the entire array was about to be split apart. The sword essence that was like the rising sun actually turned into fragments of light, and the shimmering sword radiance was still swaying from the fragments. Seeing that the wind blade didn't slow down even after the sword essence was broken, Xue Chong was finally shocked. However, the wind blade was still faster than his flying speed. At this moment, although Xue Chong's head was close to the edge of the flag gate, the wind blade had already rushed to Xue Chong's waist. Go! Xue Chong opened his mouth slightly, and a small reddish-red sword flew out from his exposed head. It was Xue Chong's origin sword. The small sword rushed into the air, and a powerful sword aura pierced towards the wind blade. That indescribable restrictive force also covered the wind blade at the same time. Just as the wind blade struggled for a moment, the small sword pierced into it with a pew sound, shattering the incomparably sharp wind blade. Seeing this fatal wind blade disappear in midair, Xuechong's face, which had already sunk into the snow-white brilliance, revealed a trace of a smile. He knew that although he had abandoned the clear sword sect disciple, he had still managed to escape with his life. Even the Dao sect's hidden hand wouldn't be able to stop him from flying out of the flag gate. However, right at this moment, he suddenly felt a powerful aura emerge from beneath his body. Almost catching him off guard, the aura rushed to his waist and abdomen. What is this? Xuechong hurriedly scanned with his spiritual will, only to see a fist-sized sword light rushing out from within the hurricane. In a flash, it struck his abdomen. That sword light was so sharp, and the sword aura was so vast. The sword light around Xuechong's body trembled, unable to withstand the surging sword aura at all. With a boom, the sword aura rushed into Xuechong's body, creating a bowl-sized hole in his abdomen. Other than dark red blood from the hole, there were also traces of sword light. Ah! Xuechong screamed loudly, his expression extremely ferocious. But that sword light didn't stop there. Just as it rushed into Xuechong's body, it exploded with a pung sound, blowing Xuechong's body in half. At this moment, the sword light turned into more than 100, circled in midair, and disappeared into the hurricane. Poor Xuechong. He only wanted to avoid the secret skill of the wind-extinguishing formation, but he forgot that the one who stopped him was Chongbai Sect's Li Jijia. The combined attack of 100 late Foundation Establishment stage Chongbai Sect cultivators was enough to kill a second-grade illusory swordsman who was fleeing in panic. In the wind-extinguishing formation, the snow-white flag gate was still there, and the roaring wind was still there, but the lives of the tens of thousands of bright Yang sword sect swordsmen were no longer there. This was probably the most disastrous loss for the hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators led by LV Ruochong after they rushed into the 10-direction annihilation formation. In the center of the 10-direction annihilation formation, LV Ruochong, Mu Ting, and the other third-grade illusory swordsmen stood in midair with shock, panic, and even relief on their faces. The disciples of their respective sword sects were all standing on their flying swords, with complicated expressions on their faces, as if they had just survived a disaster, quietly waiting for their master's arrangements. However, the gazes of LV Ruochong and the others stopped at the flag gate of the wind-extinguishing formation, as if they were waiting for the disciples of the Bright Yang Sword sect. Unfortunately, the tragedy in the wind-extinguishing formation had already determined that none of the Bright Yang Sword sect disciples would be able to escape from the flag gate. No matter how they waited, it would all be in vain. Cough, cough. LV Jianyu, Mu Ting coughed twice and said in a low voice, Xue Jianyu. I'm afraid that things are not looking good for him. The disciples of the Bright Yang Sword sect. Speaking of this, Mu Ting's heart was also filled with sadness. She knew clearly how dangerous it was inside the formation. If it were not for the flaw in the flag gate, not to mention Xuechong, a second-grade illusory swordsman, who could not escape from the wind-extinguishing formation, even she, a third-grade illusory swordsman, would not be able to escape from the earth-extinguishing formation. Of course, she was extremely embarrassed when she escaped, but she escaped after all. Yes, LV Jianyu, after all, Xuechong is a second-grade illusory swordsman. The sword force of the Lujian sect is also a second-grade illusory swordsman. In order to protect the disciples of his sect and escape from the earth-extinguishing formation, he self-destructed and died. Xuechong and the disciples of the Bright Yang Sword sect should not have a chance to escape. At this time, Song Yuan had already returned to his human form. He still had a tall figure, but his hoarse voice was full of exhaustion. Obviously, he had consumed a lot of energy in the earth-extinguishing formation. Wait for another 30 minutes. LV Ruochong said in a low voice. Maybe they still have a chance to survive. Hearing this, the group of swordsmen did not say anything more. Although they were very afraid of the 10 great formations and did not dare to lead their disciples to the flag gate to find the whereabouts of Xuechong and the disciples of the Bright Yang Sword sect, it was not a big deal to wait a little longer. Taking advantage of this time, we should also think more. LV Ruochong glanced around and said in a low voice, think about what happened in the formation just now. and think about how to break this formation. Song Yuan shook his head slightly and said in a low voice, I'm afraid that the previous strategy of dividing and attacking will not work. We can only try to attack one place. But, Ruoling continued, what LV Jianyu said earlier was right. This kind of formation that is spread all over the place must be broken at the same time. If we attack for a while, it will definitely attract the combined forces of all the Dao sect cultivators. At that time, hundreds of thousands of cultivators will be able to withstand the attack formed by this formation. It is far from what hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators can withstand. Chapter 2644. We can't separate, and we can't merge. Then what should we do? Song Yuan was a little impatient. Are we going to be trapped here until we die? We should be looking for a flaw in the array, right? Ruoling said calmly, just like how sword friend Song Yuan rushed out of the array. As she spoke, everyone looked up at the spot above their heads. That was the flaw in LV Ruochang's spell. This was exactly what Yuan Zhongyu and Liang Mingfu had thought. If a sword cultivator wanted to find a flaw, they would first look for the entrance and the core of the array. Unfortunately, when LV Ruochang and the rest entered the array, they had already attacked the core of the array, which seemed to be a flaw. However, they didn't know whether it was the entrance or the core of the array, but Xiong Huasong had already set up a trap. LV Ruochang and the rest returned empty-handed. At this moment, the group of swordsmen looked at the glossy clouds in the sky and sighed in their hearts. They knew that it wasn't a flaw. A flaw is not easy to find. LV Ruochang also sighed slightly. There's a saying in the array, what's real is fake, and what's fake is real. What's real and what's fake, other than the person who set up the array, who can tell? Not good. LV Jianyu, look. The red brilliance on the 10 flag gates. Is it moving towards us? Chu Jianchong of Xian Sword Sect was a grade 2 illusory swordsman. He was lucky enough to bring a group of Xian Sword Sect disciples out of the ice extermination array. Although he had lost 4,000 disciples, he was still able to bring a large number of them with him. However, he was seriously injured. He had just taken an elixir and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. Chu Jianchong didn't think much about the flaw in the array. However, when he opened his eyes and looked at the ice destruction array that he had just escaped from, the red light in the thick fog attracted his attention. As expected. When Ruoling and the rest heard this, they all turned pale with fright. Even Zhu Qingye cried out, I understand now. Actually, the so-called flaw in the flag gates isn't really a flaw. After these arrays are activated, they slowly close together. In the end, these 10 flag gates will definitely merge into one. We will definitely be forced into these 10 arrays. This flaw is no longer a flaw. That's why the cultivators of the Dao sect didn't care. Zhu Qingye's words enlightened everyone, and all the cultivators were suddenly enlightened. Their thoughts were the same as Xiong Huasong's. Since all the flag gates would disappear at the end of the array, then the so-called flaw of the flag gates would also not exist. Why should Xiong Huasong spend so much effort to make up for this flaw? Even the nascent soul cultivator of the Xiantian sect thought the same, didn't he? But LV Ruochang's thoughts were far more than that. She said word by word, when the 10 great arrays are combined and the flag gate disappears, the entire great array will combine into one. The earth, fire, wind, and thunder in the great array will be activated. With the help of the mana of hundreds of thousands of Taoist cultivators, this great array will be hell on earth. Not to mention the third-grade illusory swordsmen like us. Even the masters who have transformed into swords will not be able to escape this calamity. Hiss! Ruoling sucked in a breath of cold air and said, when did the Dao sect become so powerful? The Dao sect has always been this powerful. LV Ruochang smiled bitterly and said, it's just that they have always treasured what they have and schemed against each other, using their brains for internal friction. If they are really forced to a dead end and work together, then the outcome of the battle will be reversed. LV Jianyu, time is of the essence. Where should we go? Song Yuan asked anxiously. LV Ruochang narrowed her eyes and looked at the slowly moving red light. She calmed down and said in a low voice, the hundreds of thousands of Taoist cultivators hastily took over the great array and are not very familiar with it. It will be very difficult for them to push the array together. If I'm not wrong, we still have 6 hours. This period of time is enough for us to discuss and come up with a countermeasure. All right, I'll listen to you. Song Yuan shouted. Even if we have to rush in and fight again, I won't back down. Junior sister LV, Ruo Ling whispered again. It's definitely not appropriate to attack together. It's also unrealistic to look for the flaws of the great array here. It's inevitable that we will rush in together. But which great array should we rush into? Does it matter which great array it is? Tian Simu of the Flame Bamboo Sword sect sneered and said, in my opinion, it's more realistic to look for the flaws in the great array. Yes, what Tian Jianyu said is not unreasonable. LV Ruochang looked at Ruo Ling and nodded. We'll send some illusory sword disciples to explore and look for the flaws in the great array. At the same time, we'll also have to explain the situation in each array for our detailed reference. After that, LV Ruochang and the others sent out their respective illusory swordsmen to lead some bright sword disciples to various parts of the great array to look for the flaws that could be discovered. However, except for Tian Simu, the other swordsmen knew that the core of the great array was behind the 10 flag gates. The large area in the center was just used by the Dao sect cultivators to surround the sword cultivators. How could there be any flaws? A group of disciples went to check it out, but it was just for fun. After the disciples were sent out, a group of third-grade illusory swordsmen told them about the dangers that they had encountered in the great array. The more the swordsmen listened, the more panicked they became. They had never heard of the so-called sky extinguishing array, earth extinguishing array, fire extinguishing array, soul extinguishing array, blood extinguishing array, ice extinguishing array, and metal extinguishing array. What made them even more frightened was that the attacking methods of these arrays were far beyond their expectations, and the means were far beyond their knowledge. Especially the soul extinguishing array, which was said to be the gate of life and death. As long as one crossed it, one's soul would be scattered. Even Song Yuan, who was a third-grade illusory sword expert, could not go deep into it with the help of the giant ape celestial body. Even LV Ruochang and other third-grade illusory swordsmen could not go very far, even if they transformed into swords. This was really terrible, and it really made the swordsmen shudder. Of course, this only made them tremble in fear. What made them even more disheartened was that the attacking methods of each array were different, and each method was so strange and so powerful. Even if they listened to each other's words, it was impossible to find a weaker array to attack. LV Ruochang's heart turned cold. She really did not expect this 10-direction annihilation array to be so arrogant. She originally thought that the metal extinguishing array that she had entered was the most powerful array among the 10 great arrays. But now, after listening to it, it seemed that her metal extinguishing array was nothing. Not to mention the soul extinguishing array, even the earth extinguishing array, which was used by the Lu Jian sect's sword force, might not be able to bring thousands of disciples out safely. Then, LV Ruochang looked at the flag gate of the array that Xuechong was trapped in. Now that the flag gate had been opened for a long time, she did not see any swordsmen coming out after such a long time. Xuechong. There were still tens of thousands of disciples of the Mingyang sword sect that had not been seen. Junior sister LV, Ruoling, was beside her, and her expression was not pleasant. She wanted to comfort LV Ruochang, but when the words came to her mouth, she did not know how to say them. She knew in her heart that before the battle of the sword catacomb, the swordsmen did indeed have the advantage. If LV Ruochang did not have the intention to wipe out all the Dao sect cultivators, the swordsmen would definitely have won if they fought steadily. At least, they would not have been in such a hopeless situation now. The root cause of all this was LV Ruochang. Ruoling did not know what the other swordsmen were thinking, but in her heart, there was no way she did not blame LV Ruochang. Senior sister Ruoling, LV Ruochang smiled bitterly and raised her head to look at Ruoling. Seeing LV Ruochang's bitter smile, Ruoling's heart ached slightly, as if she was lamenting the heavy responsibility on the shoulders of this cold female swordsman. She said casually, "We do not know the name of the array that Xuechong is trapped in, and we do not know the dangers inside. However, according to this sword's thoughts, we must not enter this formation again. If junior sister wants to find an array to attack, I'm afraid you can only choose the last array that no one has entered yet." LV Ruochang pondered for a moment, then raised her head and said, "My fellow swordsmen, do you all have the same plan?" Song Yuan immediately added, "Apart from the soul extinguishing array that I have broken through, all other arrays are fine. This soul extinguishing array, I still have lingering fears. It's better not to try it." Ruoling also said, the fire-extinguishing array is filled with true samadhi fire, which is the bane of swordsmen like us. From what I see, this array is not suitable for attacking. Apart from this array, all other arrays are fine. That's right. The rest of the swordsmen agreed. It seemed that apart from the array that they had broken through, they could try any other array. LV Ruochang also sighed in her heart and said, the metal extinguishing array that I have broken through was formed by absorbing the gold elemental heaven and earth spiritual chi of the sword catacomb, as well as the remnant sword will and sword chi. Although it is not as strange as the soul extinguishing array that swordsman Song Yuan has broken through, it is still the most powerful array out of all these arrays. I do not recommend breaking through again. From the looks of it, it can only be the last array. Mu Ting and the rest turned to look at the water extinguishing array that no one had entered yet. But what is inside that array? What is the name of the array? We don't even know it. Zhu Qingye bit his lip, his white hair fluttering in the wind, and the frost on his face becoming more apparent. Dao sect cultivators use the 5 elements as their foundation, so most of the arrays are also based on them. LV Ruochang thought for a moment and said, this array has already shown earth, fire, and metal. This last array should be either wood or water, right? LV Ruochang's tone was full of uncertainty. After all, the arrays that everyone had mentioned earlier included heaven, earth, soul, wind, and so on. This last array could not possibly exclude thunder, light, and so on, right? She even had a vague feeling that the possibility of using wood or water as the array's base was the smallest. If only swordsman Xue Chong could break through. Chu Jianchong sighed softly. If the array that he has broken through is either wood or water, then it will be easy to judge the last array. Chapter 2645. It would be best if wood was used as the base of the array. Mu Ting frowned and said, although the flying swords of my sword cultivators have the 5-element sword intent, they are of the metal element and can suppress wood-type arrays. How can it be so easy? Zhu Qingye sneered. If we know, how can the Dao sect cultivators not know? Perhaps there is no wood-type array in this great battle. That's right. I think it is most likely a thunder-type array. Song Yuan grinned. However, Lu Ruochang shook his head. No lightning is born in the sword realm. A thunder-type array cannot borrow the spirit chi of heaven and earth from the outside world. No matter how stupid the Dao sect cultivators are, they can't set up such an array. Hee, what's impossible? Song Yuan laughed again. Perhaps there is a thunder-type array in this array? If the Dao sect did not set up this thunder-type array, their 10 major arrays would not be complete. How can they stop us? Hiss. Lu Ruochang took a deep breath and seemed to understand something. Fellow Daoist Song Yuan, are you saying that this array had to leave a fatal flaw? That's right. If it was anywhere else, this thunder-type array would be a great killing weapon comparable to the soul destruction array. However, in the sword tomb, this array is naturally a great weakness. Song Yuan nodded. Fellow Daoist LV. Chu Jianchong, who was beside him, hesitated slightly and said in a low voice, I don't know why the sword tomb is devoid of lightning, but what if the array can generate lightning on its own? The Dao sect's thunder-controlling sect disciples know the thunder-attracting technique, and most of their physiques are of the thunder type. That terrifying phoenix might be in there too. That's right. Lu Ruochang suddenly realized something and said hurriedly, we can't see any traces of the terrifying phoenix in the array. He must be in this array or in the battle where sword friend Xue Chong died. The array relies on the dermic powers of tens of thousands of cultivators. How can a foundation establishment cultivator do anything? Chu Jianchong said disapprovingly. A cultivator who can kill Qin Jian. Can he be a foundation establishment cultivator? Zhu Qingye sneered. Even if he is a cultivator of the late Jindan stage, he can't. Chu Jianchong retorted sarcastically, as if he didn't take Zhu Qingye's cultivation of the 3rd grade of illusory sword seriously. Ruo Ling frowned. She had already noticed the subtle change in Chu Jianchong's attitude. It was as if he had decided to go all out. She immediately smiled and said, there is a lot of heaven and earth spiritual chi in the sword tomb. It is the best place for heavenly lightning to form. However, due to the remnant sword intent and the wails of the broken swords, the heavenly lightning is stopped. The Dao sect's array also tore apart the space of the sword tomb, so the heavenly lightning can't descend. That's why the sword tomb is devoid of lightning. Many thanks for sword friend Ruo Ling's explanation. Chu Jianchong faintly smiled and cupped his hands. He didn't have any intention of debating with Zhu Qingye. Mu Ting bit her lips and said in a low voice, "In that case, we are going to charge into the last formation?" However, several Grade 3 illusory swordsmen and dozens of Grade 2 illusory swordsmen looked at each other and didn't dare to answer casually. Finally, they all looked at LV Ruochang. LV Ruochang naturally knew that she had to answer this question, but she really didn't dare to. She raised her head and looked at the canopy in the sky. At this moment, the canopy was changing again. 10 streaks of light flowed on it in an extremely orderly manner. The pattern of the flow was somewhat obvious, but upon closer inspection, it was somewhat inexplicable. It was as if 10 intelligent worms were randomly crawling within the canopy. The other swordsmen were somewhat worried about the future and didn't pay attention to the changes in the canopy. Now that they saw it, their expressions changed slightly. Needless to say, this 10-direction annihilation array was in the final stage of its preparation. No matter which formation they charged into, they would be faced with an unprecedented baptism of wind and rain. "That's right, fellow Taoist Lu," Ruo Ling suddenly asked. "If we charge into a formation, then can the Dao sect's cultivators gather the magical powers of hundreds of thousands of cultivators together?" "Of course they can." LV Ruochang smiled bitterly. "If not, how can it be called a formation?" In an instant, everyone's expressions changed again. Hundreds of thousands of swordsmen against hundreds of thousands of cultivators, not to mention a formation. Even if they directly started a fight, it would be disastrous. What could these dozens of illusory swordsmen do? We're already here. Fellow Taoist Lu, hurry up and tell us, should we charge into the last formation or not? Let's have a good time. Song Yuan grinned and said. However, LV Ruochang's tightly knitted brows didn't seem to loosen. She shook her head slightly and said, "Fellow Taoist Song Yuan, please wait a moment. I seem to have thought of something, but I can't seem to grasp it. Moreover, the disciples who went to investigate haven't returned yet. Let's wait a little longer?" Although LV Ruochang's words were somewhat tactful, her tone was unquestionable. She did have a hint of understanding in her heart, but she didn't know what the key was. "It's all right, junior sister LV, think about it more." Ruo Ling smiled and said, "We'll also meditate for a while." But Zhu Qingye was a little anxious. "Although we have a lot of time, this formation is obviously brewing. If we charge into the formation one step earlier, we'll definitely be able to kill them all by surprise." Zhu Qingye's words obviously represented the thoughts of some swordsmen. Chu Jianchong, Tian Simu, and the others turned to look at LV Ruochang. However, LV Ruochang didn't pay attention to them at all. Instead, she raised her head and looked at the flowing colors in the sky. She was so focused that she looked like a girl in love who was looking at the sunset. The brilliance of the 10 colors was like the sunset glow. It illuminated LV Ruochang's eyes, but it could not ignite the spark in her heart. Similarly, the flowing colors illuminated the faces of many swordsmen, but it could not drive away the increasing anxiety in their eyes. After 2 hours, the flowing colors became even more oppressive, and the brilliance became even more dazzling. 10 red lights, like the eyes of hungry wolves, revealed a ferocious look in the thick fog, and were getting closer and closer. Just as the crowd was getting impatient, the thousands of disciples who had gone out returned. The array was not big to begin with, but they were really very careful. Other than the moving flag gate and the rolling fog, they had checked every inch of the array. However, looking at their dejected appearances, it was needless to say that they didn't find anything. "What did you find?" Ruo Ling asked with a smile when she saw that LV Ruochang ignored the disciples and only looked up. "Senior sister Ruo Ling, please no." A disciple from Failing Sword Manor hurriedly replied, "We didn't find anything. There were no flaws." Then, he hesitated for a moment before saying, "There's also an extremely powerful restriction under the ground of this formation. A disciple who can burrow into the ground controlled a flying sword to enter, but after a rumbling sound came from the ground, he never came out. In addition, we also tried to fly higher, but after reaching a certain height, we found it difficult to fly any further. It seems to be a restriction of the Dao sect. Also," the disciple licked his somewhat dry lips, as if he had many things to say, but did not know how to say them. "In short, we used many methods, but this formation is like a large jar, airtight. Yes, you can go back and wait." The smile on Ruo Ling's face did not change. This result could be summed up in one sentence, and this disciple was right. After the disciples returned to their groups, Ruo Ling looked at LV Ruochang and said in a warm voice, "Junior sister LV, if we can find any clues, I'm afraid that it will be in an instant. However, if we can't find any clues, we probably won't be able to do it in the remaining 2 hours." Zhu Jianyo's words are reasonable. At this moment, the Dao sect cultivators are also familiarizing themselves with the formation. If we seize the opportunity to attack, we will be able to catch them off guard. Even if there's a mistake in the last formation, we can still charge out. However, if we wait for them to fully understand the formation and the entire formation closes, we won't even have a way out. Yes, LV Jianyu. Mu Ting was also somewhat impatient and reminded her in a low voice. All right. At this moment, LV Ruochang reluctantly shifted her gaze away from the sky curtain. Her face was as calm as water. Looking at the red lanterns of the water destruction formation and the already opened flag gate, she waved her hand and said, "Swordsman, listen to my command." Yes. The swordsmen were in high spirits and shouted, "We will listen to LV Jianyo's command." Black Phoenix sword sect in front, Failing Sword Village behind. LV Ruochang casually ordered, as natural as moving clouds and flowing water. In a moment, all the disciples of the sword sect were properly arranged. Finally, she took another look at the colorful sky curtain and took a deep breath. Raising her hand, she took the lead and rode on her sword, shouting, "Victory or defeat will be decided in this battle. Warriors of the sword domain, follow me into the formation and kill the Dao sect's god cultivators." After saying that, a resounding sword cry was emitted from the flying sword under her feet, like the cry of a phoenix. "Ga!" The flying swords of dozens of swordsmen also cried out, and there was no lack of desperation in them. Then, the flying swords of hundreds of thousands of swordsmen also cried out, and a feeling of wind blowing and cold water spread throughout the entire formation. Hundreds of thousands of flying swords cried out, causing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to flow within the great battle, rolling up a hurricane. The hurricane blew up the sword formation of tens of thousands of swordsmen, making a whistling sound. At this time, LV Ruochang had already flown to the front of the flag gate of the water destruction array. Looking at the snow-white brilliance of the flag gate, she took a deep breath. Her messy hair blocked her vision. Although it did not affect anything, she still elegantly stretched out her hand like all women who loved beauty. But just as she did so, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Gold attribute spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Gold attribute spiritual chi of heaven and earth. LV Ruochang's heart suddenly became clear. The gold attribute spiritual chi of heaven and earth in this great formation is more abundant than the other 5 elements spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The gold attribute spiritual chi of heaven and earth in this sword tomb is even more abundant. Among the formations set up by the Dao sect's cultivators, the gold attribute formation is certainly more powerful than the ordinary ones. But the spirit chi backlash of the formation itself is also stronger than the other formations. GMO and the others who are in charge of the gold destruction formation also have to use double the amount of magic power to control the formation. Furthermore, the cultivators who set up this formation only considered the abundance of gold attribute spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and did not need to have a high cultivation level. Even the cultivators who are in charge of the gold destruction formation are ordinary gold core cultivators. There is not even a cultivator on duty in the conference hall. Chapter 2646. Looking at the sky, the golden brilliance seems to be stronger than the other brilliances. The other brilliances are all blocked by this golden brilliance. There are obviously traces of deliberate movement in the flow. I'm afraid it's trying to maintain the balance between them. If that's the case, then there should be a balance between the 10 formations. If we attack the formation of golden destruction at the same time and draw in a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual chi, wouldn't it be able to strengthen our attacks and disrupt the balance of the formation? If it's done well, wouldn't the backlash from the metal attribute spiritual energy of heaven and earth be able to destroy the golden destruction formation? LV Ruochang thought for a moment, but the more she thought about it, the more she felt that it made sense. Looking at the flag gate of the water destruction array that was almost within reach, LV Ruochang made up her mind. If she didn't fight now, when would she? Thus, a burst of sword brilliance radiated from her body, and a cheerful sword cry suddenly sounded. Her figure rose up in front of the flag gate and rushed straight into the air. An extremely confident voice sounded in the air. Disciples, listen to my command. Kill your way into the golden destruction array. Seeing that LV Ruochang was about to rush into the water destruction array, there was a sudden change. The dazzling sword radiance emitted 5 colors, like a beautiful peacock spreading its proud tail, causing all the swordsmen to be stunned. Fortunately, behind LV Ruochang were the disciples of the Black Phoenix sword sect. These disciples worshipped LV Ruochang to the extreme. Whether it was the first or second grade illusory swordsmen, or the disciples who had drawn their swords or nurtured their swords, they hurriedly changed direction with LV Ruochang. Although it looked a little chaotic at first, in a moment, it was orderly. The other sword sect disciples naturally had room to maneuver after following the Black Phoenix sword sect. However, Zhu Qingye and the others were really puzzled. Dozens of illusory swordsmen ordered their disciples to lead the other swordsmen to follow the Black Phoenix sword sect to the water destruction array. At the same time, they all gathered in the direction where LV Ruochang was flying. LV Ruochang also flew to the front of the water destruction array with a smile and stood in the air. Obviously, she was also waiting for the arrival of everyone. Junior sister LV, what's going on? Could it be that you suddenly have a way to break the array? Ruo Ling saw LV Ruochang's smiling face, which was far from the frown just now, and asked with a smile. All right, senior sister Ruo Ling knows. Lu Ruochang said proudly, although I'm not 100% sure, but I'm still somewhat confident. LV Jianyu, quickly tell me. Zhu Qingye hurriedly asked. LV Ruochang didn't hide anything and spoke of his thoughts. He then said, this sword stopped to discuss with you sword friends, because I want to advance and retreat with you. Once we enter the Golden Destruction Formation, we won't need to say a word. The disciples of the 10 sword sects will form their own sword formations. We will also turn into swords and attack the Golden Destruction Formation. There can't be any delay, and we can't give the Dao sect cultivators any time to catch their breath. He even asked them to gather all the cultivators into the Golden Destruction Formation. Otherwise, even without the Golden Destruction Formation, they would still be able to kill us. Humph, kill him. Song Yuan coldly snorted. I'd like to see which cultivator doesn't want to live anymore and dares to block my path. LV Ruochang's lips curled into a smile. She was in an extremely good mood. Although she knew that Song Yuan's words had many flaws, she didn't refute. Sword friends, is there anything else you want to explain? LV Ruochang shouted. Otherwise, we'll have to summon all our sword energy and give the cultivators a surprise. LV Jianyu. Chu Jianchong hesitated. Everything you say is reasonable, but since the strongest part of the formation is also the weakest part of the formation, then what we'll face will definitely be the strongest attack of the 10 formations. Do you think we can withstand the strongest attack of this formation? Chu Jianchong obviously didn't believe in the idea of breaking through the Golden Destruction Formation. No matter how strong the Golden Destruction Formation is, can it be more unpredictable than the Soul Destruction Formation? Song Yuan sneered. I'm not even afraid of the Soul Destruction Formation, so why should I be afraid of this Golden Destruction Formation? Although Song Yuan's words didn't convey his meaning and didn't answer Chu Jianchong's question, his support for LV Ruochang was obvious. LV Ruochang nodded slightly and looked straight at Chu Jianchong. She said word by word, even if you can't withstand it, you have to. Even if you can't withstand it, you have to. If we can't break the Golden Destruction Formation, we'll all die. I believe that I can die in the end. If sword friend Chu doesn't fight, I'm afraid you'll be the first to die among the 10 illusory swordsmen. Chu Jianchong's expression changed. LV Ruochang had really spoken his mind. He was only at the 2nd grade of the illusory sword realm, which was similar to the cultivation of LV Ruochang's disciples. He was really worried that he couldn't withstand the attack of the Golden Destruction Formation. Forget it. We'll die either way. Chu Jianchong raised his head and said, there are no cowards among the warriors of the sword realm. Although Chu doesn't think that the Golden Destruction Formation is the best place to break through, Chu still believes in LV Jianyu. Good. LV Ruochang clapped her hands and said, with sword friend Chu's determination, it won't be difficult for us to break the Golden Destruction Formation. However, after saying that, LV Ruochang's expression became serious again. She said, Sword friend Chu's words reminded me again. Every sect in the sword realm should have a secret technique to absorb sword intent. In my opinion, we should find an opportunity in the Golden Destruction Formation to absorb the sword intent absorbed by the Golden Destruction Formation from the Sword Tomb. This will be able to crush the Golden Destruction Formation. However, in this way, among us, there may be people who will die because of this. Ha ha ha, there's no need to be afraid. Why should we be afraid? Ruo Ling clapped her hands and said, if sword friend Chu can have such ambition, how can we not have such a magnificent feat? We'll listen to LV Jinyo's instructions. Good. LV Ruochang looked at the Black Phoenix sword sect disciples who had already rushed into the Golden Destruction Formation and said, we'll be the last to enter. We'll listen to LV Jinyo's instructions. The hearts of the illusory swordsmen trembled, and the sword energy in their bodies began to flow slowly. They knew that once they entered the formation, they had to go all out. If they couldn't break the Golden Destruction Formation in a short time, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was unknown whether it was on purpose or because of the formation, but after the Golden Destruction Formation's flag gate opened, it actually shrank a little. It took a lot of time for hundreds of thousands of swordsmen to fly into the formation. During this time, the entire 10-direction annihilation formation's closing speed increased. Obviously, the Golden Core Realm cultivators in charge of the formation had also seen the final struggle of the swordsmen and had begun the final encirclement. Go! Life or death depends on this strike, victory or defeat depends on this battle. Seeing that there were still a few swordsmen who had not flown into the Golden Destruction Formation, LV Ruochang waved his hand and said, Go! Life or death depends on this strike. Ruo Ling and the others roared and rushed into the Golden Destruction Formation on their flying swords. When the dozens of illusory swordsmen flew into the Golden Destruction Formation, hundreds of thousands of swordsmen had already gathered in dozens of places according to the sword formation secret method of their respective sword sections. Apart from the Black Phoenix sword sect disciples who had already seen the momentum of the Sword Mountain and Sword Water in the Golden Destruction Formation, the other swordsmen had not seen it before. Although they had already gathered into a sword formation, when they glanced around the formation, their faces were filled with astonishment. Obviously, they were also stunned by the atmosphere in the formation. Opposite the hundreds of thousands of swordsmen were GMO from Sky Patrol City, Jihong from Clear Leaf Sect, Zhou Qingping from Thousand Leaf Ridge, and Zhu Junwei from Cool Breeze Valley. Just like before, the four of them each held a small banner in their hands that shone with golden light. However, their faces were filled with confusion and surprise. When LV Ruochang was trapped in the Golden Destruction Formation, the bone-eroding golden light had killed many Black Phoenix sword sect disciples. Even LV Ruochang's body was injured. If Tsang Yuan had not torn open the banner gate of the Soul Destruction Formation and exposed the flaw of the formation, and if LV Ruochang had not taken the opportunity to lead the Black Phoenix sword sect disciples to escape in a panic, LV Ruochang might have already died in the golden light. Who would have thought that just over 2 hours later, the hundreds of thousands of swordsmen would actually turn around and charge into the Golden Destruction Formation, which really caught GMO and the others off guard. While they were reporting to Xiong Huasong and the others, they hurriedly arranged the formation so that the disciples who had already relaxed could regain their spirit and face the final counterattack of all the swordsmen. This was all the swordsmen, far more than the tens of thousands of Black Phoenix sword sect disciples. At the same time, GMO and the others were somewhat confused. They didn't know how LV Ruochang, who had suffered greatly in this formation, could return to the Golden Annihilation Formation again. Was she not afraid of dying under the bone-corroding golden light? When GMO of Sky Patrol City saw LV Ruochang and the others fly to the front of the swordsman, he sneered as usual. He waved the small banner in his hand slightly, and golden light overflowed from it. He asked, LV Ruochang, you still haven't given up. Why? Do you really want to choose this Golden Destruction Formation as your burial place? Then he looked at the dozens of illusory swordsmen and said, It's fine that you came here alone, but you actually gave us such a great battle merit. This great gift. We really have to thank you. Don't you think so, fellow cultivators? GMO even turned to Ji Hong and the others and asked them in a very confident manner. That's right, LV Ruochang really knows our intentions. Haha. Ji Hong and the others laughed. At this moment, Wang Countless sword cries resounded in front of Ji Hong and the others. The dozens of illusory swordsmen did not say anything. Various colored sword lights appeared around them, and their sword energy soared into the sky. All the swordsmen who could use secret techniques to transform into swords did so. Even Song Yuan of the Quilted Mountain sect roared, and his body rapidly expanded. The dozens of huge swords seemed to have taken off their huge scabbards, and they revealed a ferocious appearance in the golden destruction formation. The sword energy wantonly collided in the air, and the spirit energy of the world became chaotic. As the dozens of huge swords appeared, the sword sect disciples also released their flying swords. These flying swords also let out sword cries. Although the cries of each flying sword were very soft, the cries of hundreds of thousands of flying swords at the same time shook the entire golden destruction formation. Even people as strong as GMO and the others had expressions of fear on their faces. Quick! GMO and the others were originally laughing, but they did not expect LV Ruochang and the others to suddenly make a move. In their fear, they could only wave the small banners in their hands in panic. Chapter 2647. What was different from before was that as the 4 small banners waved, a strange wave of energy was produced and spread rapidly in all directions. Wherever the ripples passed, the images formed by the broken swords would collapse. Swords that seemed like broken swords and sword intents would break down from the images, and they would be swept up into the sky like sand dunes by the wind. A feeling of annihilation rose in the hearts of all the sword cultivators. A feeling of disbelief rose in their hearts at the same time. They had never imagined that the Dao Sect's array would be so mysterious. Buzz, the moment the sword world broke down, LV Ruochang and the other huge swords did not give GMO and the others any chance to wave the small banners again. At the same time, dozens of terrifying auras, mixed with absolute sword chi, attacked GMO and the others. Under the impact of the sword chi, the waves of energy from the 4 small banners showed signs of stagnation. In fact, the broken swords within a few hundred feet of the waves were showing signs of reforming again. The sword mountain and sword water were gradually returning to their original state. Kill! The swordsmen were overjoyed when they saw this. Hundreds of thousands of swordsmen roared in unison and summoned their flying swords. The flying swords danced and formed dozens of huge flying swords, flashing brilliantly as they slashed down at the sword mountain in the distance that was beginning to return to its original state. The flying swords were about to hit the swordsmen. If the sword mountain was hit, it would only collapse. Once the sword mountain collapsed, the entire golden destruction array would naturally have a flaw. However, at this critical moment, a cold voice came from the distant horizon. So, you've been waiting for the golden destruction array. You want to break my golden destruction array with just 100,000 flying swords? What wishful thinking. At the place where the voice came from, the entire sword mountain collapsed like quicksand. The quicksand flowed rapidly from that place, and all the illusions in the golden destruction array instantly turned into nothingness. Xiong Huasong, Hung Li, and several other mid-golden core cultivators appeared at the origin of the collapse of the illusions. As they waved their banners, raindrops, waves, and mountain-like broken swords rushed toward the flying swords of the swordsmen. Rumble, rumble, endless sounds rang out, and earth-shattering explosions rang out. The entire golden destruction formation was in a state of chaos, and it was like a scene from purgatory. In the entire world, there were only swords, sword light, and sword chi. Fellow Taoist Ji. Xiong Huasong yelled in exasperation. Hurry up and activate the golden destruction formation. It turned out that even though Xiong Huasong and the others were able to control the broken swords of the golden destruction formation, they were still unable to activate the bone-corroding golden light of the golden destruction formation. Even though the thousands of broken swords could withstand the attacks of the 100,000 sword cultivators for a short period of time, they were absolutely unable to withstand the attacks of the sword cultivators for a long period of time, let alone kill the sword cultivators. Wang, several loud and clear sounds of swords rang out amidst the violent explosion. Although it was not as powerful as before, it was just as resounding. Boom! An extremely loud sound rang out at the end of the first wave of attacks. The attacks of LV Ruochang and the others had collided with the attacks of GMO and the others. The sound this time was not as loud as before, but the entire formation shook violently. All the cultivators and swordsmen were unable to stand firm in midair, and they all staggered as they tried their best to maintain their balance. The expressions of the bystanders were of course shocked by the power of the formation, but Xiong Huasong's face was pale, and he was extremely anxious. This was because he knew that GMO and the others were at the base of the Golden Destruction Formation. This base was not fixed within the formation, but GMO and the others had not completely activated the Golden Destruction Formation. The base of the formation was beneath their feet. If LV Ruochang and the others' giant swords killed GMO and the others, the base of the formation would also be destroyed, and all the Dao sect's previous efforts would be for naught. How could Xiong Huasong dare to be negligent? He waved the banner in his hand, and another part of the sword will of heaven and earth seeped in. Seemingly endless flying swords rushed into the formation and flew in the direction of the giant swords. Heng Zhao and the others naturally came to their senses, and all their attacks were temporarily directed towards the giant swords. Rumble! Another series of explosions rang out, and sword splendor filled the entire formation. Not only did everyone feel dizzy, but they also did not dare to release their divine senses. The power of the Golden Destruction Formation and the countless remnant sword wills had caused great damage to their divine senses. LV Ruochang and the others were in a dilemma. Wherever the giant swords were, the sword chi had already blocked the sword rain that GMO and the others had summoned. Even Ruo Ling's sword light had pierced towards Ji Hong's eyes. Under the sword light, the small banner's golden light only flashed slightly before being annihilated. As long as LV Ruochang and the others put in more effort, this Golden Destruction Formation would be destroyed. It was a pity that Xiong Huasong and the others' assistance was timely. The monstrous sword rain hit the dozens of giant swords, and the sword splendor of the third-grade illusory swordsmen were disrupted. Facing the fierce sword rain and the sword will that seemed to be driven by tens of thousands of cultivators, these swordsmen were helpless. They could only retreat slightly. Of course, it was during this slight retreat that 4 sword-like golden lights appeared in the air amidst the splashes of sword radiance. These 4 sword lights suddenly exploded and turned into tens of thousands of crystal fragments that shot out in all directions of the sword formation. What a pity! When LV Ruochang saw the golden lights appear, she knew that the bone-corroding golden light was not stopped. She felt that it was a pity. At the same time, she hurriedly activated the sword origin, and the entire giant sword flashed with the sword will of the phoenix. This sword will slowly converged, and a faint fluctuation was slowly emitted. This fluctuation swayed along with the sword light, as if it was breathing. It was emitted by LV Ruochang, who had yet to merge the sword spirit and sword will into the sword heart. Swoosh, the golden light shot out in all directions, like the rising sun, and plated the entire golden destruction array with a layer of golden light. This golden light had already touched the broken sword will and thousands of broken swords, and immediately bloomed with a strong brilliance. Oh no! All the disciples of the Black Phoenix sword sect shouted in their hearts. The other disciples of the Sword Gate had only heard about it, but they had personally experienced it. What kind of golden light was that? What kind of bone-corroding golden light was that? The pain was definitely not something that could be described with words. The golden light flashed without much noise. In this array where the swords clashed and the sounds of the swords clashing were incessant, it was nothing at all. However, wherever the golden light passed, the sword light of the swordsmen melted, and their sword chi was corroded. Hundreds and thousands of screams were heard. Among the screams, hundreds and thousands of disciples who were pregnant with swords fell from the sky in batches, their bodies covered in blood. In the midst of the blood, eerie white bones could be seen. Chapter 2648. In an instant, all the swordsmen panicked. It was not that the disciples of the Black Phoenix sword sect had not mentioned such a situation before, but to them, it was something new. Everyone felt that they could resist this strange golden light. Only now did they truly believe that there was something they could not resist within the Dao sect's array. As soon as the golden light flashed, the figures of GMO and the others disappeared. The base of the array was also hidden within the array. Xiong Huasong and the others also revealed a trace of a smile on their faces. As the flagpoles swayed, their figures also disappeared into the air. At this moment, the golden light once again landed on the huge sword that LV Ruochang had transformed into. The fluctuation of the sword heart combined with the sword radiance cleverly dodged the golden light. Even when some of the golden light touched the sword radiance swayed slightly, as though it was cruising within the golden light. The speed at which the sword essence was melting was much slower than before. However, this bone-corroding golden light was too powerful. LV Ruochang was already on the verge of transforming into a sword. He already had a secret technique, but he still could not completely resist this golden light. If this continued for too long, he would still die. With LV Ruochang in such a state, the other illusory sword sect swordsmen followed LV Ruochang's earlier warning and activated their sword radiance to resist the golden light. For now, they were not in danger. Except for one person. That was the Quilted Mountain sect's Song Yuan. Song Yuan led his men into the Golden Destruction Formation. They were not at the front in the first place. The beast cultivators and bird cultivators formed a formation in the middle of the sword formations. When the swords were flying in the formation, the beast cultivators and bird cultivators could only barely defend against the flying swords with the combined attacks that they had practiced. This way, they were at a disadvantage compared to the swordsmen who formed the sword array. Before the bone-corroding golden light landed, many of their disciples had already died. Seeing this, Song Yuan immediately transformed into his huge ape avatar. He roared as he stepped in the air, trying his best to resist the flying swords. Song Yuan's huge ape avatar was truly impressive. It had already succeeded in the Soul Destruction Array. Within the Golden Destruction Array, facing the tidal wave of remnant swords, black light flickered around its body. Its arms danced, and it was like a 100-foot-tall wall blocking the swords. It was like a pillar protecting many beast cultivator disciples. However, when the bone-corroding golden light appeared, the golden light followed the sword and struck the huge ape's fur when the huge ape knocked the flying sword away. Sizzle, an intense sound was emitted from the point of contact between the black light and the golden light. Even the black aura that lingered around the fur started to surge under the golden light. As it surged, the black aura started to rapidly thin and fade. What made Song Yuan even more alarmed was that the black light was restrained and corroded by the golden light. A heart-wrenching, bone-piercing pain mixed with extreme itchiness emerged from his avatar. Roar! The great ape let out a furious roar. Both of its hands clenched into fists and rapidly pounded its chest. Its entire body abruptly moved in midair, causing the entire formation to tremble. Then it charged towards the place where GMO and the others had just disappeared. Woo! The giant ape's fist carried the sound of wind as it smashed into the flying swords that were everywhere in the air. As the flying swords scattered, the golden light once again scattered. The black aura around the great ape evaporated, and the black light dissipated. Strands of bloody light gradually seeped out from under its fur. Swordsman Song Yuan. Chu Jianchong was close to the great ape. At this moment, he and a few other grade 2 illusory swordsmen from the Dazzling Sword sect had formed a rhombus-shaped sword formation. Their sword auras formed a front as they tried their best to avoid the golden light. He was slightly stronger than Song Yuan. When the blood on Song Yuan's body was dripping, the golden light had just passed through their sword formation. Roar! The great ape waved its fists with all its might as if it could shatter the void. However, it couldn't drive the golden light away. This second roar was already filled with heart-wrenching pain. Pieces of its flesh were already beginning to fall apart. Song Yuan's huge body couldn't resist the golden light. Helpless, his body gradually shrank as he tried to dodge some of the golden light. However, this obviously wasn't a good plan. As the great ape shrank, its flesh had already begun to fall off. Not good. Not only was Song Yuan in danger, Chu Jianchong and the others were also in danger. After the golden light penetrated the sword formation, it immediately scattered on their swords. Their cultivation was much weaker than LV Ruochang and the others. Therefore, they couldn't maintain their sword forms where the sword light flashed. Wung! A strong sword hum was emitted from the middle of the great sword. The great sword that LV Ruochang had transformed into let out a high-pitched hum once again. The vibrations that were similar to breathing rapidly surged. The entire sword began to shake, and a strong sword aura soared into the sky. This vibration was completely different from before. It couldn't resist the golden light. Under the golden light, the great sword's radiance was rapidly corroded. Wung, wung. Following LV Ruochang's sword hum, more than 10 great swords also hummed at the same time. Similarly, they ignored the bone-corroding golden light and began to swell. They also emitted a strong sword aura that soared into the sky. Wu, the 100,000 swordsmen who were still struggling to maintain the Great Sword Formation were also clamoring. The sword aura emitted by the 100,000 swordsmen on the Great Sword Formation was even more powerful. It pierced straight into the sky above the formation. Hurry up and control the formation. Xiong Huasong, who was hidden in the formation, knew that the swordsmen were going to risk their lives. He hurriedly urged GMO. At this time, besides the disciples of the four sects, nearly half of the disciples from the other sects had come over to resist the swordsmen together. Although they weren't very familiar with the Golden Destruction Formation, under the guidance of the disciples of the four sects, they quickly became competent. Hearing Xiong Huasong's urging, GMO and the other three hurriedly waved their small banners. The dermic powers of nearly 200,000 Dao sect disciples in the Golden Destruction Formation were simultaneously mobilized. A strong suction force appeared on one side of the formation, sucking in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, sword aura, and sword intent within dozens of miles. As a huge amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth, sword aura, and other things poured into the formation, the entire formation began to shake. Even the small banners of GMO and the other three emitted a golden brilliance. An uncontrollable heaviness was emitted from the small banners. GMO and the other three's arms swayed slightly, and panic appeared on their faces. Don't panic. Xiong Huasong naturally knew that something was wrong. He hurriedly shouted, "Take your time to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, broken swords, and other things. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is easy for us cultivators to control. Those broken swords, sword aura, and sword intent belong to the swordsmen for many years. They are definitely not easy to control. If you absorb too much, I'm afraid that the formation won't be able to withstand it. For now, don't absorb any more. Activate the broken swords and other things first. Fight with the swordsmen and consume the sword intent. After another hour, the entire formation will close up. The dermic powers of the other 9 formations will be able to be freely transferred to the Golden Destruction Formation, and we will be able to easily kill the swordsmen." Boom! Another earth-shattering sound rang out, and the entire formation shook intensely. Under the combined attack of the sword cultivators, the flying swords that poured in were almost destroyed. Damn it! The small banners in the hands of GMO and the others swayed slightly, and they almost fell out of their hands. They unconsciously gritted their teeth and cursed. Strengthen the attack. Kill them a few more times, and the bone-eroding golden light will be able to exterminate them. Seeing the powerful counterattack of the sword cultivators, Xiong Huasong was also furious. When GMO and the others heard this, they hurriedly waved the small banners again. A huge amount of metal element spiritual chi of heaven and earth poured in even more intensely, and the entire formation let out a slight rumbling sound again. Xiong Huasong raised his eyebrows, as if he wanted to warn GMO, and ask them to stop absorbing the metal element spiritual chi of heaven and earth. However, nearly 100,000 swordsmen once again released sword aura, rushing straight into the air and colliding with the dozens of flying swords. They rushed towards the incoming flying swords like a tide. This time it was different. When the sword aura of Lu Ruochong and the others made contact with the flying swords, they immediately guarded an area and began to rotate. In addition, when the sword aura of the 100,000 swordsmen made contact with the rotating sword aura, it instantly retreated. This retreating force immediately produced a strong suction force, and actually formed a huge whirlpool. The suction force was so great and so wide. It was like a giant hand was grabbing all the flying swords, but it was also like a net. It rapidly passed through these flying swords, rushed into the formation through the sword intent, and extended out of the formation. The swordsman's ability to control the metal element spiritual chi of heaven and earth and sword intent was clearly far superior to the Dao sect's swordsman. Wu, a suction force even stronger than when GMO and the others were controlling the formation, was produced from the formation. An even greater amount of heaven and earth spiritual chi of heaven and earth, as well as the broken swords and other objects, surged towards the formation. What are they doing? Are they going to throw themselves into a dead end? GMO didn't understand and muttered very strangely. Not good. Quick, 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 seal the formation. Xiong Huasong was the most familiar with the 10-direction annihilation formation. When he saw the entire golden annihilation formation tremble, with the influx of metal element spiritual chi of heaven and earth. He already understood what the swordsmen were thinking. He hurriedly said, "These damned swordsmen are relying on the sword tomb's metal element spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and the flying swords to break my golden annihilation formation. Woo, hundreds of thousands of swordsmen, 200,000 swordsmen. They were simultaneously extracting the metal element spiritual chi of heaven and earth from the sword tomb. At the same time, they were simultaneously extracting the metal element spiritual chi of heaven and earth from the sword tomb. The 10-direction annihilation formation immediately exceeded the limits of what it could withstand. The golden annihilation formation rumbled, and the surrounding restrictions instantly began to collapse. Seeing this, Xiong Huasong's expression became extremely ugly. He clapped his hands, and dozens of array flags appeared in his hands. He spat a mouthful of blood essence on them, and the array flags glowed with a 10-colored brilliance. Go! Xiong Huasong waved his hands, and a golden array flag flew into the air, flying towards the collapsing restrictions. However, before the array flag could fly one zhang away, Kacha, a sound like the sky being torn apart resounded through the air. The golden annihilation formation's restrictions finally collapsed under the combined efforts of both sides. This golden annihilation formation was finally destroyed under LV Ruochang's scheme. Humph! Xiong Huasong swept his gaze across and saw that the swordsman's sword light had dimmed. He knew that they had expended a lot of energy for this scheme. He coldly snorted and ordered, "Fellow Taoist GMO, mobilize all the disciples and activate their magic power at the same time." Yes. GMO originally wanted to ask if they still needed to repair this golden annihilation formation, but the words stopped at the tip of his tongue. The small flag in his hand danced without hesitation. Chapter 2649. Xiong Huasong waved his hand, and all the formation flags flew out. He sneered, "Since you want the bone-corroding golden light, I'll give it to you all at once." As more than 10 array flags entered the formation, the golden annihilation formation collapsed even faster. However, the golden light became even stronger. Under the push of the 200,000 cultivators, the golden light poured onto the snow-like sword light like a torrential downpour. Charge! Lu Ruochang and the others were overjoyed. They knew that the golden destruction formation had indeed been broken, and this was their only chance to charge into the 10-direction annihilation formation. Even if the Dao sect cultivators summoned thousands of golden lights, they did not hesitate to send out their illusory swords. Dozens of giant swords flew at the front, followed by the giant swords formed by 100,000 swordsmen. The remaining half of the beast cultivators and bird cultivators flew at the back and rushed into the golden light together. Whoosh! It was definitely boiling water falling on snow. The moment the bone-corroding golden light came into contact with the sword light, it became even stronger than before. More than half of the sword light was instantly destroyed. All the illusory swordsmen who had transformed into swords could no longer maintain their sword forms and gradually revealed their true forms. As for the swordsmen who were lucky enough to survive, they wailed and died in a bloody mess in front of the golden destruction formation's restriction. Rumble. With the sound of the earth collapsing, as tens of thousands of swordsmen escaped, the golden destruction formation finally collapsed completely. The 10-colored light screen in the air was also torn apart, and the light spot in the center reappeared. After the light spot flashed 9 times, it turned into 9 meteors and fell separately. Where the meteors fell, the sky was torn apart, revealing the rainy night sky outside the formation. Drops of rain fell and hit the formation. The 9 meteors landed on the 9 great arrays. At this time, the 9 great arrays slowly stopped moving. When the meteors completely landed, the brilliance of the 9 arrays disappeared, revealing the original appearance of the sword tomb. Fellow Taoist Xiong. In the heavy rain, Heng Zhao's body flashed with a protective golden light. He hurriedly shouted, "This formation has been broken by the sword cultivators?" Xiong Huasong's face was filled with surprise. He pointed at the sword cultivators whose backs could still be seen and said, "That's right, the 10-direction annihilation formation of the Black Heaven sect has finally been broken. I really didn't expect that there would be sword cultivators who are proficient in Dao sect's formations. The strongest part of a formation is often the most vulnerable part of the formation. Although I've heard of this in the past, I've never dared to try it. I didn't expect to encounter it today. To be honest, I didn't even notice this part when I set up the formation. I was only thinking of how to hide the formation's formation. I never noticed this layer. When Hung Feng heard Xiong Huasong's explanation, his face was also filled with shock. Although he did not know much about spirit arrays, he understood the principles of spirit arrays. He could not help but exclaim, in that case, this idea of breaking the spirit array was thought of by a sword cultivator? That's impossible. In this old man's opinion, I'm afraid that they were just blind cats running into dead mice, right? How is that possible? Xiong Huasong shook his head decisively. If these sword cultivators charge into the water destruction formation under LV Ruochang's lead and find this flaw within the formation, then I can still agree with fellow Taoist Hung Ming's thoughts. However, LV Ruochang suddenly turned to the golden destruction formation before entering the water destruction formation. She must have thought of something. Fellow Taoist Hung Ming, don't forget that LV Ruochang escaped from the golden destruction formation. She stared at the formation eye for a long time in the center of the formation. She must have been thinking. However, Xiong Huasong said proudly, so what if LV Ruochang could see the flaw? I'm already very satisfied to be able to kill nearly half of the sword cultivators. After all, this formation is incomplete, and I was ordered to set it up in a hurry. Hung nodded slightly. He knew very well that it had only been a short time since he had discussed the formation with Xiong Huasong in the meeting hall of the Sky Patrol City. At that time, all the gold core cultivators did not pay much attention to it. He did not expect that it would come in handy today. Just now, Hung Ming saw that Xiong Huasong added fuel to the fire. He used the collapse of the golden destruction formation to increase the bone-corroding golden light. Not only did he kill Song Yuan, a third-grade illusory sword beast cultivator, but he also killed several second-grade and first-grade illusory swordsmen. Most of the beast cultivators and bird cultivators couldn't escape from the final blow. The number of sword cultivators who could escape from the golden destruction formation was definitely not more than 70,000. Although this was a little different from what he had imagined, and they were not completely annihilated, it was still a great victory. Xiong Huasong could be proud. The rain poured down like a torrential downpour. This rain was only light before the battle, but as the 10-direction annihilation formation absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the sword tomb's astronomical phenomenon was also triggered. The endless dark clouds and torrential rain began to wreak havoc in the sword tomb. Of course, such a torrential rain was nothing to the cultivators, especially in a special place like the sword tomb. There was no heavenly lightning, so it didn't affect the cultivators flying high. Hung Ming's body flashed with a protective brilliance, avoiding the torrential rain. He looked into the distance and asked softly, "Fellow Xiong, according to your opinion, should we continue to chase?" "Oh." Xiong Huasong was slightly taken aback. He glanced at Hung Zhao and asked with interest, "Why don't you chase after them? Now that our cultivators have won, it's the best time to chase after them. Of course, fellow Hung Ming is the commander of this battle. We will listen to your arrangements." Hung Ming was not surprised by Xiong Huasong's answer. He hesitated slightly and said, "Actually, with the help of fellow Xiong's formation, our Dao sect has already won. The remaining 70,000 swordsmen are nothing. As the saying goes, don't chase after a cornered enemy. If they are forced into a corner, they may bite back and cause us cultivators to suffer some losses." "Yes, fellow Hung Ming's words are reasonable." Xiong Huasong nodded. Moreover, LV Ruochang and the others activated the gold-type heaven and earth spirit chi. In addition, I somewhat risked it all by activating the bone-corroding golden light. Not only did the disciples of the four sects, who were originally guarding this formation, suffer from the backlash of the formation, but our disciples were also affected. There were many casualties. Hung Ming sighed slightly. In fact, if Xiong Huasong had not activated the golden light, these disciples might not have suffered any casualties. However, because of Xiong Huasong's greed for merit, he killed 1,000 enemies but lost 800 of his own men. Seeing that the traces of the sword cultivators in the distance were almost gone, Hung Ming narrowed his eyes and nodded. "Fellow Xiong, you should stop exploring the area in the sword tomb, right? We don't know where the sword cultivators went. Perhaps there are many remnant sword formations and formations. In that case, we will withdraw our troops. We can also report to the nascent soul stage masters with such great merit." Xiong Huasong raised his eyebrows. He did not expect Hung Ming to make such a decision. However, he only smiled and said, although the remaining swordsmen are third-grade illusory swordsmen, they have been seriously injured by the bone-corroding golden light. This is the best time to kill them. However, if fellow Hung Ming thinks that there is no need to chase, then there is no need to chase. I will give the order on behalf of fellow Daoist. Hesitation. Overcautious. That was Hung Ming's current mood. He really wanted to stop while he was ahead. However, after hearing Xiong Huasong's words, his heart was moved. After all, killing a third-grade illusory swordsman was completely different from killing tens of thousands of bright swords. Even his own disciple could kill Qin Jian, who was a third-grade illusory swordsman. He couldn't kill a few to make a name for himself? Just as Hung Ming was hesitating, LV Ruochang and the others, who were fleeing in panic, were also extremely depressed. This was an incomparable feeling of regret. It was originally a great battle, but now they were defeated. More than half of the hundreds of thousands of swordsmen were killed. If those second-grade illusory swordsmen, who died in the 10-direction annihilation array, were to really fight with the Dao sect cultivators, they might not have died. Especially Tsang Yuan of the Quilted Mountain sect. He was a third-grade illusory swordsman and could not even be defeated by a golden core cultivator in the conference hall. However, he was killed by the bone-corroding golden light in this golden annihilation array. Thinking of that irresistible bone-corroding golden light, LV Ruochang clenched her teeth and her heart was filled with resentment. She really wanted to die for Tsang Yuan. Qian Mo. At this moment, LV Ruochang could not help but think of the leader of the Imperial Thunder sect who self-destructed in front of her. He was a mid-stage golden core cultivator who could have escaped with his life. LV Ruochang did not understand what Qian Mo said that day. However, every word, every tear, every sentence, every word seemed to be engraved in her heart, as if they were specially said for her today. I would rather self-destruct. LV Ruochang even groaned softly. I am not willing to return to the sword domain. It was an absolute humiliation. Junior sister LV. Ruo Ling was flying not far from LV Ruochang. This attentive third-grade illusory swordswoman was extremely sensitive to LV Ruochang's murmur. Although she did not know what LV Ruochang was talking about, she still said, "We have to be alert to prevent the Dao sect cultivators from chasing after us." See, at this point, an indescribable pain came from her body. Even a powerful illusory swordswoman like Ruo Ling could not help but cry out softly. The bone-corroding golden light was really amazing. The swords of the surviving illusory swordsmen had long been pierced by the golden light, and much of their flesh and blood had been lost. However, this kind of injury, Ruo Ling and the others had not experienced it for many years. The flashing sword lights around them blocked the rain, but what they could not block was the unhealed pain in their bodies. Chasing after us? LV Ruochang smiled bitterly, but her divine will still involuntarily swept back. Her divine will could not go very far, so she turned her head back to look. However, when she looked back, she could not help but groan softly. Ouch! Her injury was only deeper than Ruo Ling's. Moreover, when she was in the center of the 10-direction annihilation formation, although she looked calm and indifferent as she described the bone-corroding golden light, she had not fully recovered from the injuries she had suffered in the 10-direction annihilation formation. When the golden light brushed past her for the second time, although she had the protection of the sword heart mystic skill, when the golden light attacked her from both inside and outside, her body showed signs of collapsing. Chapter 2650. LV Ruochang knew that if another golden core cultivator tried to stop her, she would not even be able to transform into a sword. Behind the tens of thousands of sword cultivators, under the pitch-black night sky, the drizzle that seemed to connect heaven and earth emitted a strange white color. From time to time, there would be wails and explosions, but there was no trace of the Dao sect cultivators chasing after them. LV Ruochang knew that this was the most realistic situation, but she still felt that she was lucky. However, this luck was strangled by her as soon as it was born. She said, "Senior sister Ruoling, the Dao sect cultivators have won a great victory and killed us to such a miserable state. They have some brains. They will definitely not chase after us." Ruoling naturally knew that the cultivators would not chase after them. She just wanted to comfort LV Ruochang. She smiled and said, "Who knows? In this great battle of sword cultivators, The Golden Core cultivators in the meeting hall of Sky Patrol City have done many ridiculous things and killed many cultivators. Even if they chase after us, even if it is really the skull of a Jurassic beast, I will still believe it. Ha ha ha, LV Ruochang's heart warmed and she could not help but laugh. Her smile was extremely beautiful, like the blossoming of a crystal-clear ice sculpture on an iceberg. LV Jianyu. The cultivators really caught up. Zhu Qingya, who was dozens of feet away from them, did not want to participate in the conversation between the two female swordsmen. He had complaints about LV Ruochang in his heart, but when he involuntarily looked back, he could not help but shout in shock. How is this possible? LV Ruochang really did not dare to believe it, but she could not help but look back. When she saw that the night sky, which was still pitch black just now, was now flashing with the brilliance of some Dharma treasures, an absolutely unbelievable feeling surged in her heart. This is really unbelievable. LV Ruochang could not express it in words. Were the Dao sect cultivators that stupid? Were they that greedy for credit? Was he really so vicious and merciless? Could the Dao sect cultivators be blamed? Just as Hung Ming was hesitating, Ji Hongfei from the Clear Leaf sect came over and looked at the two people standing in the air with a frown. She said anxiously, Daoist Hung Ming, the sword cultivators have already escaped from the 10-direction annihilation formation. Why are you still standing here? At this point, he seemed to have realized something and said to Xiong Huasong in surprise, could it be that fellow Daoist Xiong still has a backup plan? Backup plan? Xiong Huasong used all of his means. Xiong Huasong said with a bitter smile, this Xiong Grand Array was defeated by LV Ruochang. Then what are you waiting for? Ji Hong said angrily, right now, the sword cultivators are like birds startled by the twang of a bow. We're going to march north and kill them all. This isn't appropriate, right? Hung Ju's eyes narrowed, and he said with a smile, don't chase a cornered enemy. This is a principle that hasn't changed since ancient times. Furthermore, we are in the depths of the sword catacomb, which is not our forte. If we kill a few more sword cultivators, our Dao sect's cultivators will also suffer more losses. It's not worth it. Humph, if you won't chase, then I will. I don't care about other people's lives, but today, I must take that slut Lu Ruochang's head. Ji Hong was enraged. She shouted, you didn't see Dao friend Qian Mo's death. He was forced to his death by LV Ruochang. In order for us to escape safely, he was willing to self-destruct. I have already thought it through. I must kill LV Ruochang in this life to avenge Dao friend Qian Mo. Today, LV Ruochang was heavily injured in the Golden Destruction Array. As long as I see her, I will immediately kill her. Good. Hung Ju had long been waiting for Ji Hong's words. He clapped his hands and said, since Dao friend Ji has such ambition, and we have such a blood feud with the swordsman, how can I not allow it? Then for Dao friend Qian Mo's death, for the hundreds of thousands of fallen disciples, I will give the order. Other than the injured disciples, the rest of the disciples will listen to my command and head to the depths of the sword catacomb. To kill the swordsman. We must kill them all. Yes, we must take LV Ruochang's head as a sacrifice to Dao friend Qian Mo. Ji Hong shouted. Xiong Huasong frowned slightly and said softly, LV Ruochang is the leader of the sword cultivators. I'm afraid it won't be easy to kill her. Dao friend Xiong, are you afraid? Do you want the hundreds of thousands of fallen Dao sect disciples to die in vain? Ji Hong said coldly, if you don't go, we won't bicker with you. You set up this array and have already made a great contribution. Naturally, you don't have to follow us. Ha ha ha, am I the kind of person who is afraid of death? Xiong Huasong laughed loudly. Go, go, go. We will chase after them and kill LV Ruochang. Ji Hong's brows relaxed. She waved her hand and said, Clear Leaf sect disciples, follow me to chase after the swordsman. Yes, at this moment, only a small portion of the Clear Leaf sect disciples suffered from the backlash of the Golden Destruction Array and were recuperating. The majority of the disciples were in high morale. When they heard Ji Hong's words, they all responded. Hung Ju wasn't the slightest bit annoyed that Ji Hong had stolen the limelight. Instead, he looked at Xiong Huasong and said, Dao friend Xiong, you are in charge of this 10-direction annihilation array. Give the order to attack on behalf of I. Yes, Dao friend Hung Ming. Xiong Huasong didn't hesitate. Although he didn't explicitly say that they could chase after the swordsman, he didn't think much of it. The swordsman had already been killed by the array. How could they still have a chance to turn the tables? After he gave the order, Many Dao sect cultivators immediately got into formation. Before long, they chased after LV Ruochang and the others. Just as Hung Ju was about to fly up, Tai Ching Sec's De Sun hurriedly flew over and said loudly, "Dao friend Hung Ming, don't chase after a cornered enemy." Xiong Huasong glanced at him and ignored him. He activated his flying technique and flew towards the disciples who were in formation. Hung Ju looked at the anxious De Sun and, helplessly, recounted what Ji Hong had said. He smiled bitterly and said, "I was also forced onto this path. If I don't chase after them, wouldn't I be letting down Dao friend Qian Mo? Moreover, the Clear Leaf sect disciples are also in danger. I can only chase after them." Sigh. But if you chase after them, it's also dangerous. De Sun smiled bitterly as well. He was just short of scolding Ji Hong for having long hair and short knowledge. "We have to weigh the two and choose the lesser," Hung Ju said in a low voice. "Even if the swordsmen want to retaliate, they only have about 70,000 disciples. We can drown them with our saliva. Forget it. We were also forced onto the pirate ship." De Sun looked at Hung Ju and said with a double meaning, "For Qian Mo's death from the Imperial Thunder sect. Yes, sometimes there are some things that we have no choice but to do." Hung Ju nodded. In Ai's opinion, even if a nascent soul master was here, he would also make such a decision. That's right. De Sun didn't say much. He hurriedly turned around and urged the disciples to chase after the swordsman. Chapter 2651. How? How is this possible? LV Ruochang, who was in the distance, was in disbelief. She was so grateful that she almost wanted to kneel on the ground. If she knew that Ji Hong was the one behind this, she might even cut off a chicken's head and burn yellow paper to become sworn sisters with Ji Hong. "Quick, we will slow down immediately." LV Ruochang was just about to give the order, but her gaze fell on the panicked swordsmen. These swordsmen were completely like, oh no, it was like they were defeated. Why was there a need to pretend? Why bother slowing down? LV Ruochang looked up at the night sky in front of her. She clapped her hands and took out a flying sword. She activated the sword origin, and the flying sword shot into the distance like a ray of light. In less than half a meal's worth of time, another flying sword flew back. LV Ruochang received the flying sword and inspected it. A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, while traces of coldness flashed in her eyes. When she turned her head to look at the gradually approaching brilliance of the Dharma treasure in the distance, and then looked at Zhu Chengye and Ruo Ling who were close by, she did not say anything. She only stretched out her right index finger, which swayed left and right in the air. It was spotlessly white and flawless, emitting a faint sword light in the night. Almost 70,000 swordsmen panicked when they saw the cultivators chasing after them. Naturally, there was no lack of intelligent people. They immediately thought of the sword slip that LV Ruochang had used before they were trapped in the formation. They thought of the four directions sword formation that LV Ruochang had mentioned earlier and were immediately energized. Regardless of whether they knew what was going on or not, all the swordsmen fled in the direction of the four directions sword formation that LV Ruochang had painstakingly set up over the years. The hundreds of thousands of Dao sect cultivators behind did not expect that the already dead poisonous snake would raise its head and give them a fatal blow. The battle between Dao cultivators should have ended naturally at this point. However, due to a freak combination of factors and the unpredictability of a person's heart, there was an earth-shattering change. Anyone who could watch from a high position would definitely sigh at the fickleness of the world. But who would watch from a high position? Even Xiao Hua, who was high up, did not have the ability to observe the battle from a single glance. At this moment, Xiao Hua was trapped in the maze of the four directions sword formation in midair. He sat cross-legged with a frown on his face and a bitter smile on his face. Alas, this matter is truly beyond this young master's expectations. Xiao Hua sighed. The metal escape technique is far more complicated than this young master had imagined. It was actually divided into low, middle, and high grades. The low grade could travel within the metal equipment, the middle grade could travel with the help of the metal energy, and the high grade could travel with the help of the metal energy in places where the metal energy was extinguished. This young master is truly ignorant and inexperienced, simply a frog in a well. In the past, this young master had cultivated the earth escape, fire escape, and wood escape. This young master felt that this young master was free wherever he went. But now, it seems that these 3 escape techniques are only low-level techniques. If I truly want to be free and unfettered within the 5 elements, I must cultivate the 5 elements escape techniques to the extreme. Alas, now I know. Where did the path of cultivation come from? As long as there was a passageway, it would be good enough. How many capable people in this world are there? Although they have extraordinary aptitudes, they do not have the opportunity to cultivate. What can they do in their lifetime? Xiaohua sighed with emotion. Now that this young master has obtained the metal escape technique, I have already obtained 4 of the 5 elements escape techniques. If I can find the water escape technique, I will be able to complete it. Won't I be 100 times stronger than them? Let's see, it's not just the water escape technique. Even the metal escape technique, the wood escape technique, and the fire escape technique need to be of a higher grade. The 5 elements escape techniques are not easy to gather. But the wind escape technique, with perhaps in the future I will have the opportunity to obtain an even higher grade technique from the Empress. As for the truly complete escape technique, it is still my Imperial Thunder Sect's thunder escape technique. Thinking of this, Xiaohua smiled again. This young master's thunder escape technique feels like it has reached a kind of extreme. If I cultivate a little more, I should be able to catch up with the Imperial Thunder Sect's sect master. Don't tell me this young master has the potential to run away. Actually, this wasn't the first time Xiaohua had this thought. The thunder escape technique was an extremely difficult technique to cultivate in the Imperial Thunder Sect, and was even harder to cultivate than Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, and Nascent Soul techniques. But in Xiaohua's hands, this thunder escape technique was simply tailor-made for him. He didn't need to work too hard. As long as he progressed step by step, he could easily advance. If this were to get out, it would really be stupefying. It was precisely because of this that when Xiaohua disguised himself as Wu Ming from the Imperial Thunder Sect and used thunder escape technique, no one would associate this Wu Ming with Xiaohua, who was at the middle Foundation establishment stage. At that moment, Xiaohua's heart stirred again, and his mind entered the space. That wisp of primordial spirit that was using the sword escape technique seemed to have comprehended something. Mother! Goldie sensed Xiaohua entering the space and called out very gently. Xiaohua replied, then looked at Little Silver, who was jumping between the spirit grasses. This guy still had half a spirit grass left in his mouth, and the emerald juice stained his lips green. Seeming to sense Goldie's respect, Little Silver also hurriedly stopped on a spirit grass. It was just that the spirit grass was too thin for Little Silver's small body to support it. With a plop, Little Silver fell to the ground, then flipped over and climbed to his feet. His tiny tail flicked nimbly over his body, and some of the dust on it was shaken off. Xiaohua smiled slightly. Looking at the space that hadn't changed much, he paused in midair and carefully comprehended what that wisp of primordial spirit had gained. This primordial spirit sword controlling technique is indeed correct. After all, tempering the primordial spirit can strengthen it to the point where it can control spells and magic treasures in the space. After a long while, Xiaohua already understood that this sword escape technique was fundamentally a technique to strengthen the primordial spirit. Only when the primordial spirit was stronger than that of an ordinary swordsman would they have the strength to control a flying sword. Of course, Xiaohua had already obtained Li Xiubai's primordial spirit strengthening technique before. It was just that the previous primordial spirit strengthening technique was to nurture the primordial spirit from an infant to a child, while this secret technique was to nurture the child to adulthood and even teach the adult how to wield a spear. Primordial spirit strengthening technique? Xiaohua suddenly quivered, and a question that he hadn't thought about carefully before appeared in his mind. This young master's primordial spirits are now 10. Although they are all weak, they each have their own affairs and responsibilities, and everything is in order. It's just that if all 10 primordial spirits grow up and become stronger in the future, who will be the master and who will be the assistant? Don't tell me. Xiaohua will be divided into 10 parts? Thinking this, Xiaohua felt himself break out in a cold sweat. Naturally, his mind was now in the space, so how could there be cold sweat? There must be a primordial spirit to strengthen, and this primordial spirit must be far stronger than the other primordial spirits. Xiaohua immediately made a decision, but then he was in a dilemma. Which primordial spirit needs to be strengthened? The one to comprehend the heavenly Tao? The one to comprehend the hand of karma? Or, for a moment, Xiaohua was extremely hesitant, not knowing how to choose. But just as Xiaohua was about to think carefully, a sense of vigilance came from outside. Damn it, this bastard Yutong really wants to kill me. This young master's metal escape technique is just a beginner. How can I use it to run away? Xiaohua immediately understood that this was Yutong attacking him outside of the capital star array and the innate true water. He didn't have time to think too much, and his mind immediately left the space, leaving the primordial spirit to continue practicing the primordial spirit strengthening technique. Xiaohua opened his eyes and saw the incomplete capital heavenly star array protecting him. Outside of the capital heavenly star array, the azure innate true water rippled and flowed silently. Countless tiny bubbles floated in the water in an indescribable trajectory. It was as if each bubble was a complete dimension, and each dimension contained a tragic story. Although the innate true water was created by Xiaohua, he didn't dare to look at it too much, for fear that he would lose his mind if he wasn't careful. Boom! A drum-like sound came from outside the innate true water. Although the sound was extremely weak, Xiaohua knew that it was the loud sound of Yutong activating the Buddhist golden array. Did this bastard think of a way to break the array? Xiaohua was slightly surprised. After waiting for a while, he didn't see any strange movements from the innate true water. He couldn't help but activate the Buddha Sarira, and a small crack appeared in the innate true water. Through the crack, Xiaohua could clearly see that outside the room was still flickering with silver light, and Yutong was nowhere to be seen. Boom! Another loud sound rang out, and it was as if the entire space was shaking. Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, and an extremely bad feeling emerged from his heart. Forget it, let's run first. Xiaohua's eyes turned, and he silently grabbed with his hand, and the dozens of talismans flew into the space. Then he activated the Buddha Sarira and used the clear water bottle to store the innate true water. He looked around, and then flew in a certain direction. When he reached the silver wall, he closed his eyes and started chanting. It's just that if Xiaohua's incantation was heard by other people, perhaps they would lose their big teeth again. But they heard him recite, "May the deities and Buddhas all over the sky bless this kid." This is the first time this kid has used the metal evasion technique. Don't disappoint this kid. Any immortal who passes by, please open your eyes. This young master is a disciple of the Imperial Lightning Sect, and this young master is about to use it. After these few sentences, the real mantra began. When Xiaohua formed the mantra, his body flashed with a faint silver light, and Xiaohua slammed into the silver wall. Dong! The sound traveled far, but Xiaohua didn't enter the wall. Instead, he frowned and touched his forehead. The force of this collision was too strong. Fortunately, Xiaohua's skin was rough, and his flesh was far thicker than an ordinary person's. A small dent appeared on the wall, and Xiaohua's head didn't have a bump. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua tried again, but to his surprise, this metal escape technique was indeed somewhat interesting. Of course, it could also be that Xiaohua was too impatient and didn't completely comprehend it. Xiaohua actually slammed into the wall more than 10 times, but he still couldn't enter it. Chapter 2652. Fortunately, Xiaohua was the only cultivator in the maze of the Buddhist gold great array. If it was seen by others, wouldn't Xiaohua be regarded as a madman? If Xiaohua was like a madman, then in the huge square inside the Buddhist gold great array, Yutong, wearing a silver robe and disheveled hair, was really a madman. However, there was no trace of people on the square at this time. It seemed that all the disciples of the fallen gold mountain had been sent back to the family by Yutong. However, even so, the layout of the square still had some changes. The passages had long disappeared, and the whole square was seamless. It was not much different from the small grid of Xiaohua's previous. In front of Yutong were 2 sword gourds. However, at this time, the silver light cocoons on the 2 sword gourds had disappeared. Even the scarlet red and azure colors were tightly attached to the surface of the sword gourds, not far away. However, what was different from before was that these 2 sword gourds were slowly rotating in a circle in the air. One was chasing the other, while the other was chasing the one in front. It was as if there was an endless attraction and repulsion between the 2 sword gourds. Yutong was not idle either. Above his head, the silver tiger Dharma body had already appeared. It had a pair of fleshy wings, and its fist-sized eyes flashed with a silver-white brilliance as it stared fixedly at the 2 sword gourds that were constantly changing. These two sword gourds had been rotating like this for a day and night, but there was no change in the speed and trajectory. Yutong's feet were using a mysterious footwork, and his body was flashing with a silver brilliance. The brilliance changed slightly with his footwork, like the swaying seaweed in the sea. At the same time, the true essence around Yutong's body surged, and some strange spells were launched. However, the strange thing was that these spells did not fall on the two sword gourds, but on the trajectory of the sword gourds. As the spell was inserted, layers of silver light appeared on the path. This light was absorbed by the sword gourd from time to time, but this silver light wasn't absorbed by the sword gourd. It only landed on the surface of the sword gourd and condensed with the red and azure lights. Gradually, the red and azure lights on the sword gourd faded. Roar, seeing that the color on the two sword gourds had faded, the silver tiger above Yutong's head roared angrily. It spread its wings and pounced toward the two sword gourds. It opened its mouth and spat out a silver-white breath onto the two sword gourds. Buzz, the two sword gourds let out an ear-piercing sword hum at the same time. The sword hum was even louder than the giant swords that Lu Ruochong and the others had transformed into. In an instant, Yutong and the silver tiger were sent flying more than 30 meters away. Yutong seemed to be prepared. As soon as his figure flew out, he immediately flew back. There was a slight joy on his face, but his eyes were still extremely calm, as if this was how it should be. When Yutong's figure appeared in front of the sword gourd again, the sword gourd was no longer as quiet as before. After the sword hum, it began to surge rapidly, and the entire sword gourd began to fluctuate. Quick! The joy on Yutong's face disappeared and was replaced by a trace of seriousness. The spell in his hands changed again. Both hands were using the same spell, and they hit the two sword gourds at the same time. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A low sword hum like a bee came from the two sword gourds at the same time, and the changes in the two sword gourds gradually disappeared. Then they began to vibrate. The rhythm was different at first, but it gradually became the same. Pooh, seeing that the rhythm of the two sword gourds was the same, at that moment, Yutong opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of essence blood, which landed on the two sword gourds. The essence blood touched the sword gourds and immediately sank into them, disappearing without a trace. Yutong's body emitted a bright silver light again, and his scattered hair flew straight up. Quick! The spell that Yutong had been using for a long time immediately landed on the two sword gourds. Buzz! The two sword gourds let out a high-pitched sword hum at the same time. In fact, the crimson and azure light that had long faded bloomed again. However, at this time, the crimson and azure light only occupied half of the brilliance, and the other half was silver-white brilliance. Yutong's figure naturally retreated a few meters, but before he could stabilize himself, Yutong stretched out his hands. The silver-white brilliance on his hands covered the sword gourds. Then, as Yutong slowly closed his hands, the silver-white brilliance on the two sword gourds also slowly approached. Buzz, buzz, as if resisting this approach, the two sword gourds let out a sword hum. Roar! In just a moment, the brilliance around Yutong's body dimmed, and sweat faintly appeared on his forehead. Almost without thinking, his true tiger Dharma flapped its wings, and several silver-white brilliance hit the sword gourds, and the two sword gourds moved a little more. Poo-pew-pew. The two sword gourds seemed to be extremely repelled. Yutong's true tiger Dharma had no choice but to open its mouth again and spit out several silver-white breaths in a row, trying to put the two sword gourds together. However, there was just a small gap, and the sword gourds couldn't touch each other. Roar! Yutong's body was already trembling slightly. The true tiger Dharma body let out another roar and spat out a breath of air that was much dimmer than before. The two sword calabashes moved slightly, but there was no effect. At this time, Yutong was a little hesitant, and his brows were tightly furrowed, as if he was thinking about something. But in the blink of an eye, the scarlet and azure brilliance on the two sword gourds swelled slightly, and a great force was generated, and the gap that was thinner than a strand of hair actually widened a little. Not good, seeing that his previous efforts were about to be wasted. Yutong gritted his teeth, and the silver-white brilliance on his body disappeared, and then a dark green color gradually appeared. Woo! A strange sound came from Yutong's mouth, and 9 balls of light that were extremely similar to the green seal script emerged from his forehead, and quickly circled the two sword gourds a few times, and then completely disappeared into the sword gourds. The sword gourd's brilliance didn't resist the green light at all. Combine, Yutong said with great difficulty. The two sword gourds collided, and a surge of sword brilliance rushed out from the point of contact, directly piercing into the silver-white canopy of the Brahma gold formation. Yutong seemed to have used up all of his magic power, and his silver-white Taoist robes were soaked in sweat. The true tiger's avatar couldn't hold on any longer, and with a howl, it fell into Yutong's body. The sword brilliance split open a huge crack in the silver-white canopy, and then disappeared. The scarlet and azure brilliance of the sword gourds quickly overflowed, and between the two colors was an extremely large amount of silver-white and a few strands of dark green. Of course, the few strands of gold under the dark green weren't very clear, or perhaps the exhausted Yutong couldn't see it at all. The scarlet and azure brilliance fluctuated for a long time, and gradually settled down like the liquid of a pill. Between the scarlet and azure brilliance was a silver-white brilliance, and at this time, the dark green had disappeared without a trace. Ai, Yutong sighed, and used his hand to wipe away the sweat on his forehead. He softly muttered to himself, although this Yutong has the silver tiger bloodline, and his body is naturally stronger than ordinary cultivators, but it can't be considered useful. I still have to refine it more in the future. Unfortunately, this little lord's secret technique can only be used once. It seems this little lord won't be able to cultivate the embryonic form of the spirit-slaying origin light today. With that, Yutong reached out his hand and took out a spirit pill. He put it in his mouth and sat down cross-legged. Silver light flashed around his body as he began to adjust his breathing. The two sword gourds in front of Yutong were connected together. The two lights intertwined and spun, overflowing with each other as if they had already fused together. After an hour, Yutong's body flashed and he stood up. He waved his hand as if he was going to put away the two sword gourds. However, when Yutong stretched out his hand, he looked a little unwilling. He bit his lips slightly and made a hand seal. His hand shook, and a silver brilliance hit the place where the sword gourd intersected. Wang, this time, the sword hummed even more, but the scarlet and azure lights trembled even more. After the light faded, the two sword gourds fused even more. Yutong almost couldn't believe his eyes. A trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes, and then he became even more ecstatic. How is this possible? The fusing of the yin-yang sword gourds, the further it goes, the more difficult it is. Yours truly's secret technique was originally meant to be used here, but who would have thought that the power of this sword gourd would be so great? Even the initial fusion had to expend all of yours truly's powers, and it even required yours truly to use his secret technique. How could the subsequent fusion, which was even more difficult, be so simple? It's really incredible, really incredible. Yutong, of course, didn't dare to let his guard down. He hit a few spells on the sword gourds, and then used his divine thoughts to observe for a long time. He even released the Real Tiger, but in the end, he still didn't find anything strange. As expected, the heavens are helping me. I'm afraid my luck in this life is going to defy the heavens. Yutong beamed from ear to ear. In merely a few dozen days, the heavens have already allowed this young master to successfully possess this body, and even allowed this young master to obtain the position of sect master from the fallen Gold Mountain's jade slip. Now, this young master has been pleasantly surprised, allowing this young master to successfully refine the embryonic form of the soul-punishing vital light. After that, if I have the opportunity to refine the true soul-punishing vital light, then in the entire so-called Dawn Rain continent, who would be my opponent? Haha, my future is limitless. Haha. Yutong laughed wildly. He didn't stop walking, and his hand seals were formed again. This time, the hand seals were even more mysterious, and the steps were also different from before. However, as the hand seals were formed, the two sword gourds began to fuse slowly, and the light became even brighter and more condensed. Seeing that the two sword gourds had finally merged into one, Yutong chanted a mantra, raised his hands, and pressed them down. Chapter 2653. A silver-white halo followed Yutong's hands and fell on the sword gourd. The halo spun rapidly on the sword gourd and swept down from top to bottom. As the halo fell, the sword gourd began to emit a sword cry and tremble slightly. The crimson and azure brilliance quickly shrank and condensed into the sword gourd, turning the sword gourd into a silver-white gourd. Yutong saw the sword gourd turn silver-white and laughed loudly. He pointed at the mouth of the sword gourd, and two sword lights, one azure and one red, rushed out from the sword gourd and pierced into the silver-white sky. Two bowl-sized holes immediately appeared in the sky. Motherfucker, this spirit-slaying Yuan light is really powerful. Although it hasn't fully formed yet, it's still very powerful. Even though it's not fully formed, this Buddhist gold great array can't block it. Yutong clicked his tongue a few times, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He looked at Xiaohua's direction and said, if the Buddhist gold great array can't block it, then the incomplete capital heavenly stars great array and the innate primordial water. I'm afraid they can't block it either. Feng, today this young master will kill you. This young master wants to see who you are. Thinking about it, Yutong stretched out his hand, and the silver-white gourd appeared in his hand. His body slowly rose up, and a silver-white light flashed in the air, and Yutong disappeared. It was the metal escape technique that Xiaohua had painstakingly practiced. Dong, dong, dong. The monotonous yet rhythmic sound reverberated in the maze of the Buddhist gold formation. It sounded like a drum or a gong. Yutong's figure appeared from the wall not far away. He looked at Xiaohua with a strange expression. From time to time, Xiaohua's body would glow with a silvery white light, and he would rush to the wall from time to time. As Yutong appeared, Xiaohua was extremely sensitive and sensed it. He quickly turned around and saw Yutong's thoughtful eyes. Xiaohua's face turned slightly red. He raised his hand and dozens of talismans immediately appeared. He wanted to set up the capital heavenly stars great array. Seeing the familiar silver light on Xiaohua's body, Yutong seemed to have thought of something, and a mocking expression appeared in his eyes. When he saw Xiaohua hurriedly setting up the formation, he didn't chase after him. Instead, he calmly watched and waited for Xiaohua to release the Xiantian primordial water. Then, he coldly smiled and said, Junior Martial Brother Feng is indeed in a good mood. You're practicing the iron head technique. You're extremely diligent. I really admire you. Hee, do I need you to tell me? Do I need to inform you? Xiaohua was a little embarrassed, but he didn't say anything. Junior Brother Feng, you seem to have forgotten. Yutong was in an extremely good mood. He smiled and said, This is my Buddhist gold array, and it's also my home. Don't you need to inform the master if you do something inexplicable? Xiaohua looked at Yutong's smile, puzzled. His eyes fell on the silver gourd in Yutong's left hand, and his face immediately showed a look of understanding. I'm leaving. As the master, don't you want to open the door? Xiaohua bit his lip and said with narrowed eyes. Leave? Feel free to leave. Yutong said with a smile. This you has never forced people to stay. Could it be, you weren't practicing the iron head technique just now? You were knocking on the door with your head? Your Buddhist gold great array doesn't even have a door. Do I need to knock on the door with my head? Xiaohua knew that Yutong came here with a powerful method. He was even sure that there was something wrong with the gourd, but his mind was still spinning rapidly, thinking of countermeasures. You want a door? That's easy. Yutong said with a smile. Can you open it with my Falling Gold Mountains magic tool? If Junior Brother Feng doesn't know how to use it, you can give it to me, and I'll open it for you. If that thing could be used, why would I wait until now? Xiaohua said coldly, curling his lips. Oh, so it's like that. So you can't use that thing. Yutong said patiently, like a cat catching a mouse. You should have said it earlier. If you didn't say it, how would I know? If you said it, I would naturally know and open the door for you. Saying that, Yutong released the true tiger Dharma body behind him. The true tiger Dharma body flapped its wings, and sure enough, a silver light flashed on the wings, shooting at the wall not far from Yutong and Xiaohua. The wall immediately transformed, and a door taller than a person appeared on it. Not only that, the silver light didn't stop, and rushed straight through the door. So, behind the door, other doors appeared one after another, as if they were being pushed open by a big hand. Junior Brother Feng, please. Yutong raised his hand and said with a smile. Humph, Xiaohua naturally couldn't come out of the capital star array and innate primordial water. He rolled his eyes and said coldly, I think this place is not bad, and suddenly I don't want to leave. Junior Brother Feng is really interesting. I didn't invite you before, but you came uninvited. Then I didn't want you to leave, but you insisted on rushing out. What about now? I let you leave, but you don't want to leave. Could it be, you like to knock on the door with your head? My head is hard, so I like it. What are you going to do? Xiaohua was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, jumping up and roaring. Nothing. Yutong shrugged. I just want to say it. Seeing Yutong, who was younger than him and had a higher cultivation than him, also calling himself Little Master, Xiaohua rubbed his chin and seemed to be in deep thought. After a moment of silence, Xiaohua suddenly asked, "What are you holding in your hand?" Yutong raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "What? Do you want to know? What's so great about it? Isn't it just a yin-yang sword gourd?" Xiaohua sneered. "It's not like I haven't seen it before." "Humph, you're really ignorant." Yutong said disdainfully, even showing off. "What yin-yang sword gourd? This is called soul-slaying vital light." Soul-slaying vital light? Xiaohua didn't expect that Yutong didn't hide it at all and directly said it. When he slightly tasted it, his expression immediately changed. Was there even a need to say it? Yutong already thought of him as a dead person, so he took out the soul-slaying vital light and shared it with him, even teasing him with interest. "What is this soul-slaying vital light? Is it from Falling Gold Mountain? Or Washing Flower Sect?" Xiaohua frowned, his somewhat frozen smile finally moving as he asked. "Junior brother Feng doesn't need to know." Yutong shook his head slightly. "If you don't want to say it, then forget it." Xiaohua nodded. "How about this? If you want me to leave, then take this soul-slaying vital light as a farewell gift. I'll take this gourd and leave." Chapter 2654. Huh? Junior apprentice brother Feng. Could it be that you can read my mind? How do you know that I'm going to give this to junior brother? Yutong's astonishment was slightly exaggerated as he shouted. Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly urged the Buddha's saraira to circulate the innate primordial water, blocking the large gap and revealing a small gap. He shouted, forget it. A gentleman does not take what others like. You just refine this thing. You'd better keep it for yourself." "Ha, how can I do that? A gentleman's word is as fast as a horse's whip. I'll send junior brother Feng off now." Yutong laughed loudly. He raised his hand and the silver gourd flew into the air. Then he pointed his finger at the gourd. Quick! 2 beams of light, one red and one green, flew out and pierced towards the azure Xiantian true water. "Good boy." When Xiaohua saw that the sword light had arrived in a flash, he cried out in alarm and immediately activated the innate primordial water, covering all the gaps. However, the moment the 2 sword lights came into contact with the innate primordial water, the brilliance of the sword lights flashed through the innate primordial water, completely unaffected by it. Damn it! Xiaohua was shocked. The speed of the 2 rays of sword light was too fast, and it was even more nimble inside the innate primordial water. He could not help but shout. Looking at the 2 rays of sword light, they did not directly rush into the capital star's array. Instead, it rapidly circled around the formation. However, in just a few breaths of time, the sword light pierced through the weak point of the Du Tian star formation with a buzzing sound. It immediately penetrated the formation and shot toward Xiaohua's neck. Fight! Xiaohua had already held the staff in his hand and did not hesitate to strike out. This was to send the 2 rays of sword light flying. However, just as the staff was about to touch the sword light slightly shook and cleverly dodged the staff. It did not allow Xiaohua to do anything else and stabbed towards Xiaohua's neck again. Shua. Xiaohua's body flickered. It was the light protecting his body that was about to block the sword light. Unfortunately, the green and red sword light slashed through the light protecting Xiaohua's body, and a crack was immediately cut open on the golden light. The golden light flickered and was about to collapse. Motherfucker, this so-called soul-punishing vital light. Isn't it too powerful? Xiaohua couldn't help but groan. His soul was about to scatter. As the green and red sword lights intertwined, Xiaohua's head was about to soar into the sky like jade ice. Right at this critical moment, Xiaohua hastily opened his mouth, and 2 red and green rays of light flew out. The 2 rays of light were like bolts of lightning, and they actually blasted the yin-yang sword qi away with 2 light cracking sounds. However, the yin-yang sword qi wasn't simply formidable because it was a flying sword, and it was more due to the connection between the 2 rays of light. The swaying brilliance didn't seem to be blasted away by the rays of light, and it continued to coil around Xiaohua's neck. When Yutong saw Xiaohua's 2 flying swords, he was clearly stunned. However, it was only for a moment, and he didn't care. But then, he couldn't help but frown. After the 2 flying swords blasted away the 2 rays of light, their own swords also slanted. However, at the same time, shwa shwa shwa, a series of light sounds rang out. The two flying swords rapidly shook, and the two flying swords transformed into four. The four flying swords then transformed again, and in the blink of an eye, 16 flying swords appeared out of thin air. These 16 flying swords were once again divided into two groups of green and red, and there were 8 of them each. They were right between Xiaohua's neck, protecting him. Moreover, the moment the sword light extended, it hit the connection between the yin-yang sword qi. Kung, a sharp sound was extremely ear-piercing, like a sharp sword cutting through a hard rock. These 16 flying swords actually blocked the seemingly unstoppable yin-yang sword qi. His flying sword shadow technique. How do you know? Yu Tong sucked in a breath of cold air and almost cried out in alarm. Seeing that the Dream Executor and the Mountain Splitter had blocked the yin-yang sword spirit's sword light, Xiaohua's heart calmed down. He looked left and right at the constellation array and the innate primordial water. He clenched his hand, and dozens of rays of light flashed, putting away the constellation array. Since Yu Tong had the means to break this great array, Xiaohua's array could only be a hindrance. Oh! After Yu Tong recovered from his shock, he saw Xiaohua put away the array. He raised his eyebrows and said coldly, "You're just a disciple of the Huanhua sect. How could you know such a flying sword technique? Where did you come from? Take advantage of this moment to tell me. If you have something to do with me, I may not necessarily not let you live. Moreover, you seem to have used the metal escape technique just now. Presumably, you also know the secret of the silver tiger magic tool. How could an ordinary cultivator discover the secret of the silver tiger magic tool in such a short time? I won't hide it from you. What I want to do is very big, and I need a lot of help. I can consider cooperating with you. The secret inside the magic tool. You can have a share." As Yu Tong spoke, the yin-yang sword spirit retreated slightly and stopped in midair. At this time, the two flying swords were very strange. The two flying swords were only about the length of a finger and were incomparably sparkling and translucent. When one's gaze swept over the flying swords, they would appear and disappear. Even when one's divine sense was at the location, they would flicker indefinitely. They seemed to exist in midair, but also seemed to not exist in midair. Putting aside the green and red colors on the two flying swords, there were also a few strands of silvery white within the green and red colors. These green and red colors seemed to be alive. When the flying swords appeared, they moved around in an extremely orderly manner. At first glance, it was as if two eyes were showing an indescribable expression. At this time, Xiaohua's two flying swords turned into 16 and lined up in front of him. They also overflowed with green and red colors, but it was very obvious that within the brilliance of the Dream Slayer and the Mountain Splitter, there was an abundance of baleful aura but not enough nimbleness. While listening to Yu Tong's persuasion, Xiaohua's divine sense swept over the yin-yang sword spirit. He inwardly sighed that the yin-yang sword spirit, which was refined by Yu Qingtian and Zhang Yuhe's souls and sacrificed with the blood of nearly 100,000 creatures, was indeed fierce. At the same time, he inwardly pondered. He was somewhat puzzled by Yu Tong's words. What do you mean it has something to do with him? What do you mean by ordinary cultivators can't see through the secret of this magic tool? Could it be this guy already knew about the legacy realm mentioned in the magic tool? However, as a rogue cultivator, Xiaohua had long heard this kind of affectionate persuasion to stay countless times. He had long seen this kind of heartfelt persuasion. Among these persuasion and persuasion, which one of them wasn't temporary? Which one of them wasn't a contest of strength? If I leave this formation, Xiaohua coldly snorted. Would I still be afraid of you? However, Xiaohua slightly changed his mind. When he thought of this, how could Yu Tong, who had been scheming against Zhang Yuhe for dozens of years, not know? He definitely wouldn't be at ease if he left. Moreover, when he thought about how Yu Tong and the others treated the 100,000 creatures as nothing and wantonly hunted them in order to increase their cultivation. Even if he wanted to cooperate with someone, he absolutely wouldn't choose them. Ha ha ha, with this thought, Xiaohua burst into laughter. I don't care what kind of bullshit person you are. I don't want to have any relationship with you. Previously, I avoided the battle because I didn't want to be nosy. Now that you insist on forcing me to make a move, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ha ha. Yu Tong's laughter seemed to be louder than Xiaohua's. He also looked at Xiaohua with interest and even said somewhat arrogantly, "Little guy, who doesn't know how to be overbearing. But, You also need to have strength. Don't think that just because you know how to transform flying swords into shadows, you can be arrogant in front of me. I'll let you see what the soul-slaying primary light is." As he spoke, 2 flying swords as thin as cicadas' wings suddenly let out a rumbling sound. Yutong didn't seem to activate any spells, but they stabbed towards Xiaohua. That kind of indescribable sharpness immediately pierced between Xiaohua's eyebrows. "Who's afraid of you?" Xiaohua pointed his finger. The 16 flying swords also moved in the air. There was some mysterious connection between them. Their flying speed was extremely fast, blocking in front of the oncoming yin-yang sword light. Whoosh, the green-red yin-yang sword light really did have intelligence. As if playing hide-and-seek, it casually weaved between the 16 flying swords. In the blink of an eye, it dodged the attacks of the Soul Slayer and the Mountain Slayer, and once again approached Xiaohua. Humph! Xiaohua's hand seals changed again. Whoosh, 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 a series of sounds rang out. 32, 64, and finally 128 sword lights flew out and blocked in front of the yin-yang sword light with extreme speed. "Hehep, as expected, you have some skill." Yutong beamed with joy. This was the first time Xiaohua had used 2 flying swords. 128 sword lights. At first, these 100 sword lights were somewhat clumsy, but following the urging of Xiaohua's divine sense, they gradually became orderly. These sword lights even faintly formed a sword array, encircling the yin and yang sword lights. Although the 2 flying swords with intelligence were incomparably nimble, they were unable to withstand the overwhelming number of swords. For the time being, they had no way of flying out. "Not bad, not bad." In the distance, Yutong actually clapped his hands and praised. "The Rinsing Flower sect actually has a disciple like you. This is really beyond my expectations." Not only that, Xiaohua raised his head and sneered. "Today, I'll let you see what this young master is capable of." While speaking, Xiaohua didn't seem to make any movements. The innate primordial water that previously surrounded Xiaohua suddenly surged with waves. Those waves condensed in midair, and like a fist, smashed towards Yutong. "Come on!" Yutong shouted loudly. His shoulders shook, and the true tiger Dharmakaya was released again. Roar! The true tiger Dharmakaya roared loudly, and a pair of fleshy wings flapped. Suddenly, out of nowhere, 2 silver-white brilliances gushed out. These brilliances were like clear springs rushing towards the innate primordial water. Boom! With a loud sound, the brilliances blocked the primordial water. The primordial water fell to the ground like a huge rock, hitting the defensive silver brilliance. With a loud sound, the primordial water suddenly scattered in all directions, and the silver brilliance was also shattered into pieces. Yutong's Dharmakaya is powerful. Xiaohua thought to himself, fighting in this Buddhist gold formation, he has the absolute advantage. But so what? Xiaohua's Buddha Saraira once again activated the innate primordial water. This primordial water actually didn't condense, but instead turned into a net in midair, covering Yutong's head. Chapter 2655. Yutong's eyes flashed with astonishment. He looked at the 100 or so swords fighting with the yin and yang swords, then looked at the net of primordial water. He really didn't understand. For an ordinary golden core cultivator, controlling 100 sword lights with only his divine will was probably already his limit. Even if Xiaohua was far more powerful than an ordinary golden core cultivator, he could still split a part of his divine will to control the innate primordial water. However, that part of his divine will could only turn the innate primordial water into waves. But now, he could actually pull the innate primordial water into a net. The difference between this net and waves was not just a little bit. A complicated expression flashed through Yutong's eyes. The true tiger Dharma body spat out several mouthfuls of silver light, as well as the silver light from its fleshy wings, forming layers of defense in front of the primordial water. Rumble, another earth-shattering collision sound rang out. The 2 of them were still evenly matched in their battle. Fenging! Yutong first called him Junior Martial Brother Feng from Martial Nephew Feng, and now he called him by his name. "I'm afraid your ability ends here. This young master will ask you one last time. Do you want to submit to this young master?" "Ha, Yutong, what ability do you have? You dare to make this young master submit?" At this time, Xiaohua didn't even use his sword art. He was laughing so hard that he swayed back and forth. Without the protection of the capital star array, He simply threw caution to the wind and prepared to fight against this peak late golden core, or even early nascent soul cultivator. Yutong's face gradually turned ashen, looking extremely unsightly. Previously, it was extremely easy to seize the position of falling Golden Mountain Sect Master, and even kill Zhang Yuhe, but the satisfaction had long disappeared. He coldly snorted and said, "This sect master saw that you were a talent, so this sect master cherished talent, and wanted to use you and the others as my wings. Since you don't want to choose the path of the sun, this young master will give it to you and Zhang Yuhe." As he spoke, Yutong very solemnly waved his hand. His hands formed seals, and the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth swarmed over. Even some sword intent and sword chi from some places of the Buddhist gold great array were drawn over. After a moment, where the silver light flashed, a long spear about 10 feet long condensed. The spiritual energy inside the fist-thick spear shaft was so dense that it almost condensed into substance. "Go!" Yutong swung his spear as if it was light. The long spear emitted a fierce cry, swaying with a silvery white brilliance as it pierced towards Xiaohua's chest. He had only flown a few feet when a powerful force was transmitted from the long spear. It seemed as if the surrounding air was about to be pierced through, making a chi-chi'd sound. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked coldly at the spear. When the spear was closer, he waved his hand and took out the wishful steel staff again. His figure swayed and flew up like a gust of wind, smashing towards the spear. Seeing Xiaohua take out the wishful staff, Yutong's face showed a trace of regret. Obviously, he had forgotten about Xiaohua's magic tool. However, this regret disappeared in a flash. Immediately after, Yutong's fingers moved like he was playing a pipa. A few silver-white rays of light arrived first and hit the long spear. Woo-woo! The long spear let out an extremely loud cry and suddenly transformed. Just like Xiaohua's flying sword, it suddenly turned into 4 spears and stabbed towards Xiaohua from 4 different angles. How could Xiaohua be afraid of this? The wishful steel staff in his hand danced elegantly. With a series of pung-pung-pung sounds, the long spear was actually broken into pieces by Xiaohua. The powerful force on the long spear seemed to have no effect on Xiaohua at all. Looking at the dancing sword light, then looking at the fierce collision between the innate real water and the real tiger dharma body, and then looking at Xiaohua waving the wishful steel staff to fight with the long spear, Yutong's eyes almost fell out. He was not fighting with one person, it was simply fighting with 3 people. Is this still a foundation establishment cultivator? Yutong almost groaned like everyone else and secretly smiled bitterly. But it was also because of this question that Yutong's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had thought of something. However, at this moment, he heard Xiaohua's long roar and his figure skyrocketed. The wishful steel staff crossed through the air and smashed down like a mountain. It hit the 3 long spears at once. The 3 long spears flashed violently, as if they were about to collapse. Explode. Yutong hurriedly made a secret gesture in his hand. Rumble. The 3 sounds turned into a loud bang, and the strong impact enveloped Xiaohua. In an instant, Xiaohua was flipped over in midair. Xiaohua's reaction was beyond Yutong's expectations. Xiaohua's figure was almost like a floating leaf in the wind. Although he was a little out of control at first, he instantly regained his balance. However, when Yutong saw the direction Xiaohua was flipped in, the expression on his face changed slightly. Because Xiaohua fell near the yin-yang sword gourd that Yutong had previously raised in midair. How dare you? Yutong was a little panicked. He was almost in a hurry to make a sword gesture, as if he wanted to take back the yin-yang sword gourd. Haha, this thing is kindly accepted by this young master. Although Xiaohua had not yet approached the sword gourd, he waved his hand and used the heaven and earth technique to cover the sword gourd that was shaking in midair and had not been taken back by Yutong. Yutong tried his best to take it back, but Xiaohua had already arrived. A strong confining force covered the sword gourd, and the connection between Yutong and the sword gourd disappeared. Yutong gritted his teeth, but Xiaohua said with a smile, "Many thanks." But when he wrapped his mind and wanted to take the sword gourd into his space, an incomparable shock came from the sword gourd. A sharpness that was 100 times sharper than a flying sword flew out from the sword gourd's mouth and locked Xiaohua's mind in an instant. Xiaohua was so scared that his face turned ashen. He hurriedly withdrew his mind, but an extremely dim green-red color rushed out from the sword gourd. It was like the green-red sword light from before, and it pierced towards Xiaohua's face. With a sharp sound, Xiaohua's Taoist robe was shattered by this green-red color and turned into flying butterflies. Pooh! With another sharp sound, the green-red sword light pierced Xiaohua's palm that was covering the sword gourd. With a slight turn, it passed through his palm. Xiaohua's body had been tempered thousands of times, and ordinary magic tools could not compare to it. Unexpectedly, it was easily pierced by this green-red color. Ah! The pain that he had not felt for a long time came, and Xiaohua could not help but cry out. However, just as he cried out, the green-red color arrived at his face. Pooh! Xiaohua did not have time to think and spat out a wisp of spirit fire. The scarlet-red color immediately flashed, and in an instant, it turned into a wisp and burned towards the green-red color. Ha ha ha! Yu Tong laughed loudly in the distance, and there was no longer the panic from before. You think this young master did not guard against this move of yours? You took this young master's ancestral magic tool, and you want to take this young master's sword gourd. You are really too greedy. And this is soaring scarlet fire? How could this item appear in Dawn Rain Continent? However, just as Yu Tong was shocked, another change suddenly occurred. The green-red light that was about to be burned by the soaring scarlet fire suddenly turned back, and almost instantly fell into the sword gourd. Looking at the sword gourd again, it was the 2 drops of blood that had dripped from Xiaohua's hand that had just been pierced. At this moment, those drops of blood had merged into the sword gourd, and a layer of light gold was born from the blood drops. On the sword gourd, a layer of dark green mixed with the silver-white color appeared and rolled towards the golden color. What is going on now? Just as this thought appeared in Yu Tong's mind, he saw that at the bottom of the sword gourd, a layer of light gold rushed out, and like Xiaohua's drop of blood, it attacked the dark green and the silver-white color. Yu Tong suddenly remembered, this sword gourd seemed to be Xiaohua's from the beginning. Xiaohua saw the green-red light shrink into the sword gourd. How could he not know that he had secretly done something to this sword gourd? The true essence in his meridians immediately rushed out, and the refined spell smashed towards the sword gourd with full force. You dare! Seeing the golden light on the sword gourd, Yu Tong was even more furious. As his figure flew, he slapped his hand, and the pressure of a late gold core stage immediately pressed down on Xiaohua. Bitter! In fact, Xiaohua was most afraid of this pressure. Without the support of the Phoenix celestial body, he was definitely not the opponent of Yu Tong's pressure. Seeing the pressure coming, the true essence in his body began to stagnate. Xiaohua clenched his teeth and used one hand to control the sword gourd, and the other to put away the wishful staff. He struggled to take out his broken nascent soul hand. Woo! As soon as the talisman flew out of the space, it immediately let out a whimper, and the surrounding spiritual energy swarmed in like a hurricane. Humph! You want to use a talisman in my great array? You are simply dreaming. Yu Tong's words were accompanied by pressure, and it was truly majestic. Yu Tong's eyes flashed with a strange brilliance, and a strong, old divine sense swept out from between his eyebrows, covering the space around the talisman. The divine sense was like an iron wall, and it suddenly sealed the space. The golden spiritual energy could not penetrate at all. Xiaohua's nascent soul hand talisman had just absorbed 20% of the spiritual energy, and it had not yet transformed into a palm. It flashed a few more times and slowly fell down, once again returning to a broken talisman. I don't know if this talisman can be used again. The divine sense cut off the spiritual energy source of the talisman, and then it contracted again, tightly wrapping around Xiaohua. Moreover, under the pressure, Xiaohua's whole body was imprisoned, and the true essence in his meridians was quickly condensing, and he could not use any of his magic power. Xiaohua tried his best to use the fire control technique to control the spirit fire, but the spirit fire was unable to compare to this spirit fire. It was even to the extent that because he didn't have any magic energy to activate it, Xiaohua was unable to execute the universe in the sleeve technique, and the sword gourd was about to escape his control again. Chapter 2656. What should I do? Xiaohua's mind turned sharply. He wanted to take out the wishful steel staff to see if he could defeat this pressure. However, he was firmly suppressed by the spiritual sense and pressure. It was very obvious that Yu Tong's spiritual sense was not an ordinary cultivator. He must also have some kind of secret technique. Damn it! Today, this young master has really met his nemesis. Xiao Hua, who was trapped in a hopeless situation, suddenly became clear. This guy just said something about the flying sword shadow transformation technique. He even said something about towering scarlet fire. And he even said, how could Dawn Rain Continent have such a thing? Could it be that this guy? Moreover, he still has something important to do. What is it? Alas, now that things have come to this young master, is it still useful to think about these things? Xiao Hua's whole body was suppressed. Not only was his body unable to move, even his meridians could not operate the dragon transformation art. He could not use the Deva body bestowment technique. Even the innate primordial water controlled by the Buddha's Saraira and the flying sword's execution dream and mountain splitter stopped. In an instant, it seemed that everything around Xiao Hua was stagnant. Everything stopped. Everything was quiet. However, in the moment when everything stopped, an extremely mysterious fluctuation came from Xiao Hua's lower dantian, between the male and female inner cores. Between the two thunder cores was a looming shadow. At this time, with the emergence of the fluctuation, it shrank extremely quickly. After shrinking to the limit, it suddenly collapsed. However, right after it collapsed, a powerful suction force suddenly appeared from the point of collapse. This suction force first grabbed the two thunder cores. However, the thunder cores were originally revolving around this point. When they were pulled near the point, they could no longer be absorbed. The thunder from the two thunder cores struck this invisible point. Kacha! A light purple thing was born from the point of collapse. The suction force went past the thunder cores and very naturally sucked towards the meridians connected to the lower dantian. This suction force was so powerful and mysterious that it contained the power of the heavenly Tao. How could Yutong's divine sense and pressure contend against it? The true essence in the meridians instantly flowed and rushed towards the light purple point in the lower dantian. Core condensation. Xiao Hua sensed the changes in the true essence within his body, and suddenly came to a realization. He had been looking for an opportunity to condense the core, but he had no clue. In Zhen Qing's experience, she had mentioned the stagnation of the true yuan. However, the stagnation of the true yuan only occurred after the core was condensed. As for the core, there were different theories. When it came to Xiao Hua, all of his cultivation methods had to stop, and all of his Zhen yuan had to stagnate. In this stillness, he had to create something out of nothing to truly condense his Dan. If someone else were to say this, how could Xiao Hua believe it? His dragon transformation art, his heavenly man-body empowerment technique, and his bone tempering technique were all in operation at all times. How could he possibly stop? It was only when facing a powerful enemy like Yutong that he was able to condense his core in a situation even more desperate than a desperate situation, right? Oh, this guy is actually condensing his core at this time? Yutong couldn't sense the changes in Xiao Hua's body, but when his pressure and divine sense were defeated, he naturally thought of it. Humph, too bad you picked the wrong place. This was the Buddhist gold grade array, and you have a late gold core stage opponent in front of you. Yutong sneered. His divine sense expanded again, wanting to block the spread of Xiao Hua's divine sense. He even wanted to block the condensation of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, wanting to strangle Xiao Hua the moment he condensed his Dan. Then, just as Yutong's divine sense spread out, an indescribable pressure came from Xiao Hua's body and hit Yutong's pressure. Rumble, the sound was comparable to the sound of heaven and earth shattering. Xiao Hua's pressure was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. It pressed down on Yutong's pressure, and the two made a huge noise. Not good. Yutong faced Xiao Hua's tide-like pressure. Although he felt it was insignificant at first, the pressure was so penetrative that it could gradually compete with his own pressure. However, this wasn't what shocked Yutong the most. What puzzled Yutong the most was that Xiao Hua's divine sense had been released along with his pressure. That divine sense actually wasn't inferior to his own, and it was even to the extent that Xiao Hua's divine sense was able to counterattack when he utilized a secret technique to stop Xiao Hua. In just a few breaths of time, Xiao Hua's pressure not only became more powerful, but his divine sense also rushed out like a surging spring, crushing Yutong's divine sense that he was so proud of. It was really a crushing defeat. Yutong's divine sense was the same. In front of Xiao Hua's majestic and powerful divine sense, Yutong's divine sense hastily retracted. Even the pressure that could compete with Xiao Hua's didn't dare to continue fighting. When Yutong saw Xiaohua's aura seeping out of the Brahma gold great array and his divine sense penetrating the sword tomb, a powerful sealing force descended from the sky and gradually enveloped the entire Brahma gold great array. Yutong turned pale with fright. You, are you a core condensation cultivator or a nascent cultivator? Because Yutong was very clear that this confinement force was unique to cultivators when they advanced. Even when he was pregnant, the confinement force could not compare to this, right? At this point, how could he dare to stay here any longer? Glancing at the blade gourd that was overflowing with golden light and silvery white color, he tried to sense it but didn't find any special reaction. Immediately, the silvery white brilliance around his body flourished. The real Tiger Dharma body roared and immediately disappeared in midair. Where do you think you're going? Xiaohua naturally took advantage of the other's weakness to take his life. How could he let Yutong escape? Not bothering to take the Qianli pill, the Buddha's Saraira urged the innate true water to rush towards Yutong. However, in his divine sense, Yutong had already disappeared. Wherever the true water passed, there was no trace of Yutong. That Yutong was also amazing. Using the metal escape technique, he left the Buddhist gold great array in a moment. When he sensed the location of Xiaohua's divine sense, he even ignored the Buddhist gold great array and used the metal escape technique to escape with the help of the sword mound's golden nature spiritual energy. After traveling for over 100 miles, Yutong finally revealed himself with a panicked expression on his face. He sensed his divine sense and looked behind him. Powerful hurricanes had been stirred in the air, and at the center of these hurricanes was a tiny virtual spot. As these hurricanes grew stronger, the dot gradually revealed a sparkling silver-white light. As soon as this light dot appeared, it immediately condensed and enlarged, becoming the size of a grain of rice in a moment. Yutong's eyes narrowed, closely staring at these floating crystals. He knew that this was the celestial phenomenon of Xiaohua's advancement. However, when the crystal grew bigger and bigger, growing to the size of a thumb, it did not stop. You're tuning in to the Blime's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.